Chapter 2065, let me see how many punches you can block. 6. The reason he was utterly helpless earlier was that Wang Tong suddenly appeared, and he didn't react in time. Then let's fight. Wang Tong was eager to try, taking this opportunity to test the extent of his physical strength. Come on, don't hold back. Lu Meng and the others felt their faces twitching. This guy seemed eager to get into a fight. Brother Wang Tong, don't let them go. These bad guys almost forced Master to death. They want to snatch Master's bloodline. Little Chinger shouted. You heard that. My friend wants me to beat you to death. Wang Tong looked at Lu Meng and the others, his eyes slightly narrowed. Trying to steal bloodline power. That's ruthless. Go. B0XL. Calm Lu Meng's face darkened, realizing that more words were pointless. He immediately shouted to make his team attack. Lu Meng's team consisted of 5 members, all at the heaven stage, ranging from the 5th level to the 6th level. Each of them had formidable strength, significantly stronger than the heaven stage martial warriors of the Snake Men. Lu Meng himself was at the 6th level of the heaven stage and had power comparable to the queen who awakened her bloodline. However, he understood that this was the present situation, and if the queen had more time to grow, he and his team wouldn't be her match. The only difference was the depth of their experience and knowledge. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Lu Meng and his team erupted in a coordinated attack against Wang Tong. They wore determined expressions, knowing that today wouldn't end well, so their only option was to eliminate Wang Tong. The 7 stellar academies involved both cooperation and competition. The students came from various regions and couldn't always be in perfect harmony. When matters reached the point of irreconcilability, they had no choice but to resort to violence. Wang Tong remained calm. Faced with 5 martial warriors at the 5th or 6th level heaven stage, he appeared extremely composed, even exuding a hint of confidence. His composure was grounded in the fact that his recent enhancement in physical strength had been extraordinary. In a span of a few months, he had completely drained the blood pool. He would be letting down the Naga race if he wasn't powerful. Wang Tong let out a light exclamation, simultaneously activating his true dragon battle body and ancient god physique. Boom! Flames surged, engulfing Wang Tong, layering fiery dragon scales like presents all over him. At the center of his brow, a golden mark appeared. Crack! Wang Tong cracked his neck, producing a crisp sound, and grinned at Lu Meng and the others. He bared his gleaming white teeth, exuding an unparalleled arrogance. Come, let me see how many punches you can withstand. At this moment, Wang Tong was utterly defiant, radiating an indescribable self-confidence. What's this? Lu Meng and the others' expressions shifted drastically. Wang Tong was already formidable moments ago, but now, with his sudden outburst, they felt like they were facing a terrifying fire beast. The searing, overwhelming aura made it almost impossible to breathe. However, Wang Tong didn't give them time to react. His figure abruptly vanished from its original location. Boom! The spatial distortion was so profound that Wang Tong's outburst tore through the space, instantaneously teleporting him to the front of a heaven stage martial warrior from Little Tong's team. Then he delivered a punch. A punch descended. With this punch, flames converged, as if an overwhelming sea of fire was crushing down from the sky. The heaven stage martial warrior was utterly horrified, his pupils contracting to their limits. Eric, go all out. Lu Meng had no time for rescue, so he roared. Eric immediately snapped back, shouting in anger. The force within him erupted, and his domain power surged into the sky. He held a battle axe in his hand and swung it ferociously. Die! A terrifying axe aura, condensing the power of the 7th-rank domain, slashed towards Wang Tong. Wang Tong punched out once more, then twice. Boom! The next moment, the axe aura shattered, and the domain power exploded. Wang Tong struck with a 3rd punch, directly hitting Eric's heart. A thunderous sound, and Eric spewed a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of his heart. His heart was burst by a single punch, and he couldn't be more dead. Others were left in shock. 3 punches. He killed a 5th-level Heaven Stage martial warrior with 3 punches. This world was too crazy. Kill. The remaining 4 members of Lu Mang's team were visibly enraged. They charged at Wang Teng, and one Heaven Stage martial warrior unleashed a horde of razor-sharp golden blade energy with a 7th-tier metal domain erupting. He viciously swung the golden blade energy towards Wang Teng. The other Heaven Stage martial warrior brandished a sword while a 7th-tier water domain surged from him. The sound of crashing waves seemed to resonate in the sky. He swung his sword from the left towards Wang Teng, and the sword's radiance was accompanied by surging water, as if an ocean were engulfing Wang Teng. Yet another, wielding a long spear, released a cold light that emanated from the spear, encompassing a 6th-tier ice domain, freezing everything. Wang Teng responded with 3 punches, striking directly on the golden blade energy. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing metal resounded through the air, and cracks started to appear on the golden blade energy. Wang Teng's fists merely left a few bloodstains, without even harming his bones. The Heaven Stage martial warrior's expression changed. Boom! In the next moment, the blade energy shattered, and Wang Teng's figure flickered as he manifested in front of the warrior wielding the sword. He unleashed a punch. Bang! The Heaven Stage martial warrior's head exploded, and he died on the spot. At this moment, the sword light, like crashing waves, approached. The spear glows had arrived too. They enveloped Wang Teng at the same time. Such an assault could be overwhelming even for some of the most strong Heaven Stage martial warriors. Oomph! Wang Teng snorted coldly, and a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He uttered a command in his mind, "Solidify." The power of time erupted, momentarily freezing the attacks in front of him. Wang Teng unleashed another punch. The crashing waves of sword energy shattered, the tiny specks of the spear's energy were pulverized, and the ice-freezing effect quickly dissipated in the presence of Wang Teng's celestial fire. How is that possible? The 2 martial warriors, filled with terror, didn't think twice. They immediately withdrew and retreated. Their eyes trembled with fear. This person was too strong, terrifyingly powerful. At this point, they couldn't muster any intention to continue fighting. They only wished to escape this place as soon as possible. Die! Wang Teng roared and reappeared behind them. His fist struck both of them simultaneously. Splurt! They violently spew out large quantities of blood. Inexplicably, there were large holes in their chests. Their gazes quickly dimmed. Lu Mang almost went crazy. In just a few breaths, all 4 of their team members had been dead by Wang Teng's fists. This person was nothing short of a demon. Lu Mang realized that running wouldn't save him now, so he had no choice but to battle for his life. Kill! Lu Mang roared as the snake patterns on his arms came to life, transforming into 2 black serpents that lunged fiercely at Wang Teng. Their venomous fangs bared, exuding a deadly poison that filled the air. This person was a poison element martial warrior. Is that all the poison you have to offer? Wang Teng mockingly shook his head. A sinister black lotus flower manifested at his brow, and he fearlessly stepped forward. His 2 hands extended, and flames condensed into 2 enormous hands that firmly seized the heads of the serpents. Then he clenched his fist tightly. Splat! The 2 black serpents were crushed into a cloud of black mist. Lu Mang's eyes widened in disbelief. His treasured python king venomous art had been effortlessly thwarted by his opponent. At that moment, he could hardly believe his own eyes. Don't let me see you again, Wang Teng uttered as he reappeared in front of Lu Mang. He pointed directly at Lu Mang's forehead. No! Lu Mang's pupils shrank, and his face contorted in terror as he let out a loud cry. Swoosh! A black light flashed over Wang Teng's fingertip, coalescing into a tiny black lotus, no larger than a fingertip, which instantly shot toward Lu Mang's forehead. Lu Mang's body froze in an instant, his face contorted. In the next moment, his eyes dimmed. To die beneath my abyssal hell devil lotus is the greatest respect I can offer a poison element warrior like you, Wang Teng uttered calmly. Boom! With those words, Lu Meng's body exploded, turning into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into nothingness. Silence. Silence enveloped the world. Everyone stared in astonishment, their mouths slightly agape, but not a single sound escaped their lips. The 5 Heaven Stage martial warriors were dead. None of them survived. What a frightening accomplishment. Chapter 2066 Chance Encounter. Rejected. 1 in the sky. The battle had ended, and the entire squad was annihilated with no survivors left. Wang Tong could have spared their lives, but he chose to kill them. These people weren't kind-hearted individuals. If he was weaker, they might have tried to eliminate him. Since the other side harbored a kill-or-be-killed mentality, he didn't hold back. Sometimes, the world of martial warriors was that simple. Just because you're on the same side doesn't mean there's no internal strife. If you believe that, you're being naive. The onlookers from the stellar academies regained their senses and were now in an uproar. Lu Meng's team is dead. Oh my god, Wang Tong is scary. Is he really a new student? Could it be fake? To single-handedly take out 5 Heaven Stage martial warriors, he's probably invincible among his peers. Yes, with such achievements, there's hardly anyone who can match him. Is this how powerful the talents on the star rankings are? I heard that previous star rank geniuses had similar achievements, being peerless at their level, even capable of defeating opponents at higher tiers. This is truly terrifying. Wang Tong is likely to stir up waves in the stellar academies. Many were left in disbelief, and there was a sense of awe in the air. Some distance away, the queen also seemed somewhat stunned. Although she knew Wang Tong had previously defeated many Heaven Stage martial warriors, she couldn't help but marvel at his newfound strength. A few punches were all it took. It was almost as if he was cheating. Watching Wang Tong's battle, she had a feeling that it was effortless. Yes, effortless. Wang Tong killed those Heaven Stage martial warriors with remarkable ease, as if there were no significant challenges at all. This was a stark contrast to his past achievements. Little Qingyer's eyes gleamed with admiration. Brother Wang Tong is so strong. He's even stronger than Master. Marong and the others involuntarily swallowed hard. Wang Tong had somehow become even stronger. Fortunately, he was not their enemy, or the Rue City snake race might be in dire straits. The muscles on Damrung's face twitched as he screamed his heart. Where did this monster come from? Was he the friend of the queen of Rue Snake City? Is this Rue Snake City's queen really that amazing? She can make friends with an extraterrestrial human, especially one so powerful. He glanced at the elegant and graceful figure of the queen, then looked at himself. Then he suddenly understood. He couldn't help but regret that he wasn't born a woman. Atop the walls of Lee Snake City, Damba had originally thought of slipping away quietly. But upon witnessing the spectacle before him, his steps involuntarily came to a halt, and he found himself unable to move. Wang Tong hadn't paid him any attention, but Damba couldn't shake the feeling that if he ran away, he would be the first target. He mustn't provoke this guy. In the sky, Wang Tong looked around and collected the scattered attribute bubbles in the surroundings. One by one, these attribute bubbles rushed toward him, transforming into the power of original attributes, domain insights, spirit, enlightenment, techniques, and scriptures, all merging into Wang Tong's body or consciousness. Suddenly, Wang Tong trembled, and several types of forces simultaneously broke through. Constellation Metal Force 13500/60,000, Cosmos Stage 6th level, Constellation Water Force 14600/50,000, Cosmos Stage 5th level, Constellation Earth Force 15,000/50,000, Cosmos Stage 5th level, Constellation Ice Force 11,000/30,000, Cosmos Stage 3rd level, Constellation Poison Force 7,600/90,000, Cosmos Stage 9th level. All 5 force attributes rose at the same time, and all of them had broken through. This undoubtedly allowed Wang Tong's overall ability to rise greatly. Among them, the Constellation Poison Force rose the most. It reached the 9th level cosmos stage directly. It wasn't at the peak yet, but it was far ahead of the other forces. Lu Meng wasn't weak. He had provided a substantial amount of constellation poison force, which Wang Teng found quite satisfactory. The constellation ice force was weaker. It was originally at the 1st level of the cosmos stage, so it was easier to raise. Hence, it rose directly to the 3rd level. The other 3 forces only rose by 1 level. Of course, this was already quite fast. 1 battle, 1 level of improvement. What more could one ask for? Following this, there were advancements in enlightenment and spirit. Spirit 68600/200000 Cosmos Realm. Enlightenment 205000/300000 Universe Realm. These 2 attributes were also very important for Wang Teng. Enlightenment would affect his ability to deduce techniques, understand the power of origins, and improve his power. As he planned to create techniques at the heaven stage, Universe Realm enlightenment might not be enough. After all, the scripture he wanted to create was extraordinary. Spirit, on the other hand, influenced Wang Teng's spiritual power. The stronger his spiritual power, the more spiritual power Wang Teng could control. Now that his physical body had reached a frightening level, he would strive to catch up with his force and spirit as soon as possible. All 3 were indispensable. Each of these elements was like a plank of wood in a barrel, and if any of them were too short, it became the limiting factor for a martial warrior. However, not all martial warriors could balance these elements, and many chose to specialize in one. Some specialized in force, some in physical strength, some in spirit. Everyone's choices were different. As for Wang Teng, he wanted all of them where others were strong. He was strong. Where others weren't strong, he was strong too. This was his martial arts path. Then, there was the power of domain. The domains of the 5 martial warriors weren't weak. Besides one ice element martial warrior who had a 6th rank domain, the others were all at the 7th rank. In Wang Teng's mind, he suddenly found various insights. His frost domain, originally at the 5th level of the actualization phase, had now elevated to the 6th level of the normal phase. He was still at the 5th level of the actualization phase, but even that was an accomplishment seldom achieved by a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Chapter 2067 Chance Encounter. Rejected. 2. What's more, this was the Frost domain. It was stronger than a normal domain. Frost domain, 1250/6000 6th rank, 100/5000 actualization 5th rank. Also, his metal, earth, and water domains rose to the 7th level. The enlightenment of the 3 heaven stage martial warriors wasn't weak. Wang Teng was lucky. These 3 domains were originally at the 6th rank, but they had risen by a full rank now. Mind you, the further you went, the harder it was to grasp the power of domain, especially the latter 3 tiers that belonged to the advanced stage of domain mastery. Some heaven stage martial warriors might not even be able to grasp it completely, much less Cosmos stage martial warriors. Metal domain, 2300/7000 7th rank. Earth domain, 1600/7000 7th rank. B0XO. Calm water domain, 1300/7000 7th rank. Wang Teng took a deep breath and smiled when he saw that all his domains had reached the 7th rank. This was a huge gain. As his earth and water domains increased, his flaming magnetic meteor domain and netherworld domain increased too. Wang Teng smiled. He looked at the last domain, poison domain. Poison domain, 1500/7000 7th rank. Lu Meng's poison domain wasn't weak either. It reached the 7th rank and allowed Wang Teng's poison domain to rise from the 5th rank to the 7th rank. It rose by 2 levels. It wasn't easy to improve a poison domain. Finding a poison element martial warrior was hard. He's my benefactor. I should have kept him alive to continue reaping the benefits, but I lost control momentarily. Wang Teng sighed and shook his head. At this moment, another attribute bubble merged into King Teng's mind, transforming into enlightenment. A human-shaped light figure emerged, sitting cross-legged and engaged in cultivation. Meridians and various acupoints appeared within the human-shaped light figure, glowing brightly. Outside the light figure, serpentine shadows materialized, coiling around it in a peculiar manner. Python, King Venomous Art. A poison scripture? King Tung's eyes sparkled with delight. This was a rare discovery, and according to the insights, the Python King Venomous Art was a universe stage scripture, making it even more valuable. Python King Venom Art, 1500/5000, well-versed, the attributes and techniques he obtained from Lu Meng were substantial, allowing Wang Tung to quickly reach a well-versed level of mastery in the Python King Venomous Art, which saved him a lot of effort. He closed his eyes, allowing his constellation poison force to flow along the path of the Python King Venomous Art, feeling its intricacies. It requires the fusion of different serpent bloodlines to unleash its formidable power. No wonder Lu Meng sought to obtain the bloodline of the queen. Wang Tung shook his head. The pursuit of techniques and power had led Lu Meng down this path, and it wasn't the most honorable course of action. Apart from that, there were various talent attribute bubbles, and several Heaven Stage martial warriors' talents had reached the divine level. However, with his poison, ice, and water talents already at the divine level, Wang Tung didn't have much use for them. Divine level metal talent. 21800/50,000 divine level earth talent. 18500/50,000 in an instant, Wang Tung felt that his two talents had improved again. He was more sensitive to the metal force and earth force around him. Unfortunately, this was a small world and the power of origin wasn't complete. If not, Wang Tung would have gained some understanding of the origin of earth and the origin of metal. Besides talent attributes, Wang Tung also received a few divine level weapon talents. Divine level sword talent. 13500/50,000 divine level blade talent. 4500/50,000 divine level axe talent. 3800/50,000 divine Kevel spear talent. 16,000/50,000 is 4 weapon type talents, including sword talent and spear talent, were already at the divine level, and they had now improved even further. This made Wang Tung's proficiency and comprehension of both sword and spear techniques even more profound and skillful. Wang Tung was now proficient in sword and spear techniques, having mastered various sword and spear techniques. He felt a sense of enlightenment. He understood some things he didn't in the past. In an instant, his mastery and comprehension of various sword and spear techniques had greatly improved. His talents in axe and blade techniques, which were originally at the imperial level, had now risen to the divine level, resulting in significant changes. Wang Tung felt an immediate clarity with sword and axe techniques and related insights emerging vividly in his mind. His gaze even seemed to emit a bright blade and axe light, exuding a sense of sharpness. Fortunately, he shut his gaze in time, for if anyone were to face him at that moment, they might experience some form of spiritual impact. With all the attribute bubbles now integrated into his body, they had become a part of him. Wang Tung gradually opened his eyes, a glint of satisfaction in his gaze. Just coming out of the blood pool and experiencing such a significant power-up, Wang Tung couldn't help but feel quite delighted. Those 5 Heaven Stage martial warriors were good people. They were here to give him gifts. He looked towards the queen in the distance and flew over to her, asking, "What are you all doing? Having a battle?" "I intend to consolidate Scorpion King Star," the queen replied calmly. Wow! Wang Tung widened his eyes. This woman had quite ambitious goals. Brother Wang Tung, Master has successfully unified the star already. Little Qing'er flew over and smiled. "Oh, it's already over? I was wishing to join in on the fun," Wang Tung replied regretfully. The queen of Rue, Snake City. Little Qing, far away, Damrung was utterly speechless. Who is this guy treating battles like child's play? Chapter 2068 Chance Encounter. Rejected. 3. It was fortunate that this monster arrived late. Otherwise, if he had joined the battle, there would have been trouble for everyone. Damrung was even questioning whether he could withstand a single punch from this terrifying figure. He might die. Brother Wang Tung, you seem to have become stronger. Little Chinger broke the awkward atmosphere and said with admiration, "It's not that big of a deal. Just a slight breakthrough. Those people are too weak. They couldn't even withstand a few punches," Wang Tung said humbly. But no one felt his modesty. They thought he was showing off. They couldn't even withstand a few punches. While the statement might be true, it sounded rather insensitive. They were already dead, but he was still criticizing them. The queen couldn't be bothered with him and flew to the side, ordering others to take control of Lee Snake City. Damrung showed no signs of unwillingness. Well, he was too afraid. He was afraid of being beaten to death by Wang Tung. Wang Tung paid no attention to these trivial matters. He only needed to acquire what he came for. The queen didn't disappoint him either. She had everything prepared. While Wang Tung was in slumber, she had already ordered her people to gather various poison element spiritual herbs and even sent them on hunts to acquire the poison element star beast that Wang Tung had instructed them to find before. After uniting the various major serpent cities, there was a massive outburst of resources and manpower at the disposal of the queen, which made all these tasks quite manageable. In Rue Snake City, Cangzhu, Little Chinger, Wang Tung, and the others were all back to prepare for the final coronation. Cangzhu was about to become the ruler of the entire Scorpion King planet. On this day, all the powerful members of the snake race gathered. They had come from various cities to witness the queen's ascension to the throne. Many of them had complex expressions as they waited in silence. It had been a long time since someone had managed to unite all the snake men on the Scorpion King planet, and now the queen of the Rue Snake City had emerged as a ruler, which was truly surprising. The plaza of the Rue Snake City was packed with people. Everyone swarmed onto the main street. The city was adorned with decorations, and the atmosphere was incredibly festive. As the people of Rue Snake City, the original citizens of this city were particularly proud. Their queen would soon become the ruler of the entire Scorpion King planet. Bang! 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 Suddenly, the entire Rue Snake City resounded with the beating of drums. All fell silent as their gazes turned toward the raised platform ahead. On the platform, a series of stone steps extended up to the throne. The throne had a peculiar appearance, resembling a coiled serpent, radiating solemnity and majesty. This throne was designed to mimic the Naga race's throne, as per the queen's request. From this moment forward, it would symbolize the supreme authority over the entire Scorpion King planet. At this very moment, a graceful figure appeared beneath the stone steps. She stood with her back to the audience, dressed in an opulent purple robe. Adorning her head was a snake-shaped crown, representing her royal status, and in her hand, she held the scepter of the snakemen's supreme authority. The scepter was crafted by fusing the scepters from each of the 9 major snake clans. It bore 9 snake heads, each embedded with a gem. These gems were taken from the scepters of the 9 strongest snake clans. Some of the powerful beings in the crowd twitched at the sight of the scepter. However, when their gazes shifted to 2 figures standing atop a palace at a distance, they couldn't help but sigh deeply. Upon that palace, 2 figures stood together. One was a young man with black hair, hands clasped behind his back. Facing the grand coronation event, his eyes held no excitement, only a calm serenity. Beside him, a young snake girl was visibly excited, her eyes gleaming as she gazed toward the queen in the distance. "Why are you so excited?" Wang Tung chuckled. "Brother Wang Tung, you don't understand. It was so difficult for our snake men to unite like this. Master has achieved a remarkable feat," Little Chinger explained. "Perhaps," Wang Tung nodded. He looked to the sky and continued, "We'll be leaving soon, and you'll discover that the world outside is much larger than this. Once you've experienced it, scenes like today won't hold the same significance." Little Chinger bit her lips, her gaze flickering slightly. She was feeling quite nervous inside, but she chose not to say much at this moment. Meanwhile, the queen from afar was making her way up the stone steps towards the raised platform. All eyes followed her every move. Once she reached the throne and turned to face the crowd, her striking, elongated eyes surveyed those below. She spoke slowly. Today, the entire snake men of Scorpion King Planet will be unified, and you all shall become my subjects. Together, we will strive and not be subject to the oppression of the extraterrestrial humans. As the Queen's voice reverberated, many in the crowd had mixed emotions. Was it possible to avoid the oppression of extraterrestrial humans? It seemed too difficult. Even with the help of that man, it would still be an arduous endeavor, they thought. However, they couldn't help but admire the Queen, for she was doing something they wouldn't dare to attempt. Some things had to be tried, and perhaps this would be a promising start. At least there was a glimmer of hope, wasn't there? I know many of you are skeptical, but want to tell you that after today's coronation, I will leave to explore the outside world. The Queen suddenly dropped a bombshell, leaving the crowd stunned, their hearts shaken. What? The Queen was leaving this world? Was it because of the extraterrestrial human? In the past, some had left, but they had been captured and taken away as slaves. However, the Queen's announcement indicated that she wasn't becoming a slave. Instead, she was leaving with another identity. Chapter 2069, Chance Encounter. Rejected. 4. A legitimate and honorable identity. At this moment, everyone was in an uproar. Who wouldn't want to leave this world? Who would be willing to stay here and continue to be treated like livestock? They all wanted to leave. Your Majesty, can we also leave? Someone finally asked the question. I will become a formidable warrior and return to lead you out of this small world. The Queen's voice came once more, calm and majestic, as if describing a simple matter. Even Wang Tung couldn't help but feel that she was a bit ostentatious. Did she learn from him? Wang Tung had some doubts, but it couldn't be related to him. He never acted ostentatious. It must be an inherent skill of this queen. After all, she was a queen. Wasn't being ostentatious part of the job description? The other snake men fell into silence. While they had already guessed the possibility, hearing the outcome still filled them with a sense of loss. During my absence, all of you must fulfill your duties. If anyone causes trouble, do not blame me for being ruthless upon my return, the Queen stated. She glanced around calmly. Wang Tung couldn't help but chuckle softly. The Queen was quite interesting. She thought of using this method to make these people obedient. And it worked. As long as these people desired to leave this world, they wouldn't act rashly in the days to come. Furthermore, from this point on, even if someone wanted to cause trouble, others wouldn't allow it. Leaving this world was their most fervent desire. It was hard for this woman of such exceptional beauty, and she was a snake woman, to not be eye-catching. Little Chinger, can you do it too? Wang Tung looked at Little Chinger, who was still chuckling. Yes, Little Ching said, and her face underwent subtle changes, different from before. Her demeanor also experienced a slight shift. How fascinating, Wang Tung exclaimed. The universe was vast, and it held countless wonders. He hadn't expected the snake men to possess such a unique ability. This ability is somewhat akin to his morphing talent, allowing for changes in muscles and bones to alter one's appearance, making it challenging to detect. It's not all that great. We can't make drastic changes. This is already the limit, the Queen said. Wang Tung nodded. It seemed that his advanced stage disguise talent was a bit more powerful. After all, it was designed specifically for such purposes. So what should I call you? Wang Tung asked. Let's go with Songyu. I've always liked this name, the Snakeman Queen said with a glint in her eyes. Songyu. This name sounds better than Songzhu. Songzhu sounds old-fashioned. Wang Tung nodded. The Queen, even though she liked the name, Songyu, she didn't appreciate others calling Songzhu old-fashioned. And was it old-fashioned? Songzhu was a pleasant name. All right, since we're all ready, let's set off, Wang Tung said, not knowing what the others were thinking. Songyu and Little Chinger exchanged glances with each other. They took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. Then, let's depart. Wang Tung ascended into the air and, with a sweeping gesture, summoned a massive spaceship. Devil Slayer. Chapter 2070, Chance Encounter. Rejected. 5. With his current confidence, Wang Tung was not afraid of drawing attention with a universe-level spacecraft. If anyone dared to challenge them, they would find out that his fists were not to be trifled with. Song Yu and little Qing'er were awestruck and amazed when they saw this massive and ferocious-looking spacecraft. They had seen various spaceships from extraterrestrial humans, but this large and unique vessel was something entirely new to them. The aura emanating from the spaceship made it clear that it was no ordinary spacecraft. Many snake men were drawn to the sudden appearance of the spaceship and looked up to the sky. Numerous snake men elites were left in shock. They understood that the time for the queen to depart had arrived, and all eyes were on this moment, their expressions complex. Let's go. Wang Tung paid no mind to the onlookers and flew directly into the spaceship. Song Yu and little Qing'er took a close look at the Rue Snake City below, a tinge of nostalgia in their eyes. Finally, they turned towards the massive and fearsome spaceship. In the next instant, the spaceship transformed into a streak of black light and shot into the sky, disappearing from the sight of the onlookers. Many people gazed at this scene, unable to snap out of their trance for a long time. Inside the spaceship's control room, Song Yu and little Qing'er sized up their surroundings curiously with an air of country girls venturing into the city. Even if they were beautiful women, they couldn't hide the strong rural charm they exuded. "Take a seat, don't be shy," Wang Tung called out, warmly inviting them. Round Ball popped into view and gave a slight smile to the two. "Wow, so round." Little Qing'er saw Round Ball and her eyes widened, amazed, and exclaimed, "You're so round." "That's good to know." Song Yu felt relieved. "Let's all take a rest. Once we arrive, Round Ball will let us know," Wang Tung suggested. Song Yu and little Qing'er nodded. However, they were about to leave this world, and their hearts were far from calm. They had no intention of resting at this moment. Wang Tung didn't pay much attention to them, allowing them to adapt in their own time. There would be many things that would astound them in the future. The Devil Slayer spacecraft sailed through the starry sky of the poison erosion world at high speed. After half an hour, it reached the edge of the poison erosion world, and Round Ball woke Wang Tung up. Wang Tung flew out of the spaceship and presented his token, activating it. The token transformed into a stream of light and headed toward the emptiness in the starry sky. Before long, a dim blue vortex appeared, initially a mere speck, but quickly expanding into a massive gateway. Song Yu and little Qing'er stood beside Wang Tung. As they witnessed this scene, their emotions surged. Was this the exit? The exit from this world appeared so easily before them, and everything seemed unreal. The two of them were in a daze. "Let's go." Wang Tung smiled and kept the Devil Slayer, heading towards the dim blue vortex. Song Yu and little Qing'er regained their senses and quickly followed, fearing that if they were even slightly slower, the vortex would disappear. In an instant, the three of them entered the vortex. They experienced a disorienting sensation, and soon they found themselves in a grand hall. Before Song Yu and little Qing'er could stabilize themselves, a voice was heard. "Huh!" Simultaneously, a powerful pressure descended from the hall and pressed on it Song Yu and little Qing'er. Chapter 2071, The Constellation Society will disband today. 1. A formidable presence descended upon them, casting its weight upon Song Yu and little Qing'er, rendering them pallid and immobilized. Astonishment appeared in their eyes. The overwhelming pressure was incredibly strong, signaling the presence of a powerful being in this place. Song Ye's heart churned with restlessness. They had barely left their world, and they were already confronted by an unimaginably mighty guardian. It was no wonder that throughout the annals of time, none from their world had been able to escape solely through their strength. Boom! At that very moment, another aura surged forth, ancient and profound, providing some reprieve from the oppressive force for Song Yu and little Qing. Even Wang Tung, who possessed the primordial consciousness of no small measure, found himself struggling. In comparison to the aura emanating from the Great Hall, his strength seemed minuscule. B0XL, calm as confidence, previously swelled by his surging power, was now abruptly extinguished by a deluge of icy reality. F***K. Never had Wang Tung anticipated such an overwhelming presence within this grand hall. When he entered the poison erosion world from this great hall, he didn't feel anything. Wang Tung activated his real eye instinctively and looked around the great hall, searching for the source of this formidable aura. As his gaze swept across a corner, the figure of an elderly man caught his eye. Aside from this, he beheld nothing else. This elder appeared entirely unremarkable, devoid of any apparent uniqueness. He was seated cross-legged with an aura of twilight enveloping his entire being, as though nearing the end of his days. However, Wang Tung didn't dare to underestimate him. Even his real eye couldn't see anything. This elder was a formidable warrior who was much more powerful than him. At that moment, the elderly man let out a soft, raspy exclamation. His aged voice slowly reached their ears. "Young one, what is your name?" he asked. "Wang Tung." Wang Tung replied. "Wang Tung. That name sounds familiar to me." The elder pondered for a moment before suddenly recalling. "Ah, I remember now. You are the one from this generation who ascended to the star rankings." "Yes," Wang Tung replied honestly. "You brought these two snake men out." The elder didn't say anything else and asked. "Yes," Wang Tung nodded and explained. "They awakened the bloodline of the Naga race, showing great talent. I intend to bring them back to the stellar academies." "Oh," the elder expressed some surprise and, at that moment, slowly opened his eyes, looking toward them. "Naga race. Young ladies, release your bloodline for me to see." The elder's voice now carried through spiritual fluctuations, and even though Tsang Yu and Little Qing'er did not understand the common universal language, they grasped his intent. However, they didn't trust outsiders, so they glanced at Wang Tung. Wang Tung nodded reassuringly. Only then did the two of them release the innate power of their bloodlines, each conjuring the spectral visage of the primordial oceanic serpent. Indeed, it's the Naga bloodline, but the bloodline power of this little girl seems to be stronger. As for the other, it appears her bloodline power was activated through external means, the elder remarked, his gaze flickering briefly. "Your observation is astute," Wang Tung replied with a smile. "Since you've awakened the Naga bloodline, your talents are indeed commendable. You are both qualified to enter our stellar academies," the elder concluded. Wang Tung's face lit up with a hint of delight. It seemed this matter was going to be a success. "Very well, you may leave." The elder closed his eyes once more, paying no further attention to the three of them. It seemed that allowing them an audience had been a considerable favor. Wang Tung respectfully bowed to the elder before departing from the grand hall with Tsang Yu and Little Qing. They made their way outside, proceeding towards the valley. Tsang Yu and Little Qing'er heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that they had passed the first test successfully. There were many Stellar Academy students in the valley. They were surprised when they saw Wang Tung and his companions. In particular, Tsang Yu and Little Qing'er left many in awe. Those who could do missions here were all frequent visitors of the toxic eclipse world. They were familiar with the snake men. They had seen many beautiful snake women before. However, seeing such extraordinarily alluring and exceptional snake women like these two was a first. They couldn't tear their stares away from Tsang Yu and Little Qing. "Let's go." Wang Tung shook his head in resignation. Although he had expected some reactions, he hadn't anticipated their responses to be quite so exaggerated. Their self-control was severely lacking. If only they could be as composed as he was. Moreover, Tsang Yu and Little Qing'er had changed their appearances. They weren't as stunning as before. Nevertheless, their presence still managed to create a considerable stir. It appeared that their beauty and charisma were indeed too exceptional to be concealed entirely, even with the changes they had made. Wang Tung had no desire to draw any more attention to themselves. He intended to depart with Tsang Yu and Little Qing. At this moment, a young man accompanied by several others approached and greeted Wang Tung with a smile. "Excuse me, which Stellar Academy are you from?" "What's the matter?" Wang Tung didn't reply to him and frowned. "I'm Ding Jie from the 4th Stellar Academy," and I was just wondering if you'd be willing to sell these two snake women. Ding Jie maintained his composure even in the face of Wang Tung's impatience, and continued with a cheerful tone. They're not my personal property, so there's no question of selling. You should move along, Wang Tung replied dismissively, unwilling to entertain such a frivolous request. You must be joking. They are merely two snake women. Since you brought them here, naturally they belong to you. How about doing me a favor and handing them over? Ding Jie emitted a hint of pressure, his demeanor still genial as he approached Wang Tung with a smile. Chapter 2072, The Constellation Society will disband today. 2. Ding Jie could tell that this young man was just at the Cosmos stage. He was likely a new student from an academy with the audacity to undertake missions. He must have some degree of strength, as surviving a mission indicated a certain level of competence. Hence, he was a little overconfident. As a senior, he felt a responsibility to teach his junior how to survive in the stellar academies. Wang Tung's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the young man. With a sly curve at the corner of his mouth, he suddenly chuckled. Ding Jie frowned, clearly disliking Wang Tung's smile. He had seen this kind of smile on others, but they had been far more powerful than him. It was normal for them to look down on him. Or I did this brat have. Leave. At that very moment, Wang Tung uttered a single cold word. Ding Jie's face darkened, and he was about to retort when, in mid-sentence, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from Wang Tung, cutting off his words. Boom! Ding Jie's expression changed slightly. He, along with several people behind him, was simultaneously pushed back several meters by the overwhelming force. Wang Tung's current presence was far from ordinary. Even though he had appeared weak before the Elder in the Grand Hall, he was entirely different when dealing with these individuals. His physical body had grown immensely powerful, and the intimidating aura emanating from his body alone was more than an ordinary person could withstand. With this level of strength, you still want to bully a freshman? Wang Tung advanced step by step toward Ding Jie, his aura cascading like waves, layer upon layer pressing down upon him. Ding Jie's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes filled with terror. He felt as though he was being stalked by a colossal beast, rendering him completely immobilized. Senior, times have changed. Go back and cultivate for a few years before coming to bully people. Wang Tung passed by Ding Jie, patted his shoulder, and left behind these words before departing with Song Yu and Little Qing. A bead of cold sweat trickled from Ding Jie's forehead and into his eye, causing him to blink as he slowly regained his composure, his heart still filled with fear. Where did this monster come from? Such a terrifying aura. Was he really at the Cosmos stage? A series of questions appeared in his mind. He contemplated Wang Tung's face and wondered when this monster appeared in stellar academies. At that moment, someone behind him tugged at his clothing. Let's get out of here quickly. We've embarrassed ourselves this time. Ding Jie suddenly realized, looking around to find everyone reveling in his humiliation. His face alternated between shades of red and white, as he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Let's go. Ding Jie promptly led his group away, no longer able to face the situation. There was a buzz of discussion from those around them. That young man just now, why does he seem a bit familiar? Like I've seen him somewhere before. Now that you mention it, I feel the same way. He does look familiar. He's only at the Cosmos stage, but he managed to intimidate a Heaven stage martial warrior. It looks like he's not weak. I wonder who he is. When did someone like him emerge among the new students? Ding Jie felt even more embarrassed, his face burning with humiliation. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes, and he resolved to thoroughly investigate the background of the person who had humiliated him once he returned. On the other hand, Wang Tung continued to lead Song Yu and Little Qing toward the academy's docking bay. Brother Wang Tung, what did that person say just now? It seemed like he was targeting us. Little Qing couldn't help but ask along the way. He wanted to buy you, Wang Tung replied with a smile. He wanted to buy us? Little Qing's face contorted with anger, her fists clenched tightly. Despicable, yet another person who looks down on us. Songye's eyes also displayed a hint of anger. When those people were watching them earlier, she felt the stares were extremely unpleasant, and it seemed that some still regarded them as livestock. Don't let it bother you. When we get to the stellar academies, your status will change, Wang Tong consoled them. Moreover, the academy is home to various races. Once you integrate there, no one will look down on you anymore. Of course, the most important thing is your strength. As long as you're powerful enough, no one can bully you. Like the person from earlier, he's only at the heaven stage. Even among heaven stage martial warriors, he's on the weaker side. I just used a bit of pressure and he got frightened. If your strength is formidable enough, you'll directly deter anyone from underestimating you. Some people just need a good thrashing. Song Yu and Little Qing'er wanted to laugh when they heard Wang Tong's words. However, their expressions soon shifted to a contemplative look, and they nodded in agreement. Throughout the journey, Roundball also explained to them the enormity and significance of the Stellar Academies, an entity that seemed both daunting and promising. In such a place, known for its inclusiveness, they might indeed find a way to truly integrate and escape being treated like mere livestock. In truth, when they first heard of the Stellar Academy's existence, they couldn't fathom that their world served as nothing more than a mission site for the Academy. This was a little ironic. The universe beyond was vast beyond their comprehension, teeming with countless powerful beings. Even within the Grand Hall they had just left, an existence beyond their wildest imagination was present. Faced with such an entity, Song Yu had felt utterly powerless and incapable of even considering resistance. At that time, she felt that she was going to die. In that moment, she had grasped the foolishness of her previous convictions. How could she, in her ignorance, have aspired to oppose the extraterrestrial humans? She had no inkling of what they truly represented. How could one possibly resist so many formidable beings alone? Chapter 2073, The Constellation Society, will disband today. 3. The fact that she was able to lead the snake race out of that small world was already quite impressive. You don't need to dwell on it. This universe has always been a place of survival of the fittest, not just in your world, but everywhere else as well. The idea of resistance is nothing more than a struggle within ourselves. As long as you grow strong enough, to a certain extent, you can break free from these constraints, and your resistance will then hold meaning. Wang Tong glanced at her and calmly spoke. Song Ye's eyes gleamed, and she nodded in understanding. Once, my homeland was even more humble than your Scorpion King star. It lacked even a single planetary stage martial warrior. Yet, I still managed to make my way into the cosmos stage, Wang Tong said with a smile. Your homeland didn't even have a planetary stage martial warrior? Song Yu found it somewhat incredulous. A place capable of producing individuals as extraordinary as him couldn't have been devoid of planetary stage martial warriors. Could it? Yes, originally, there wasn't a single planetary stage martial warrior there. We were on the brink of becoming slaves to the cosmic elites. Wang Tong replied nonchalantly, as though recounting a rather mundane tale. And what about now? Song Yu couldn't help but inquire softly. Wang Tong spoke with such calmness, but her heart was deeply moved, and she couldn't help but think of Scorpion King Star. How similar? Could it be that this guy was just like them? Did he have a similar past and experiences? No wonder he never looked down on them. I led them out, Wang Tong calmly stated. Song Yu was deeply moved. Had he led a whole planet out of adversity on his own? Such a remarkable individual. But considering his extraordinary talent, perhaps only someone of his caliber could lead their people out of dire circumstances. Could she do the same? Little Qing'er, too, gazed at Wang Tong with profound admiration. Wang Tong, their big brother, was truly remarkable. As they spoke, the group arrived at the docking bay where several ancient-looking warships were moored. Wang Tong led the two of them onto one of the ships. Wang Tong, what's this? It looks different from a typical spaceship and appears quite ancient. Little Qing'er marveled. Her curiosity piqued as she examined everything around her. This is an ancient warship. It's the standard of the Stellar Academies. It's good stuff. Wang Tung smiled and explained. An ancient warship? Is it very old? Little Qing'er inquired. Yes, it's extremely ancient, even older than your Scorpion King star, Wang Tung replied. Wow, that's impressive, Little Qing'er exclaimed. Once the group was assembled, the warship slowly lifted off, transforming into a streak of light and disappearing into the skies of the Devilwood Star. It headed towards the planet with the spatial teleportation array they had visited earlier. At the same time, in the Seven Stellar Academy, a group of individuals had gathered at the Academy's sparring arena. Their expressions marked by seriousness, these individuals were attired in the Academy's uniforms, each bearing a peculiar badge on their chests. The emblem displayed a deep cosmic backdrop adorned with countless stars, devoid of any other designs, giving it a simple yet majestic appearance. The Constellation Society. This was the symbol of the Constellation Society. In the 6 months since Wang Tung's departure, the Constellation Society, under the guidance of individuals like Yu Qiqiao, had gradually found its footing. However, it also encountered increasingly significant challenges. As the membership of the Constellation Society grew, it was inevitable that conflicts would arise with other Academy factions. Wang Tung's absence had left the Union without its core, and many others had set their sights on this lucrative target. In resolving disputes between different factions, the best method was through the arena. Yu Qiqiao had originally set guidelines for the Constellation Society to avoid stirring up trouble and focus on self-improvement while lying low, awaiting Wang Tung's return. However, other factions refused to leave them in peace and continually provoked them. Whenever a member of the Constellation Society was found in a training area, they would be immediately blocked by rivals. If they refused challenges, they would be obstructed to prevent them from practicing in peace. This method might be underhanded, but it was undeniably effective. It didn't violate the Academy's rules, so the Academy didn't intervene. The Academy's sparring arena was designed precisely for resolving conflicts among students. When words couldn't resolve disputes, fists and martial skills were used instead. The Stellar Academy's trained warriors, not a bunch of scholarly scholars. Ultimately, martial prowess held the highest regard. Facing the shameless actions of various factions, some members of the Constellation Society couldn't bear it any longer and accepted challenges. However, most of the Constellation Society members were still new students and hadn't yet matured, resulting in more losses than victories in the competitions. As this continued, frustration grew among the Constellation Society members, and more of them joined the sparring arena battles, each fighting with a burning resolve. With each defeat, the Stellar Union members' morale sank lower, casting the whole organization into a state of despondency. Once morale was shattered, many lost their motivation and will to fight. The Constellation Society had recently been established as a new force. While Wang Tung had gained some renown, the relentless setbacks over the past 6 months had severely tarnished its reputation. Meanwhile, some new students who had joined the established older factions rapidly grew in power, far surpassing the Constellation Society members. This dealt another blow to the morale of the Constellation Society members. Many had joined the Constellation Society with the hope of finding strength and solidarity quickly. However, the situation had turned out quite the opposite. These circumstances led many members to consider leaving. They thought that it might be better to join the older factions for the possibility of better development, rather than enduring mistreatment in a fledgling force. In the end, people were pragmatic, and not everyone can persevere until the end. Chapter 2074, The Constellation Society will disband today. For, of course, the people who joined the Constellation Society at the start were the most resolute. They had witnessed Wang Tung's capabilities and knew that everything would improve when he returned. So they waiting for Wang Tung's return. However, in the face of the current situation, the vice president, Yu Qiqiao, couldn't stand idly by. Other factions were pressuring them relentlessly, and she understood that if she didn't take action, the remaining members of the Constellation Society would likely disband. That's why a few days ago, when the Qingyan Society challenged them to a duel, Yu Qiqiao accepted. Undoubtedly, among the factions targeting the Constellation Society, the Qingyan Society was the most eager. They already had a grudge against Wang Teng, and their last attempt to force the Feng Yun Alliance to take over the Constellation Society failed, resulting in significant animosity. With Wang Teng's departure, they had no reservations and immediately launched an attack on the Constellation Society. The Qingyan Society had shown their fangs and tore off their pretense. They didn't plan to let the Constellation Society off. Their goal was to make the Constellation Society vanish from the Seventh Stellar Academy altogether. At this moment, in the sky, a ship belonging to the Qingyan Society hovered silently. The Qingyan Society's leader, Feng Qingyan, and Vice President Ruan Banlian, along with some of the society's top members, had gathered here. They looked down with expressions ranging from indifference to mockery. Surviving after provoking the Qingyan Society? That hadn't happened in years. The Constellation Society is coming to an end today. Feng Qingyan sighed, sounding quite regretful. Haha, we thought this Constellation Society was something extraordinary, but turns out all it takes is raising a few freshmen to deal with them. One of the Qingyan Society's high-ranking members chuckled. It's just a new faction after all. What kind of foundation could they possibly have? Another Qingyan Society high-ranking member said dismissively. I'm just a little disappointed. Compared to past new factions, this one wasn't so bad, Feng Qingyan remarked. Ruan Banlian gave him a sidelong glance, feeling somewhat exasperated with their leader's pretentiousness. President, it's just a Constellation Society. Why worry about it? These factions come and go with every generation. If you miss one, you'll catch the next. We don't lose anything if the Constellation Society disbands, a high-ranking Green Flame Society member said. Yeah. If you feel regretful, we can absorb the talented individuals from the Constellation Society once it disbands. I'm sure these people will understand the reality and be more than happy to join us. Another person confidently added. Good. Feng Qingyan nodded and said, that sounds good. You'll handle this. I want all these individuals to join our Qingyan Society before Wang Teng returns. No problem. Leave it to us, the members of the Qingyan Society responded. President, representatives from the Fei Yun Alliance and the Witch Tower Alliance have arrived. Will they take action? Ruan Banlian asked with concern. Don't worry, they won't dare. Wang Teng has become worthless, Feng Qingyan said indifferently. On the other side, members of the Witch Tower Alliance and the Fei Yun Alliance had also arrived. Their ships hovered in midair, ready to observe the crucial arena battle that would determine the fate of the Constellation Society. On the Fei Yun Alliance's ship, Ji Fei Yun was in communication with the head of the Witch Tower Alliance, Wu Ming. Both of them had opened a video screen, and they looked at each other with a hint of resignation. I didn't expect Feng Qingyan to go this far. Ji Fei Yun shook his head. Yeah, that guy's a schemer. He puts on one face in public, but another behind your back. Since Wang Teng offended him so severely last time, there's no way he would spare the Constellation Society. Wu Ming sat on the ship's couch, swaying a wine glass in his hand, speaking casually. That's true. Feng Qingyan is not a good character. Ji Fei Yun sighed and rubbed his temples. The problem is, this puts us in a difficult situation. Last time, you and I both made a stance in front of Wang Teng. If we don't do something this time, our relationship with him might come to an end. That guy, I can tell, is not one to let bygones be bygones. If you miss a chance with him, you're out. He's quite carefree, leaving his organization in the hands of his subordinates and going on missions himself. He has a big heart. Back when I first established the Witch Tower Alliance, I didn't dare to leave for even a moment. Wu Ming sighed. Ha, he's indeed carefree. Ji Fei Yun couldn't help but laugh, but then he became serious again and asked, do you think Wudu will get involved? Definitely not. Wu Ming rolled his eyes again, seemingly annoyed that Ji Fei Yun was asking the obvious. Oh, and why is that? Ji Fei Yun inquired, his eyes glinting as he questioned further. You're still playing mind games in front of me. Right now, Many people know that Wang Teng received an appointment notice as an associate council member from the Academy Arbitration Council before he left. But what did he do? He just walked away and didn't even attend the council meeting, let alone accept the appointment. It's like he slapped the face of our arbitration council. Do you think Wuda would dare to step in? He certainly won't. Wu Ming shook his head, expressing his mixed feelings. That kid Wang Teng is truly stubborn. He's too proud, even more than us. It's a kind of deep-seated pride, and he doesn't take the 7 judges seriously. Yeah, he's extremely proud. Ji Feiyun also felt deeply about it. Can you do something like that? Wu Ming asked with a smile. Ji Feiyun pondered for a moment, and Wu Ming didn't push him. Making such a decision wasn't something that anyone could do as casually as Wang Teng. Chapter 2075, The Constellation Society, will disband today. 5. I can't do it, and I dare not do it. Ji Feiyun shook his head after a moment. That's right. I wouldn't dare either, Wu Ming smiled. This kind of thing can only be done by someone like him, with confidence and pride. We can't. You've said so much, it seems like you want to help him, Ji Feiyun suddenly said. Yes, I want to take a gamble. In betting that he can do it, Wu Ming put away his smile, his eyes gleaming, nodding. Do you dare? Do I dare? Ji Feiyun laughed, his laughter somewhat sharp. If you dare, why wouldn't I? In addition to these 3 major forces, others had also gathered. The members of the Tong En's team piloted their spaceship, hovering in the air. They sat in the main control room, activating the panoramic simulation to display the situation below. I didn't expect junior brother Wang Teng to form a constellation society. He knows how to have fun, Tong En remarked curiously. Outstanding individuals shine wherever they are, Wei Na said with a slight smile. Talented individuals like junior brother Wang Teng will have many people willing to follow him. Suddenly, I feel like we're all a bunch of amateurs. I used to think I was good at stirring up trouble, but when compared to junior brother Wang Teng, it seems like we're nothing, Bai Yao said with a hint of helplessness. You're right. It seems we're not as exciting as junior brother Wang Teng, Tong En said, rubbing his chin. Enough of you guys. You'll play yourselves to death sooner or later, Qin Quan said, exasperated. Ha ha. Yuan Bai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then he added, I wonder how he's doing on Scorpion King Star? Has he finished absorbing everything? He ventured quite deep into the blood pool, and it took him quite some time. I wonder what the final results will be, Tong En said curiously. Maybe his strength will make a significant leap. It might startle a few people, Yuan Bai suggested. But for now, we need to see if this Constellation Society can overcome this challenge. I know that Feng Qingyan is not a good guy, Wei Na said. If worst comes to worst, we can always intervene and help the Constellation Society. Junior brother Wang Teng has helped us out quite a bit, so we should return the favor, Tong En said nonchalantly. While others might fear Feng Qingyan and not afraid of him. That's right, we should help out with this favor, Bai Yao and the others nodded in agreement. He must be feeling quite pleased with himself right now. When we intervene, I can't wait to see Feng Qingyan's expression, Tong En suddenly chuckled, finding it quite amusing. By the way, why don't we join the Constellation Society? It sounds like fun. Join the Constellation Society. Bai Yao, Vina, and the others were taken aback. After all, the Constellation Society was just a new student faction, and they hadn't considered joining it. After all, they had people supporting them, and whether they joined such a faction or not didn't matter. When a few of them gathered together, they already represented a formidable force. But now, Tong En suddenly proposed the idea, and the group took a moment to think about it. The Constellation Society was established by Wang Teng, and they had high expectations for him. Joining the society might not be a bad decision. So, shall we give it a try? Bai Yao looked at the others with uncertainty. I don't mind, Yuan Bai scratched his head. I'm in, Qin Quan said simply. Then count me in, Wei Na smiled. It's settled. Tong En's eyes sparkled, finding the situation increasingly enjoyable. Wan Dong and Feng Mo's team were watching the battle arena between the Constellation Society and the Qingyan Society. Their eyes flickered and their thoughts were hard to discern. They tried to remove the poison from their bodies, but it was proven to be impossible. This left them quite uneasy. After all, they belonged to the Heaven Crane Hall, and they had agreed to join Wang Tung's Constellation Society. If their association with the Constellation Society were to be discovered by the Heaven Crane Hall, they would be in deep trouble. What made the situation even more absurd was that the Constellation Society was now on the brink of collapse. They secretly hoped that the Qingyan Society, led by Feng Qingyan, would eliminate the Constellation Society so they wouldn't have to join it. In the arena, Yu Qiqiao was standing face to face with a fellow warrior. Yu Qiqiao remained expressionless as she looked at the lady opposite her. Her heart was heavy. The other woman was a new member trained by the Qingyan Society, named Wen Ningfu. She witnessed Wen Ningfu's strength in action and knew she was strong. She had already defeated many of the Constellation Society's talented members. That was why she had to step in. Wen Ningfu had a beautiful face, radiating a sense of pride as she looked at Yu Qiqiao and said, "You're the vice president of the Constellation Society, aren't you?" She had seen Yu Qiqiao before, and her question was more of a deliberate confirmation. She believed that Yu Qiqiao wasn't a match for her, and by revealing Yu Qiqiao's identity, she aimed to defeat her in the upcoming duel. This way, she could step on Yu Qiqiao and boost her reputation. The Constellation Society had gained a lot of attention recently, and Yu Qiqiao, as Wang Tung's representative, had also caught the eye of many. If she could defeat Yu Qiqiao, it would undoubtedly make her stand out among the new students. "That's right," Yu Qiqiao replied calmly. There were no emotions in her eyes. "Don't resist, you're not my match." Seeing Yu Qiqiao's attitude, Wen Ningfu frowned and then lifted her slender neck arrogantly. "Since you're in the arena, don't say such childish things. Let's fight." Yu Qiqiao sneered. "If you want to make yourself known by defeating me, be careful not to step on your own feet." Wen Ningfu was infuriated by Moon Qiqiao's words. Yu Qiqiao appeared to be at the end of her rope, yet she remained defiant with her high and mighty attitude. Wen Ningfu wished she could tear her apart. Since you're looking for death, they'll gladly oblige." She snorted and took a step, charging fiercely towards Yu Qiqiao. Yu Qiqiao's gaze sharpened, and she wielded her battle sword, gracefully gliding out to meet her opponent, colliding with her head-on. Boom! On the dueling platform, a fierce battle erupted, resounding with thunderous clashes. Below, Wade, Borit, Yu Yunxian, and other members watched the duel with concern. Wen Ningfu had recently gained popularity and secured a position within the top 30 of the freshman leaderboard. In contrast, Yu Qiqiao was ranked within the top 50 because she was often preoccupied with various matters related to the Constellation Society. There was still a considerable gap between them. However, Yu Qiqiao rarely challenged the freshman leaderboard, and it had been 2 months since her last challenge. Her actual strength was hard to determine. Boom! 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 On the dueling platform, the echoing booms reverberated. The two women seemed to be filled with fiery determination, and their clashes became increasingly intense, with each unleashing their domain power. Yu Qiqiao wielded a battle sword, as did Wen Ningfu. Both of them unleashed their sword light, targeting each other's vital points with every strike. It was either a direct assault or aimed at each other's faces, making the spectators below break into nervous sweat. "She's so fierce," Wade muttered, swallowing hard. Bear was also astounded. He had always thought of Yu Qiqiao as an easygoing person who rarely got angry. However, now it seemed that it wasn't that she didn't get angry, but rather that she hadn't reached the point of getting angry. When she did get angry, it was terrifying. Yu Yongxin's face was hazy. Her gaze flickered slightly as he watched the fight on the dueling platform. It was unclear what was going through his mind. Soon, he closed his eyes, apparently no longer paying attention to the match, choosing to rest instead. On the other side, several martial artists from the Qingyan Society were secretly observing them. They would intervene next, and their opponents would be Borit, Yu Yunxian, and the others. Chapter 2076, I won't disappoint the president. One boom. In the arena, a figure was thrown back, and it was when Ningfu. She took a shallow breath and suddenly felt a warm sensation on her cheek accompanied by a sharp pain. Her expression changed. As she reached out to touch her face, a glaring crimson color came into her view. You dare to hurt my face, you wretch. When Ningfu was furious, glaring fiercely at Yu Qiqiao across from her. My apologies, I couldn't control it. Yu Qiqiao exhaled softly, her expression calm. B0XO. Calm. You're asking for death. When Ningfu's face turned extremely unpleasant, and the force within her erupted completely. Strange fluctuations emanated from her body. A powerful sword conscious filled up the arena. She integrated her domain into her sword technique, creating a series of sword lights. Her wood domain was extraordinary. At this moment, the arena was filled with emerald green sword lights, permeating the sky with an unending sense of vitality. It was as if the trees were growing, flourishing without end. These sword lights were full of life, but concealed a deadly intent, a manifestation of the wood domain's characteristics. It was evident that when Ningfu had a firm grasp of her wood domain, there a hint of seriousness appeared in Yu Qiqiao's eyes. Although this woman was verbally offensive, her strength was undoubtedly formidable. Yu Qiqiao did not underestimate her. She brandished her long sword with a shake, releasing peculiar fluctuations. Water Lunar Domain. The unique domain wielded by Yu Qiqiao was now unveiled on this dueling platform. The domain's power spread out, and when Ningfu's expression changed slightly, it was as if she could see a vast sea with a bright moon rising above it. What kind of domain is this? She could feel that this was a water element domain, but it was different from the ordinary ones. There seemed to be something special within it. This wasn't just a water domain. It was a hybrid domain. Even if your domain is mixed, it doesn't matter. My domain has already reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier, while yours seems to be in the early stages of the 4th tier, perhaps recently comprehended, when Ningfu snorted coldly. Her eyes gleamed with a hint of insight, as if she had seen something. She didn't give Yu Qiqiao any more time. Her domain erupted, and all the sword lights in the sky formed a torrent of emerald green sword lights, crashing down towards Yu Qiqiao. Yu Qiqiao stood beneath this torrent, lifting her head. She swung her war sword with a sudden motion. Boom! In the next moment, it seemed like there was a peculiar burst of sword light on her sword. At this moment, her entire being appeared as if it had transformed into a bright moon, rising from the sea. Mirror flower, water moon. The illusory and real moon existed in between, and countless illusions surfaced. When Ningfu saw a scene where her torrent of sword lights overwhelmed Yu Qiqiao, she had won. Boom! But at that moment, a thunderous sound reverberated. Crack! When Ningfu felt as though something shattered before her eyes, and all the illusions vanished. In their place, she saw a bright moon with a sword light cleaving through it. What? When Ningfu's face filled with shock, a look of disbelief. She attempted to dodge, but it was too late. The sword light struck her directly. Her battle armor managed to block the sword light, but the devastating force behind it still sent her flying, blood spraying from her mouth. Fine sword rays had left behind scars on Ningfu's cheeks. When Ningfu almost had a breakdown, feeling the stinging pain on her face, she knew she had to be disfigured. Her opponent had done it intentionally. For martial warriors, such injuries could be quickly healed with some medicinal herbs, but her unsightly appearance must have been seen by many people, which she couldn't bear. When Ningfu wanted to scream, but her voice was trapped in her throat. Just then, a cold gleam flashed as Yu Qiqiao's sword rested on Ningfu's neck. Why don't you try screaming? Yu Qiqiao said nonchalantly. When Ningfu's eyes widened, her face turning pale, filled with reluctance. But as she looked at Yu Qiqiao's indifferent expression, she found herself unable to speak. The environment fell silent, followed by a wave of gasps. So powerful. When Ningfu lost? This vice president of the Constellation Society has some skills. That last strike wasn't ordinary. It seemed to involve some spiritual techniques. This is impressive. The Constellation Society seems to have quite the talents. The Qingyan Society made a fool of themselves this time. They initiated the challenge, only to be defeated in the very first battle. Below the arena, Wade and the other members of the Constellation Society exploded in cheers. Sister Yu is impressive. Sister Yu is amazing. Wade led the charge, and a group of people in the crowd below began proclaiming and cheering with deafening voices. Sister Yu is impressive. Sister Yu is amazing. Sister Yu is impressive. Sister Yu is amazing. Yu Qiqiao sighed in exasperation and shot a glare at Wade. She was not too pleased with his enthusiastic cheering. She was not Wang Tung and didn't need such raucous support. On the other hand, Yu Yunxian showed a momentary flicker of interest. That last sword strike had piqued his curiosity. This young lady, another prodigy from the great Qian Empire, had created her unique swordsmanship path. In the distance, a young guy in a black combat suit, wearing an intimidating expression, watched the arena in surprise. His fingers twitched slightly, as if he had the urge to unsheath his sword. On the Qingyan Society's spaceship, Feng Qinjian's face darkened. This situation was not what he had anticipated. The Constellation Society's vice president possessed such formidable strength. He turned to the other high-ranking members of the Qingyan Society. They wore uncomfortable expressions, not having expected this outcome either. When Ningfu, who was in the top 30 of the freshman leaderboard, was defeated by Yu Qiqiao, who was ranked among the top 50. This was embarrassing. Chapter 2077, I won't disappoint the president. 2. In their hearts, they cursed when Ningfu. There's no need to worry too much, President. This is just the first round. Yu Qiqiao is the vice president of the Constellation Society, and perhaps Wang Tung has invested a lot in her, helping her improve her strength, said Wan Banlian. I hope the following matches won't disappoint me. Feng Qingyan nodded, speaking calmly. No, President, don't worry. The other members of the Constellation Society don't have much of a track record. We are confident that we can win the upcoming matches, the high-ranking members of the Qingyan Society assured. Ji Feiyun, Wu Ta, and the others were astounded. They hadn't expected the vice president of the Constellation Society to possess such strength and win the first match. They initially only recognized Wang Tung's potential, but now it seemed that the Constellation Society wasn't just about Wang Tung's talent. There were other remarkable talents within their ranks. B0XL. Calm in the past, Wang Tung's brilliance overshadowed everyone, but now that he was absent, Yu Qiqiao and others were displaying their unique brilliance. The situation was getting more and more interesting. On the other spaceship, Tong In and the others were equally astonished by Yu Qiqiao's performance. This young lady has excellent talent. Tong In looked at Yu Qiqiao with renewed enthusiasm. After leaving Scorpion Kingstar, she could no longer flirt with the beautiful queen, so she was quite bored. Now, she seemed to have found another interesting young lady. To serve as the vice president of the Constellation Society, her talent and strength must be exceptional. Wang Tung has a good eye, Wei Na commented. The Qingyan Society has just been slapped in the face. They probably never expected the Constellation Society to have such talents, Bai Yao said. I'm suddenly excited. I wonder if there are other talents in the Constellation Society? Tong In asked curiously. It's hard to say. It seems like other members don't have any remarkable achievements, Wei Na replied. In the arena, the match had already concluded. Yu Qiqiao sheathed her sword and left the arena, without casting another glance at Ningfu's face was filled with resentment as she gave Yu Qiqiao's departing figure a hateful look. She then turned and left. She had no face to stay any longer, and she was unsure of how to explain the situation to the Qingyan Society. They had invested significant effort in nurturing her, and it wasn't for her to be a stepping stone for the Constellation Society. Unfortunately, there was no turning back, and she anticipated facing some severe consequences when she returned. Thinking about this, she felt extremely uneasy. How would their president punish her for this failure? Despite her hesitation, when Ningfu eventually decided not to leave entirely, She took out her spaceship and entered it, remaining in the sky to observe the ongoing battles. The fights in the arena were far from over, and more contestants would soon take the stage. Can Qi Lianfeng win? It would be best if someone lost. At least I won't be the only one, Wen Ningfu thought with some malice. If it's Gadon, that would be even better. We are on bad terms, and if he loses, he might stop underestimating me. Next, two more individuals stepped onto the arena. Wen Ningfu's expression turned strange. Is it already Gadon's turn? One of them was a young and handsome man, who seemed quite youthful. He had a prominent aquiline nose, deep-set eyes, and an arrogant look that seemed to disdain everyone around him. The other person who stepped onto the arena was a plump man who appeared timid and meek. Surprisingly, it was Wade from the Constellation Society. Many people were bewildered, not expecting the Constellation Society to send such a chubby contestant. Something felt wrong. Looking at his timid expression, he hardly looked like someone ready to engage in battle. Many people were speechless. They didn't know what the Constellation Society was up to. Gadon was especially displeased, and he furrowed his brow while looking at Wade. In a cold tone, he asked, "Is the Constellation Society sending you to entertain us?" Wade quickly shook his head, and with a hint of panic on his face, he said, No. I'm here to battle with you. I hope you go easy on me. I'm not very skilled, so please be merciful, brother." Gadon didn't know what to say. Who is this? Did the Constellation Society not have anyone else? Why did they send such an odd character? The spectators around the arena were equally perplexed. Was the Constellation Society genuinely serious about sending this fatty? When Ningfu covered her face, wondering why she didn't get such an opponent. It seemed like they were giving Gadon the prevail on a silver platter. Cut the nonsense and let's begin. Gadon had no patience for Wade's words and uttered coldly. He had already decided to finish the fight quickly. This kind of adversary couldn't stir his fighting spirit in the slightest. "Brother, I'm ready." Wade took out an axe, setting up a defensive stance hurriedly. The onlookers couldn't believe their eyes. There was hardly anything exciting about this match. Gadon brandished a battle blade and, without wasting words, struck directly at Wade. Boom! A brilliant golden blade light soared into the sky, leaving many people stunned. So powerful, the onlookers stared in shock, unable to hold back their exclamations. It was evident that Gadon hadn't held back at all. His initial strike was extraordinarily powerful. He wanted to finish the contest in a single blow. However, in the next moment, something unexpected occurred. The fatty in the arena seemed to be as slippery as an eel. Astonishingly, he narrowly dodged Gadon's blade light and ended up in a corner of the arena. The expression on his face resembled that of a startled rabbit. This scene made it appear as though he had miraculously escaped the devastating strike. However, quite a few people squinted and displayed a hint of suspicion on their faces. Chapter 2078, I Won't Disappoint the President. 3. People couldn't help but feel that this fatty had something more to him. Gadon furrowed his brow, surprised that his opponent managed to dodge his attacks. His eyes narrowed as he advanced toward Wade, once again raising his battle blade, unleashing the blade light. Boom! He slashed 3 times in quick succession, sealing off all the areas around Wade, leaving him with no escape. Many onlookers shook their heads, thinking the fatty was done for. If he managed to escape, they would stand on their heads. Suddenly, Wade moved. He shifted his feet, and his plump body swayed like a willow leaf, managing to slip through the gaps in the 3 blade lights, once again narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. B0XL. Calm Gadon's blade lights weren't entirely impenetrable. There were still tiny gaps between each blade, but they weren't the kind that most people could find and pass through. It required an extraordinary level of agility and lightning-fast speed. And yet, a chubby man had accomplished the seemingly impossible. The chubby body managed to squeeze out from the gaps between the 3 blade lights. This was unbelievable. People gaped in disbelief, their expressions a mix of shock and embarrassment. Wade's abilities far exceeded everyone's expectations. Many people's expressions turned serious, as they could now be certain that this fatty was far from ordinary. Gadon's gaze sharpened, his expression darkening further. He felt that this fatty was toying with him. He had the power to dodge his attacks, yet he continued to act clumsy and feeble, which was both frustrating and despicable. "Brother, go easy on me, please. I can't handle this," Wade said, darting to the other side of the arena, keeping a safe distance from Gadon. He looked at Gadon with a panicked expression. "How long do you plan to keep up this act?" Gadon asked coldly, his tone filled with disgust. "What are you saying? I don't understand," Wade replied innocently. "Show me your true strength, or I will make you regret it," Gadon said, no longer willing to waste time on Wade. He began gathering energy into his blade, with traces of his domain power mingling with it. Boom! In an instant, Gadon shot forward like an arrow, his sword blade gleaming with a golden light, slashing at Wade repeatedly. Wade raised his battle axe, trying to defend himself, but he seemed overwhelmed and disoriented. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of their attacks continued, producing a resonating metallic hum that filled the air. Wade kept retreating, his body swaying unsteadily, and his forehead was covered in dripping sweat as if he were on the brink of collapse. Gadon furrowed his brow. Could this fatty have such limited strength? "Brother, please show some mercy. I can't take it anymore. I really can't." Wade kept crying out in misery, and his battle axe was almost knocked out of his hand. Everyone was once again puzzled. Did this fatty only possess slightly better agility, but such limited strength? However, their expressions soon changed peculiar. Despite his constant cries of pain, Wade miraculously managed to fend off each of Gadon's attacks, persistently and resolutely continuing the fight. It was Gadon who, in this situation, grew increasingly grim, his expression souring as he realized that, no matter how hard he attacked, he couldn't seem to get the upper hand. This fatty's strength was indeed quite enigmatic. Despite his seemingly feeble appearance, Wade remained undefeated, as if Gadon's attacks were hitting soft cotton, frustrating him to the point of wanting to vomit blood. "Do you only know how to defend?" Gadon barked. "Brother, I can't take it anymore. Please show mercy." Wade carried on to cry out, his vocal performance convincing anyone unaware that he was in great suffering. In reality, he had not been harmed in the slightest, and his cries were full of energy, making others want to silence him. "That's enough." Gadon's eyes reddened with anger, and he roared, unleashing his domain power with all his might. He finally stopped holding back and fully initiated his domain, instantly engulfing Wade within it. "Die!" In an instant, within the domain, blades of light crisscrossed, leaving countless blade marks on Wade's body, causing blood to flow profusely. Wade's expression shifted slightly, but he did not evade. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he let out a furious roar. Similarly, a powerful domain erupted from his body. Fourth rank domain. Wade's domain had reached the 4th rank as well, and at this moment, it erupted without reservation within Gadon's domain. He had been waiting for this moment to break through the opponent's domain from the inside. This was his only chance. Gadon's expression changed slightly as he seemed to grasp Wade's intentions. An expression of shock and anger flickered in his eyes. "You're too naive. Die." However, he had great confidence in his domain. He let out a cold yell and, with his battle blade infused with domain power, struck down forcefully. Boom! He didn't hold back. The 4th rank metal domain was compressed within the blade, exuding terrifying power. Wade held his battle axe high, not rushing to make his move. His expression was ferocious and resolute as he watched the blade approach. Only then did he unleash his axe. Boom! Almost simultaneously, the blade struck him, while his battle axe also delivered its final blow. A fiery storm swept through as a colossal beast's illusion emerged, gathering flames that transformed into an axe blade, heading straight for Gadon. A resounding explosion erupted. Gadon's expression underwent a drastic change, and his pupils shrank to their limits. He hadn't expected this fatty to be so ruthless, willing to risk severe injury and even death to defeat him. Chapter 2079, I won't disappoint the president. 4. This was a strategy that would leave both parties severely wounded. Gadant's eyes widened with fear, and he hastily retreated, but he couldn't escape. He was instantly struck by the axe's edge. Splat! A mouthful of blood gushed from his mouth as he was sent flying. His armor shattered, and there was a long axe mark left on it. Fresh blood spurted out. As their domains dissipated, both men fell almost simultaneously and collapsed on the ground, covered in blood. Gasp! The audience below the platform erupted in astonishment. No one had expected this outcome. B0XL. Both of them had fallen. Was it a draw? They found it unbelievable. Everyone could tell that Gadant's strength was superior, yet the result was like this. Just then, on the platform, one of them suddenly stirred, slowly climbing to his feet. Wait, he had managed to get up once again, swaying as he stood on the platform, his face and body covered in blood. He had stood up, but Gadant could no longer get up. At this moment, this once seemingly timid chubby guy showed a ruthless and determined side. No one dared to underestimate him any longer. The Constellation Society won. The Constellation Society won again. The members of the Constellation Society below burst into cheers, their emotions running high. They were supposed to be the underdogs, and yet they managed to win 2 rounds in a row, surprising even the members of the Constellation Society themselves. This outcome was completely unexpected. When Ningfu widened her eyes and couldn't help but cover her mouth, she began to doubt if her words had some magical power. She had hoped earlier that Gadant would lose, and it had happened. Did her words have some sort of mystical influence? No way. She mustn't let her president know what she said. If not, she would be dead. On the spaceship of the Qingyan Society, Feng Qingyan's face was as calm as water. He glanced at the high-ranking members of the Qingyan Society, his eyes flashing with coldness. Was this what you assured me, that you had the confidence to win the following rounds? Feng Qingyan wanted to punch someone right now. These people had promised him with absolute certainty that they could win the subsequent rounds. Yet, the outcome of the second round was so humiliating. They lost, and they lost so terribly. This had completely disrupted his plans. He wanted total domination. He wanted to crush the Constellation Society completely. He wanted to show Wang Teng that their newly formed association wasn't even qualified to be his stepping stone. However, now, they had lost the first 2 rounds of the competition. Even if they managed to win the remaining matches, it would still not be an impressive victory. President, one of the high-ranking participants of the Qingyan Society, cautiously addressed Feng Qingyan. Speak, Feng Qingyan replied, suppressing his inner anger. We still have a chance. The contestants in the following matches, such as Qi Lianfeng, are all prodigies who ranked in the top 20 of the freshman leaderboard. We purposely placed them toward the end to astonishment the Constellation Society. The happier they are now, the more disheartened they'll be later, the Qi Lianfeng's high-ranking member explained. Are you sure? Feng Qingyan inquired. Absolutely sure. I have no doubt that Qi Lianfeng and the others can win, the Qingyan Society's high-ranking member stated confidently. Feng Qingyan wasn't entirely convinced, so he turned to Ruan Banlian. The talents of Qi Lianfeng and the others are indeed impressive. There should be no one in the Constellation Society who can match them. Ruan Banlian frowned and contemplated for a moment before nodding. In that case, I will take another look, Feng Qingyan mentioned calmly. We will not disappoint you, the member of the Qingyan Society assured, wiping the perspiration from his forehead. In the arena, the 3rd round of the competition was about to begin. Below the platform, Yu Qiqiao looked to Yu Qiqiao, who was standing not far away, and whispered, We're counting on you for this match. The opponent they're sending out is Qi Lianfeng, ranked 15th on the freshman leaderboard. He should be the strongest among them. Yu Yinxian nodded in response, but didn't say much. His figure lightly shimmered, and he appeared in the arena. Sister Yu, will he be all right? Wade whispered. It was understandable why he would ask. Although Yu Yinxian was the crown prince of the great Qian Empire and had performed spectacularly in the League of Talents, he had been nurturing in seclusion for some time now. No one knew the extent of his growth in strength during this period. In Wang Tung's eyes, the Crown Prince appeared to have lost some of his former radiance since being defeated by Wang Tung, and it was difficult to see him shine as brightly as he did before. Go get treated for your injuries quickly. Do you really think there's a problem with him? That Qi Lianfeng can't possibly be his match, Yu Qiqiao replied, glancing at the rather miserable-looking, wounded Fatty Wade. Him being concerned about these matters despite his severe injuries made her both amused and exasperated. Really? Wade was surprised. You'll see in a moment, Yu Qiqiao said. In that case, I'll watch this match first and then get my injuries treated, Wade said. Are you all right? Yu Qiqiao questioned with a strange expression. I won't die, Wade said, pressing on his wound, causing another pool of gore to ooze out. Yu Qiqiao. Haha, no problem, no problem. Wade chuckled awkwardly. As they spoke, both sides had already taken their positions in the arena. Representing the Qingyan Society was Qi Lianfeng, who was ranked 15th on the freshman leaderboard. Although it may seem like he couldn't break into the top 10, in reality, over the 6 months since Wang Tung's departure, many new talents had emerged, and now the top 10 spots were occupied by some unfamiliar names. As for Wang Tung, he was nowhere to be found in the rankings. Anyone who could make it into the top 30 was undoubtedly an exceptional talent among talents and should not be underestimated. Chapter 2080, I won't disappoint the president. 5. Qi Lianfeng looked at Yu Yunxian, who was opposite him. His face was misty, and he exuded an aura of unparalleled grace. Her divine appearance, so utterly unique, made him furrow his brows in annoyance. In short, he couldn't help but wonder why this guy looked so damn handsome. I won't waste my time with a nameless nobody. What's your name? Qi Lianfeng huffed. Yu Yunxian, on the other hand, remained silent. He slowly unsheathed the long sword from his back, and an overwhelmingly domineering aura enveloped the surroundings. Qi Lianfeng's expression immediately changed. In the distance, a young man in black armor widened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Yu Yunxian. That sword aura, B0XO. Kama's heart trembled, and his hand swiftly rested on his sword. If it was Yu Qiqiao who had ignited his desire to draw his sword, then the sword aura emanating from Yu Yunxian at this moment had him yearning to rush onto the dueling platform and fight on behalf of Qi Lianfeng. However, the circumstances did not permit it. The young man in black armor kept his intense gaze fixed on Yu Yunxian. To onlookers who didn't know better, it might seem like he had some peculiar obsession. Draw your sword. In the arena, Yu Yunxian spoke in a calm voice. Qi Lianfeng's expression became entirely serious. He didn't waste any more words, slowly unsheathing his sword, and then watched Yu Yunxian with great caution. His mind was far from calm. Where had this unparalleled swordsman come from? Why hadn't anyone told him that the Constellation Society had someone like this? He'll use only one strike. Yu Yunxian spoke again, and the sword in his hand exuded even more intense sword conscious, filling the air above the dueling platform. Golden sword lights appeared suddenly, sweeping around as if they could cleave through space. One strike only? Qi Lianfeng felt insulted, his face turning extremely unsightly. What did the other person mean? Was he planning to defeat him with one strike? Such arrogance. They'll see how you plan to overcome me with just one strike. Qi Lianfeng snorted coldly. His eyes glittered with icy light, and the sword in his hand erupted with radiant sword energy. Also a metal element martial warrior, his sword radiance was dazzling. It was filled with sharp conscious, sweeping in all directions in a terrifying display. The protective barrier on the dueling platform shuddered under the cutting force of this golden sword radiance, as if it might collapse at any moment. Onlookers around the arena had expressions of shock, instinctively stepping back several paces to avoid the possible outbreak of the frightening sword radiance. Can you withstand my strike? Qi Lianfeng shouted explosively, choosing to act first. If the opponent wanted to resolve it with one strike, he would do the same, using his one strike to settle things. He would let everyone see how powerful his sword was. Boom! The sword radiance erupted, with domain power infused within. This was a 5th-rank sword domain. With one fierce strike, countless golden sword lights burst forth, creating a fearsome 100-foot-long golden sword radiance. Faced with this frightening single strike, Yu Yongxin's expression remained incredibly calm. Though deep in his eyes, glimmers of sword intent flickered. The next moment, he unleashed his move. A single stroke, simple yet unparalleled in dominance. He seemed to merge with that one sword, becoming a resolute and majestic sword himself. The sword was him, and he was the sword. This was the unity of man and sword. Boom! It felt like there was nothing else in the world but that one sword. Qi Lianfeng's sword was entirely overshadowed by Yu Yongxin's sword. In an instant, Qi Lianfeng's sword attack disintegrated. How is this possible? Qi Lianfeng's countenance was filled with astonishment, his pupils constricting as he involuntarily let out a furious roar. Boom! But his voice was instantly drowned out as Yu Yongxin's sword, like a fierce dragon descending from the skies, landed upon him in an instant. Chapter 2081, it's useless even if he comes back. He won't be able to do anything. One boom on the platform. The explosions reverberated, and the lingering power of Yu Yongxin's sword remained for a long time. Under the platform, everyone was shocked, with only one thought in their hearts. The power of this sword was terrifying. No one had expected that besides Wang Tong, the Constellation Society had such an extraordinary prodigy. On the Qingyan Society's ship, Feng Qingyan was no longer composed. He stood up abruptly, and his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. There was disbelief in Ruan Banlian's eyes. What had been her carefully laid plan was now in ruins. B0XL. Yu Yongxin's strength had exceeded her expectations. This level of power was enough to place him in the top 10 of the freshman leaderboard. The top 10 of the freshman leaderboard was not easy to break into. It required both talent and power. Even if they had gathered a group of talented warriors, it would be impossible to elevate them into the top 10 so quickly. Yet, the Constellation Society had gathered 2 prodigies with top 10 qualifications, making it no wonder she was astonished. The other high-ranking members of the Qingyan Society were equally embarrassed, having lost 3 matches in a row. Their earlier guarantees now seemed like a joke. Originally, there were 5 matches scheduled with a best-of-3 format. However, the Constellation Society won 3 matches in a row, leaving no chance for the Qingyan Society. Qi Lianfeng was the strongest among the freshmen sent by the Qingyan Society. They had hoped to turn the tide with him. But now that even Qi Lianfeng had been defeated, their chances of a comeback were bleak. The following 2 matches didn't even need to be played. Even if they won both, it wouldn't make a difference. They had already lost. In fact, when Yun Xian made his move, they knew they were going to lose. Qi Lianfeng couldn't withstand his attack, so there was no hope for the other 2. The high-ranking members of the Qingyan Society were utterly embarrassed. They had lost face today. On the platform, the sword energy gradually dissipated, revealing the scene underneath. Qi Lianfeng lay on the platform, with a deep, bone-deep sword wound on his chest. His armor was in complete tatters, not just around the sword wound. Almost his entire upper body armor was shattered. The power of Yu Yongxin's sword was unimaginably powerful. If Wang Tong had returned at this moment and witnessed this sword strike, he would likely be very surprised. Yu Yunxian successfully entered the Cosmos stage, and his understanding of domains, as well as the comprehension of the unity of man and sword, had seen significant improvements. The talent of the Crown Prince was truly unmatched by ordinary geniuses. Qi Lianfeng hadn't fainted. He struggled to get up from the ground, coughing up blood continuously, his face filled with astonishment as he gazed at Yu Yunxian on the opposite side. You lost. He lost completely. The opponent's sword strike had been terrifying to the extreme, leaving him powerless to resist. His sword had been shattered. At this moment, the lingering might of that previous sword strike still haunted his thoughts. Yu Yunxian slowly sheathed his sword and turned to descend from the arena, without giving his rival another glance. Qi Lianfeng's face turned even paler, his eyes filled with bitterness. The opponent's contemptuous attitude made him feel deeply insulted. In the end, he was the clown. Initially, he had looked down on the martial warriors from the Constellation Society, only to discover that he was the one being looked down upon. Most importantly, he had lost. That was an undeniable fact. Actions spoke louder than words, and since he had lost, he had to acknowledge it. There was no point in saying anything more. The onlookers below the stage finally came to their senses. The members of the Constellation Society erupted into loud cheers. No one expected them to win all 3 matches. Also, winning these 3 matches was of great significance. It meant that the Constellation Society had won the Qingyun Society. Wasn't the Qingyun Society an established power? Weren't they impressive? Yet, they had still defeated to the Constellation Society. The previously somber atmosphere was swept away, and the suppressed spirits of the onlookers lightened considerably. Ha ha! Wade, disregarding his injuries, burst into laughter and shouted at the members of the Qingyun Society on the opposite side of the arena. Qingyun Society, you can't win us. Yu Qiqiao also heaved a sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing her lovely face. Wang Tung had left the Constellation Society in her care, and, at the very least, she hadn't driven it into the ground. Great job, brother Yu. Wade looked at Yu Yunxian, who was descending from the arena, and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. SOSO. Yu Yunxian replied calmly. Wait, was he boasting? This crown prince of the great Qin Empire rarely spoke, so he didn't expect him to be so pompous. It seemed like the members of the Constellation Society were well-versed in this art. It seems like I won't have a chance to fight, Borat stated in frustration. You can go to the freshman leaderboard. Yu Qiqiao stated with a smile. I wonder when our president will return. If he doesn't come back soon, the freshman leaderboard will close. Yes, they say the academy is about to hold the grand disciple acceptance ceremony, and the freshman leaderboard is an important evaluation criterion, Wade added. That guy's been gone for over half a year. It's infuriating, Yu Qiqiao grumbled. As they spoke, in the sky, the Qingyun Society's spacecraft slowly descended, and figures suddenly emerged from the spacecraft. Yu Qiqiao and the others stopped talking and looked up at the sky with a frown. It's Feng Qingyun, Wade whispered. The members of the Constellation Society glared at Feng Qingyun when they saw him appear. If it weren't for him, the Constellation Society wouldn't have been suppressed so severely during this time, delaying the cultivation of many individuals. Now, with the freshman leaderboard about to close, and their cultivation having been delayed, it might affect their future opportunities to find a master. Chapter 2082, it's useless even if he comes back. He won't be able to do anything. 2. Cutting off people's wealth was like killing one's parents. This enmity was not to be taken lightly. Don't worry. Let's see what they want to do. Yu Qiqiao comforted everyone. At this moment, she harbored an ominous premonition. Feng Qingyun was not a virtuous person, and his humiliating defeat in the recent competition didn't bode well. If he had personally come to confront them now, it couldn't be for the sake of celebrating their victory. Could it? She could feel the pressure when facing an established force like the Qingyun Society. While there had been room for maneuvering in the previous arena battles, given that they were all freshmen, if it involved Feng Qingyun and the high-ranking members of the Qingyun Society, they would be out of their league. The disparity was truly insurmountable. Slap. B0XL. Calm at this moment, a round of applause echoed from the sky. Feng Qingyun gazed down at the members of the Constellation Society, lightly clapping his hands, and said, The Constellation Society has truly impressed me. I thought only Wang Tung would be able to grace the stage, but it seems all of you are exceptionally gifted talents. What does President Feng want to say? Yu Qiqiao stepped forward, gazing at Feng Qingyun, and asked calmly. Not much. I'm someone who values talent. I just find it a pity. Feng Qingyun shook his head, displaying a sense of regret. He continued slowly. With your talents, why should you settle for being beneath Wang Tung? Instead, come to the Qingyun Society, and I will provide you with more resources. You will quickly grow stronger than you are now. Have you finally shown your true colors now that you've lost? Yu Qiqiao mocked Feng Qingyan, saying, "Are you using these underhanded methods to try to merge the Constellation Society into the Qingyan Society? You lost the competition, and now you're trying to play the good guy? Do you think we're fools? You can't put it that way. I just want you to see the reality. Wang Ting can't offer you anything. He's been absent for the past 6 months, and the benefits he provided earlier have likely been depleted. In the end, he's just been offering you empty promises. Why cling to him?" Feng Qingyan remained composed and said calmly, "Furthermore, the doors of the Qingyan Society aren't just open to a few of you. They are open to other talented members of the Constellation Society as well. Your talents are remarkable. Don't waste your time in the Constellation Society. Come to the Qingyan Society. The freshman leaderboard is about to end, and if you don't make a decision soon, you will surely regret it in the future." Yukikyo's complexion subtly changed. Feng Qingyan was playing hardball. Since he couldn't win against them, he was trying to lure their members. And he was doing it in front of such a large audience, clearly looking down on the Constellation Society. While a few of them could resist Feng Qingyan's temptations, not everyone could. Everyone could see the ability of Qi Lianfeng, Wen Ningfu, Gadon, and others. Under the grooming of the Qingyan Society, they had indeed become stronger quickly. Suddenly, Yu Qiqiao understood that the arena competition was not only about defeating the Constellation Society. Of course, winning would be the best outcome. But more importantly, they aimed to showcase their strength. Despite their loss, it was impossible to deny the power of Qi Lianfeng and the others. Everyone could see it. Not just anyone could make into the top 30 of the freshman leaderboard. For many geniuses, becoming stronger was achievement enough. The top 10 rankings were a luxury they didn't dare to hope for. As long as our president returns, everyone's strength will rapidly catch up to the others. Yu Qiqiao thought rapidly, and then said, "Our president is a peak grandmaster alchemist. This won't pose a problem for him." The members of the Constellation Society calmed down after hearing Yukikyo's words. That's right. Their president was a peak grandmaster alchemist, and they have already enjoyed some advantages from him. With their president's expertise, boosting their strength wouldn't be an issue. Furthermore, the Constellation Society was in its infancy, and those who stayed would become the pioneers of the society. The people who joined later couldn't be compared to them. This was a golden opportunity. They couldn't just give it up easily. They had nearly been led astray by Feng Qingyan. Many of them reaffirmed their determination, but there were also some whose gazes flickered. They considered joining the Qingyan Society a promising choice. Established factions came with their advantages, and, at the very least, within the Qingyan Society, they wouldn't be easily harassed by others. In contrast, in the Constellation Society, they were constantly subjected to various forces scheming. It had been that way before. Even though the Constellation Society had won the arena competition this time, and their adversaries might quiet down for a while, what about the future? No one was willing to squander their precious time on ceaseless disputes. In the Stellar Academies, time was extremely valuable. Everyone was engaged in a race against the clock in their cultivation, because if they ever slacked off or wasted too much time, others were very likely to surpass them. One step behind meant one step behind. In the world of martial arts, it was essential to be relentless. The struggle was not only for resources, but also for time. A peak Grandmaster Alchemist is indeed impressive, but can Wang Tung handle everything on his own? Feng Qingyan laughed, a laugh filled with disdain. In the Qingyan Society, we have several Grandmaster Alchemists, not to mention Master Alchemists. Whatever pills you desire, we can supply them internally and at a more affordable cost than the Academy's Treasure Pavilion. If that's the case, why are you going through all this difficulty to win over our president? Yu Qiqiao sneered. And don't forget, our president's alchemical efficiency is not something an ordinary alchemist can compare to. The pills he produces on his own can match the pills created by several master alchemists, and they have even better effects. Even Alchemy Saint Tao Yuan and Grandmaster Pu Yongnian recognize his talent. Can your alchemist measure up to that? Chapter 2083, it's useless even if he comes back. You won't be able to do anything. 3. As for the price, our Constellation Society members who have used our services all know that it's cheaper than yours. Yu Chi-Chiao retorted confidently. Feng Qingyan squinted. He looked at Yu Chi-Chiao indifferently and said, I didn't expect the vice president of the Constellation Society to be so sharp-tongued. Thank you for the compliment. Yu Chi-Chiao replied. Having spent a long time with Wang Tung, she hadn't learned much else, but she had certainly picked up the skill of quick-witted retorts. Feng Qingyan was momentarily at a loss for words. Wade couldn't help but give Yu Chi-Chiao a thumbs up. He had been quite impressed with Yu Yunxian just a moment ago, but now he thought that Sister Yu was also formidable. He couldn't decide who was better between them. In the entire Constellation Society, aside from Wang Tung, Wade now admired both Yu Yunxian and Sister Yu. B0XO. Yu Yunxian and Borit looked at Yu Chi-Chiao too. They were astounded. Impressive. At the very least, you're the vice president of the Constellation Society. Can't you even understand human language? Ruan Banlian stepped forward, saying indifferently, that depends on whether it's human language or animal language. I don't understand animal language. Yu Chi-Chiao smiled. Are you insulting me? Ruan Banlian glared at Yu Chi-Chiao. Can't you tell if I'm insulting you? Do you admit that you're speaking an animal language? If not, please don't misinterpret, Yu Chi-Chiao retorted. You're looking for death. Ruan Banlian's eyes flashed with anger, and with a cold snort, she swiftly appeared in front of Yu Chi-Chiao, delivering a resounding slap. Yu Kikyo's expression changed slightly, caught off guard by this woman's sudden aggression. She didn't react in time and watched helplessly as the slap came towards her. There was a huge difference in their ability. Yu Chi-Chiao was only at the Cosmos stage, while her opponent was at the Heaven stage. She couldn't evade this slap at all. Slap! The sound echoed in the surroundings. Yu Chi-Chiao took the slap head-on, her lovely face reddening instantly. A clear palm imprint appeared on her cheek. Vice President, Sister Yu, Wade, Borit, and the others' expressions changed. Everything happened so quickly that they had no time to intervene. By the time they reacted, Ruan Banlian had already struck. Now, all the members of the Constellation Society were furious. Their emotions were running high as they glared at Ruan Banlian. Wade struggled to get up, his face contorted with rage, and his eyes nearly spitting fire. Borit stepped forward, staring coldly at Ruan Banlian. Yu Yunxian's hand rested on his sword. Even though his opponent was a heaven-stage martial warrior, he didn't show the slightest fear. Ruan Banlian had gone too far. At this moment, the members of the Constellation Society shared an unexpected consensus in their attitudes. But when Ruan Banlian saw this, she displayed no fear at all. Instead, a contemptuous smirk appeared on her face as she said, "You can try to retaliate." In an instant, the fury of the Constellation Society members was completely ignited. Contempt. This was blatant contempt. This was too much. You better not get involved. This is a matter between their women, Feng Qingyan said, looking at the members of the Constellation Society with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the high-ranking members of the Qingyan Society around them stepped forward, releasing their overwhelming presence that enveloped the members of the Constellation Society. Boom! The faces of the Constellation Society members suddenly paled. The aura emanating from the Qingyan Society's high-ranking members was far from ordinary. It made them struggle to catch their breath. While Borit, Yu Yunxian, and several others weren't as severely affected, they still found it uncomfortable to face this imposing aura. They had to try their best to withstand it. Ruan Banlian gave a cold smile, looked at Yu Chi-Chiao, and said, "This is to teach you to respect your senior. In the future, it's best to think before you speak. Don't think you're untouchable just because you're the vice president of the Constellation Society." Yu Chi-Chiao touched her slightly swollen face. A bloody taste lingered in her mouth, and blood had seeped onto her lips, making them appear crimson. But she smiled and said, "Senior, you're truly imposing." Ruan Banlian frowned, surprised that this girl could still smile. "But that's all you've got. A heaven stage martial warrior slapping the face of a cosmos stage martial warrior. How does that look?" Yu Qiqiao continued with a faint smile. Look around you. Everyone is looking at you with disdain and revulsion. Ruan Banlian glanced around, and her face darkened completely. She had been thoroughly provoked and were about to slap Yu Qiqiao again. Yu Qiqiao neither dodged nor resisted, her gaze fearless as her locked eyes with Ruan Banlian. How dare you? However, at that moment, a stern shout suddenly rang out from the sky. Ruan Banlian's hand froze in midair, and her looked up to see several figures descending rapidly from a spacecraft with imposing auras. Her expression changed as she watched their descent. Boom! Several figures landed beside Yu Qiqiao with strong auras, glaring coldly at Ruan Banlian. Try moving again, a petite woman with an assertive demeanor stated coldly. Tong In, Ruan Banlian looked at the people who had suddenly appeared before her with a wary expression. Yu Qiqiao looked at the people beside her in surprise. Where had these seniors suddenly come from? She didn't seem to recognize them at all. Ruan Banlian, you have some nerve. You laid hands on a junior, and you are not ashamed of it, Tong In said. It's none of your business, Ruan Banlian replied coldly. She insulted me first, and I were just teaching her a lesson. Everyone saw what just happened. Do you think we're clueless? Tong In sneered. Ruan Banlian's eyes gleamed with a cold light. She had been using her authority to intimidate others, and now, with Tong In and the others intervening, her authority had crumbled. Chapter 2084, it's useless even if he comes back. He won't be able to do anything. 4. Snowchild team, right? Feng Qingyan landed from the sky and patted Ruan Banlian's shoulder, motioning for her to step back. He then looked at Tong In and the others. President Feng, you know us? We're flattered. Tong In chuckled. You're quite famous, Feng Qingyan said. Whether our reputation is big or not, we don't know. But we do know that the reputation of your Qingyan society is quite significant, and you're becoming increasingly audacious, Bai Yao scoffed. You must be joking. Our Qingyan society has always been low-key, so how could we be audacious? Feng Qingyan squinted at them. However, even if we are low-key, if you think you can meddle in the affairs of our Qingyan society, I, Feng Qingyan, am not someone to be trifled with. Is President Feng going to take action against us as well? Tong In remained unfazed, calmly looking at Feng Qingyan. B0XO. Come, even Tong you wouldn't speak to me in such a manner, Feng Qingyan remarked. In his view, Tong In and her group only had powerful backgrounds and were not individually powerful. What he feared was the influence behind them. So what? You could try taking a shot at me, Tong In challenged. It seems you are determined to intervene, Feng Qingyan said, his eyes briefly revealing a cold glint. Feng Qingyan, enough is enough. You've gone too far. Before Tong In could reply, another voice was heard in the sky. Ji Feiyun, Wu Ming. Feng Qingyan raised his head, and there was finally a subtle change in his expression. While he had been somewhat wary when facing Tong In and her group, upon seeing Ji Feiyun and Wu Ming, he felt a jolt in his heart and became more serious. Are you also going to intervene? He asked coldly. Before Junior Wang Teng left, we promised him that we would take care of the Constellation Society. We can't stand by while you mistreat members of the Constellation Society. Ji Feiyun descended calmly, stating his stance. Feng Qingyan, that's enough. You've gone too far. You challenged the Constellation Society to a match, and they accepted. But when you lose, you resort to such actions. Are you unable to accept defeat? Don't you think it's utterly disgraceful? Wu Ming snorted, showing disdain. We admit defeat in the match, but this vice president of the Constellation Society disrespected Ruan Banlian, which provoked her to act. It's not related to anyone else, Feng Qingyan said expressionlessly. Ha! You're as shameless as ever, Wu Ming retorted. I advise both of you not to interfere in our affairs. The Qingyan society can't be bullied so easily. Perhaps I've been too passive for too long, and you all think I'm easy to deal with? Feng Qingyan looked at them, saying calmly. Ji Feiyun and Wu Ming exchanged delicate glances, surprised by Feng Qingyan's firm stance. It seemed his patience had reached its limit. The two of them hesitated a bit. They were willing to help the Constellation Society, but that was only because both parties were holding back. If they wanted to confront Feng Qingyan, they needed to consider carefully. At their level, they wouldn't act rashly. Once they made a move, it would undoubtedly involve many consequences and potentially reveal their hidden strengths. If they got injured, it would also attract the attention of other forces. The Stellar Academies was home to more than just their few factions. Other factions were waiting for any opportunity to exploit the issues within their group, and they were ready to encroach on their territory and influence. Both of you should step aside. You should be well conscious of the circumstance regarding Wang Tong, and it's not worth it, Feng Qingyan said with a slight smile. He knew that the two of them had many concerns and wouldn't engage with him over something as trivial as the Constellation Society. Feng Qingyan, things on that side are not settled yet. If you act hastily now, aren't you afraid of potential repercussions? Ji Feiyun asked through voice transmission. There won't be any repercussions. Wang Tong can't cause any more trouble. I'm confident of that, Feng Qingyan replied firmly. I'm not so sure. Even if he offends a few judges, he's still a Grandmaster Alchemy Saint, and that won't change. If he ever ascends to become an Alchemy Saint, Wu Ming smirked, leaving his sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. Ji Feiyun shared the same opinion. An Alchemy Saint couldn't be suppressed easily. Wang Tong's identity was too special. Normal martial warriors couldn't be compared to him. In this situation, Wang Tong's identity as an alchemist was more valuable than his martial strength. But he needs to grow to that level. By then, I fear he'll have reached eternal stage, and I won't be afraid of him, Feng Qingyan stated calmly. He also had his considerations, and he wouldn't have acted against Wang Tong if he didn't have some degree of confidence in the outcome. Eternal stage. Ordinary martial warriors found it challenging to ascend to that level. But Feng Qingyan had already reached the peak of the universe stage, and he had exceptional talent. He had immense confidence in his ability to advance further. Moreover, when he did, he wouldn't just be an ordinary eternal stage martial warrior. When that time came, he wouldn't fear even an alchemy saint. These developments weren't initially necessary, but the circumstance had become highly contentious, and given his character, Feng Qingyan was determined to restrain Wang Tong while he still had the chance. He didn't want to watch Wang Tong become a significant threat to their group. Ji Feiyun and Wu Ming had their expressions change as well. With such self-assurance, had Feng Qingyan already touched the threshold of the eternal stage? Tong In and the others also heard Feng Qingyan's words, and their expressions grew increasingly serious. If Feng Qingyan was on the brink of advancing to the eternal stage, they couldn't afford to take him lightly. Chapter 2085, it's useless even if he comes back. He won't be able to do anything. 5. Even with their respective backgrounds, they couldn't easily offend an eternal stage martial warrior. The situation had reached a deadlock. Yu Qiao and her companions showed increasingly worried expressions. Feng Qingyan seemed determined to eliminate Wang Tong, and even the few seniors and the respective leaders of Feiyun Alliance and Witch Tower Alliance who had just arrived appear to be hesitant. In response to this, they didn't say much. They understood that the other party had come to assist because of Wang Tong. Helping was a matter of goodwill, not an obligation. Now, the situation had exceeded their expectations, and Feng Qingyan's strong stance made it certain they wouldn't engage in a direct confrontation with him. Feng Qingyan smiled faintly, knowing that everything was under his control. Puff! B0XL. Calm at that moment, a menacing black spaceship approached rapidly from the distance, eventually coming to a halt above the arena. A universe-level spacecraft. Feng Qingyan and the others blinked. A universe-level spacecraft wasn't something ordinary martial warriors could afford. Feng Qingyan and the others also use universe-level spacecraft for traveling. However, the strange appearance and the aura of menace radiating from the approaching spacecraft indicated it was far from ordinary. They wondered if another powerful figure had arrived. Feng Qingyan stood with his hands behind his back, expressionless as he looked at the spaceship, thinking that Wang Teng was truly extraordinary to have attracted so much help. The cabin door opened, and a figure flew out, landing gracefully. "Hey, there's so many people. How lively." A voice was heard. "Wang Teng, boss, president." Yu Xiao, Borit, Wade, and the others, upon seeing that figure, were overjoyed and immediately exclaimed with excitement. "Wang Teng." Feng Qingyan squinted his eyes. "You came back just in time. However, it's useless even if you come back. You won't be able to do anything." Ji Feiyun and Wu Ming couldn't help but sigh with relief when they saw him. They were relieved that he was back, as now they could withdraw after helping out. They didn't want to clash with Feng Qingyan. Wang Teng landed next to Yu Xiao and the others. As soon as he came back, he learned about the duel between the Qingyan Society and the Constellation Society and rushed over. Fortunately, he wasn't too late. At least from the current situation, the situation wasn't out of control. Junior Wang Teng greeted him. "Thank you for your help." Wang Teng understood the situation upon seeing Tong Un and the others and immediately expressed his gratitude with a bow. "No need to be polite. It's just a small effort." Tong Un waved her hand, then spoke to Wang Teng using voice transmission. "Be careful. Feng Qingyan is not to be underestimated. He seems to be on the verge of reaching the eternal stage. We can't afford to provoke him too much." Wang Teng nodded, and he also felt a sense of gravity in his heart. Feng Qingyan was going to advance to the eternal stage? This darn guy. If he's going to advance, why doesn't he just go back to his cultivation quietly? Why bother coming here and causing trouble for their new faction? Is he that bored? Swearing inwardly, Wang Teng turned his gaze toward Yu Xiao and the others. The next instant, his gaze landed on Yu Kikyo's face. Who did this? Wang Teng's face darkened as he asked. It was one thing to hit someone, but hitting a woman in the face was another matter. This was outrageous. Although he often acted similarly, when it happened to someone from his group, he couldn't accept it. Yu Qiao didn't say anything because she knew that Feng Qingyan was not someone to be trifled with, and she didn't want Wang Teng to do something irrational because of this. "Boss, it was that woman who hit her," Wade said, pointing directly at Juan Banlian. He didn't think too much. So what? Juan Banlian had no intention of denying it and stepped forward, looking at Wang Teng with a cold smile. She had no fear of Wang Teng. Even though Wang Teng had remarkable talent, his actual strength had not fully developed yet. Why should she be afraid? "You hit her." Wang Teng's face remained expressionless as he gazed at her. His gaze was very calm. "Very well. It's good that you admitted it." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of explosions in the air. Boom! Wang Teng's figure vanished abruptly from its original location, and his powerful physique erupted with incredible speed. With the use of Space Flash, he practically emerged in front of Juan Banlian in an instant, revealing a cold smile. "You're looking for death." Juan Banlian's pupils abruptly contracted. She hadn't expected Wang Teng's speed to be this fast. However, she showed no fear. Instead, she grinned coldly and slammed her palm at him. Wang Teng delivered a powerful punch, directly striking her outstretched hand. Boom! The collision of their fists sent shock waves of force rippling outwards. Crack! A cracking sound reverberated as Juan Banlian's arm contorted, and she let out a scream. Her body uncontrollably flew backward. This sight left countless people in shock. Juan Banlian was a heaven-stage martial warrior, yet she had her hand broken by a single punch from Wang Teng, which was unbelievable. At this moment, Wang Teng's figure flashed again, catching up to Juan Banlian. "Wang Teng, how dare you?" Feng Qingyan's face wore a displeased look as he sternly shouted. He hadn't intended to take action, but Wang Teng's strength surpassed his expectations. Now, he had no choice but to step in. With one hand extended, he channeled his force to form a claw, making a fierce grab at Wang Teng. However, it was a step too late. Wang Teng didn't evade or dodge. He simply slapped his palm down onto Juan Banlian's face, sending her flying. Slap! The next moment, a crisp sound echoed in the air, resonating for quite some time. Chapter 2086, Don't Taint My Nobility with Your Filthy Thoughts. 1. Slap. The swelling on Ruan Banlian's face was visibly increasing at a rapid pace, even more terrifying than what happened to Yukikyo's face. A mouthful of blood spewed from her mouth, along with 2 broken teeth. For martial warriors, as they progressed in their training, they could strengthen their entire bodies, and the stronger their abilities, the more exaggerated the strengthening in various parts of their bodies. For instance, the teeth of a heaven-stage martial warrior could bite through extremely durable materials like iron and gold directly, making them even more effective than regular weapons. However, now, 2 of Ruan Banlian's teeth were broken simultaneously by a slap from Wang Tung. It was easy to imagine the force behind Wang Tung's slap. B0XO. Calm boom. Ruan Banlian's body slammed into the platform behind her, and she once again spat out blood. At this moment, Feng Qingjian's attack also arrived. Wang Tung couldn't afford to be careless and returned a punch with tremendous Constellation Earth force surging from his body, transforming into an earth-yellow fist imprint. Simultaneously, his 7th-tier Earth domain subtly integrated into it. The fist imprint fiercely struck Feng Qingjian's claw imprint, and a highly compressed, deep yellow domain erupted from the fist imprint. Boom! The reverberations echoed as Feng Qingjian's claw imprint shattered, and Wang Tung's fist imprint was also crushed. Both of their attacks exploded, sending out shockwaves of force in all directions. Everyone was dumbstruck. The rapid exchange of attacks left them stunned. The vice president of the Qingyan Society, Ruan Banlian, got beaten up. Wang Tung had managed to fend off Feng Qingjian's attack. The sequence of events happened so quickly that they were overwhelmed and had a surreal feeling. Wasn't Wang Tung a Cosmo-stage martial warrior? How could he be this strong? At this moment, Ruan Banlian was left in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? How did I get slapped? And it was a slap from a Cosmo-stage martial warrior? Her face was throbbing, her head was buzzing, and her thoughts were in disarray, but the overwhelming sense of humiliation drove her to lose her sanity. Wang Tung, I'll kill you. A furious roar emanated from her mouth, though it was somewhat incoherent. At this moment, Wang Tung's foot lightly touched the void, and his figure once again vanished from his original spot, reappearing in front of Ruan Banlian. Ruan Banlian hadn't expected that Wang Tung would attack again, and her pupils constricted as she turned pale in shock. Wang Tung suddenly reached out and instantly grabbed her by the neck, lifting her off the ground. Wang Tung. Feng Qingyan let out a furious roar. Try attacking again. Wang Tung, gripping Ruan Banlian's throat, turned to face Feng Qingyan. He spoke with a cold and unwavering expression. Feng Qingjian's movements froze. He wasn't anticipating Wang Tung's decisive and ruthless action in restraining Ruan Banlian, causing him to be wary. He stared at Wang Tung with a cold look. Waves of emotions crashed into his heart. Wang Tung had made significant progress in his power in the past 6 months, achieving such an easy victory over a heaven-stage martial warrior. While there was an element of surprise in the attack, Ruan Banlian was no pushover. She had been completely dominated by Wang Tung, something that a typical Cosmo-stage martial warrior wouldn't be able to accomplish. What had Wang Tung been through during these 6 months? Yu Qiqiao was in complete shock, and to be honest, it was only at this instant that she snapped out of it. She had never imagined that Wang Tung could go this far for her. When Ruan Banlian slapped her, Wang Tung slapped her back. What's more, he slapped her even harder. Now, he was holding her by the throat, using her life as leverage against Feng Qingyan. Ruthless, but satisfying. When Ruan Banlian slapped her, she felt anger and resentment. However, the Constellation Society couldn't afford to provoke her, so she endured it, knowing that there would be opportunities to settle the score in the future. But she didn't expect that Wang Tung would take action as soon as he returned. What was more important was that his strength seemed to have become exceptionally formidable, capable of withstanding even a heaven-stage martial warrior. At this moment, she also gained some confidence. Yu Yongxin's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Had this guy become stronger again? And significantly so? His newfound power left him astonished. Tong Yin and the others exchanged glances, sensation incredulous. How did this guy improve so much? Could it be that he drained the blood pool of the Naga race completely? They had initially speculated that Wang Tong's power would improve significantly, but they never thought it would increase this much. This was too scary. As Heaven Stage martial warriors themselves, they felt that they might not be able to withstand Wang Tong's punch. Ji Feiyun and Wu Ta exchanged glances with each other. They were astounded and surprised. Wang Tong's power was too incredible, far beyond what one would expect from a Cosmo Stage martial warrior. In this brief exchange, he had defeated a Heaven Stage martial warrior. In just 6 months, this guy had improved so much. What kind of monstrous talent was he? In the distance, the young man in black warfare armor couldn't help but tighten his grip on the long sword, and his facial muscles twitched. Wan Dong and the others had stiff expressions. They felt exasperated. Why? Why did this guy become so much stronger? They couldn't accept it. Let her go. Feng Qingyin took a deep breath and stared at Wang Tong. President Feng, is this how you bully my Constellation Society in my absence? Wang Tong ignored his words and looked at the members of the Constellation Society, then turned his gaze back to Feng Qingyin, saying calmly, "The Constellation Society is too weak, and weakness is the original sin." Feng Qingyin said with a stoic expression. Good point. Wang Tong nodded in agreement and sneered. Unfortunately, my Constellation Society isn't as weak as you imagine. You try to step on it, but now you're bleeding. How does it feel? Chapter 2087, Don't Taint My Nobility with Your Filthy Thoughts. 2. The higher-ranking members of the Qingyan Society had unpleasant expressions on their faces and stared at Wang Tong with a sharp gaze. Now, will you all leave on your own, or do you want me to crush her to death? Wang Tong faced their collective gaze without fear and asked calmly as he looked at Feng Qingyin, "Do you dare to kill someone in the academy?" Feng Qingyin asked him back, "I'm sorry, but right now we're in the arena. This woman has come up here as well, indicating her agreement to battle with me," Wang Tong replied. Many people were speechless. Didn't you force her up there? Was this a forced match? B0XL. Calm Feng Qingyin's brow twitched, and he realized he had underestimated Wang Tong's audacity. At this moment, he had no choice but to suppress his anger. She didn't agree to battle you. Did you agree? Wang Tong asked, looking at Ruan Banlian. Ruan Banlian's face was half swollen. She glared at Wang Tong with intense resentment. She, the vice president of the Qingyan Society, was being held hostage by a mere Cosmo Stage martial warrior. This was the humiliation of her life. Did you agree? Wang Tong gradually tightened his grip, asking once more. Ruan Banlian's face turned bright red, struggling to breathe. Her mouth opened wide, gasping for air, like a fish thrown onto the shore. Many people were astounded when they saw this scene. This Wang Tong was truly ruthless. Ruan Banlian was considered a beauty, but he treated her like this. Most people wouldn't be capable of such actions. Ruan Banlian, however, remained resolute and didn't utter a word. Slap! Wang Tong delivered another resounding slap to the side of the face that wasn't swollen and repeated. Did you agree? Silence. Everyone was stunned. Wow, he was heartless. Ruan Banlian, who had initially seemed dazed, regained her focus and glared fiercely at Wang Tong, refusing to utter a word. Slap. Wang Tong continued to ask, slapping Ruan Banlian repeatedly. Did you agree? Ruan Banlian's face was now horribly disfigured, but she still gritted her teeth and refused to speak. Slap. Wang Tong didn't stop and continued slapping her, alternating between sides. He seemed to be enjoying himself. He even declared confidently, "Don't worry, I'll make sure both sides of your face remain balanced." Ruan Banlian was on the brink of losing her mind. What kind of words were you saying? Devil. This bastard was a devil. Her face was rapidly becoming numb on both sides at this moment, and she felt an unexpected sense of regret. If only she had agreed earlier. She would rather die than endure this humiliation. Below, Yukikio's mouth hung open, her eyes wide with astonishment. She touched her face that had been slapped by Ruan Banlian. It seemed to hurt a lot less now. Compared to Ruan Banlian's current predicament, her situation seemed like a minor inconvenience. Enough. Feng Qingjian's expression shifted back and forth, and he finally shouted with a cold tone. President Feng agreed. Wang Teng stopped what he was doing and asked. Feng Qingyan felt exasperated. Did he agree? You don't agree? Well, I can't continue. Wang Teng pretended that he was about to resume the beating. Today's matter ends here. You will release Ruan Banlian, and leave immediately. Feng Qingjian's face darkened, and he spoke without hesitation. President Feng, you should have said earlier. Wang Teng smiled and casually tossed Ruan Banlian into the air, allowing Feng Qingyan to catch her. Feng Qingyan acted immediately. He released a gentle force and caught Ruan Banlian. However, Feng Qingjian's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably when he saw Ruan Banlian's face up close. It was a gruesome sight. Ruan Banlian coughed violently a few times and greedily sucked in air, gradually recovering. But the pain on her face was a constant reminder of the ordeal. She didn't need to contemplate to know that her current face must be unbearable to look at. In an instant, Ruan Banlian soared into the sky, heading toward the spacecraft in the sky without even glancing back at Wang Teng. Any grudges could be settled later. She didn't want more people to see her in her current state. I generally don't hit women, but you're no ordinary woman, Wang Teng shouted after her, gazing at Ruan Banlian's retreating figure. Ruan Banlian's body swayed slightly, and she almost lost her balance. But she ultimately didn't look back and disappeared into the spacecraft, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Many people gazed at Wang Teng with peculiar expressions. To have brought that woman, Ruan Banlian, to such a state, he was no ordinary person. This young man was ruthless. Even if you can protect the Constellation Society this time, can you protect it the next time? The freshman leaderboard is about to close. How many of your Constellation Society's members can rise? It's too late. Feng Qingyan stared at Wang Teng and slowly spoke. Fear not, President Feng. We, the Constellation Society, will surely amaze you. Remember to keep your eyes wide open when the time comes. Wang Teng replied calmly. Very well, I'll wait and see. Feng Qingyan nodded without displaying any emotions and, without saying more, turned to leave with his subordinates. Let's go. The members of the Qingyan Society were utterly frustrated. They were a powerful society, but they were still embarrassed by the mere Constellation Society. Wang Teng watched the departing figures of the Qingyan Society members, his eyes flickering with cold determination. Eventually, he regained his composure and descended from the arena. President Ji, President Wu, I value your aid this time, Wang Teng said, voicing his gratitude to Ji Fiyun and Wu Ming as he clasped his fists in salute. You're too kind. We didn't aid much, the two of them replied with wry smiles. Indeed, the words of Feng Qingyan had put them on edge. In contrast, Wang Teng had displayed incredible resolve. In that situation, he dared to confront Feng Qingyan and even beat up the vice president of the Qingyan Society, leaving her battered and bruised. Chapter 2088, Don't Taint My Nobility with Your Filthy Thoughts. 3. It must be said, Wang Teng was truly fearless. Most people wouldn't dare to do what he just did. No, you both came to our aid at a critical moment, and that already shows great respect for me and the Constellation Society. In the future, if there's anything I can do to help, I won't hesitate, Wang Teng replied. Ji Feiyun and Wu Ming were surprised. No wonder Wang Teng was able to gather a group of people and form the Constellation Society. He had a big heart and was willing to help others. As for Feng Qingyan, you should be cautious. He won't just give up. After 2 consecutive failures and him losing his face, he will likely send senior members of the Qingyan Society next time, Ji Feiyun cautioned. Wang Teng nodded. He was well aware of this fact. Feng Qingyan wouldn't be foolish enough to use freshmen again, especially after 2 failures. The next time, it would probably be the senior members of the Qingyan Society. Although Wang Tung wasn't afraid of heaven stage opponents, he would need to consider his options if he had to face a universe stage martial warrior. B0XO. Calm currently. He didn't possess the strength to take on a universe stage martial warrior alone, especially the universe stage martial warriors in the stellar academies. They are all geniuses and differ from ordinary universe stage martial warriors outside. I wonder when Feng Qingyan will reach the eternal stage, or is he just trying to intimidate us? Wu Ming asked. It should be real. At his level, deceiving us wouldn't make sense, Ji Feiyun said. It seems like we need to work harder. Otherwise, if he really gets the upper hand, we will have a hard time in the future. Wu Ming shook his head. Reaching the eternal stage is no easy feat. Ji Feiyun sighed and continued. Given our foundation, advancing to the eternal stage is even more challenging. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been stuck at this level for so many years. That's true, Wu Ming agreed. Then he suddenly said, Feng Qingyan is in a similar position to us. Could it be that he recently had some fortuitous encounter? Fortuitous encounter? Perhaps, Ji Feiyun replied. It looks like I need to go out and explore as well. Staying in the stellar academies makes it hard to break through to the eternal stage. Junior Wang Tung, if there's nothing else, he'll make a move first. With that, he gave Wang Tung a fist salute and prepared to depart. I'm leaving too, Wu Ming said. Wang Tung saluted the two of them with a fist gesture and watched them depart. Foundation, huh? Wang Tung contemplated their words, pondering their significance. It looks like their competitiveness was ignited by the Feng Qingyan. Yu Qiqiao walked forward and said, Competition is everywhere in the stellar academies. Perhaps that's the essence of its existence. Wang Tung chuckled and glanced at her, saying, Is your face all right? It's fine. Compared to that Ruan Banlian, I'm doing quite well. Yu Qiqiao replied with a nonchalant smile. Wang Tung, you were quite ruthless just now. Ruan Banlian is a beauty, after all. Yet you didn't hesitate to strike so hard. Tong In teased as she joined the conversation. My actions were out of respect for her. Ruan Banlian is the vice president of the Qingyan Society. She's not an ordinary woman, Wang Tung said seriously. Tong In was speechless. This guy always found reasons for his actions, even when hitting a woman. He was quite cunning. By the way, it looks like you've become a lot stronger this time. Seems like you gained quite a bit over there. Tong In observed Wang Tung, showing genuine interest. It's okay. I merely stayed a bit longer than you guys, Wang Tung replied casually. A bit longer? Yuan Bai, Wei Na, and the others rolled their eyes. Brother, do you call several months a bit longer? They all thought Wang Tung had drowned in that blood pool during his extended absence. By the way, you didn't drain the blood pool, did you? Tong In asked skeptically. No, how could I? I can't possibly drain it by myself. Wang Tung stated flatly. Really? Tong In stared into Wang Tung's eyes. Absolutely, Wang Tung affirmed. Good, it's a fantastic place. I want to try it again next moment if I get the chance, Tong In said. Wang Tung, should he remind them to bring some star beast blood essence next time they go? Never mind. They could figure it out themselves when they go there next time. Wang Tung, what level has your physical body reached now? Yuan Bai couldn't help but ask curiously. Cheers. Wang Tung, that's confidential, Wang Tung replied with a smile. All right. Yuan Bai shrugged and didn't press for more information. He chuckled and said, the freshman leaderboard is closing soon. You won't be able to hide. I'm looking forward to it. You must be joking. Just now, even Ruan Banlian couldn't withstand a single punch from Wang Tung. Do you think someone on the freshman leaderboard can push him to his limits? Bai Yao commented. Yuan Bai was at a loss. He suddenly realized that Wang Tung might be too extraordinary to the point where even the freshman leaderboard might not be able to test his full strength. Wang Tung shook his head, wondering why these people were so eager to discover his secrets. What's more, they were discussing right in front of him. By the way, we want to join the Constellation Society. The Constellation Society suddenly said. You want to join the Constellation Society? Wang Tung was taken aback, looking at Tong In and the others with surprise. Yu Qiqiao and the others were stunned too. These seniors seemed to have some background. Why performed, they want to join the Constellation Society. What the hell? When performed, the Constellation Society becomes so attractive that even senior students want to join. Chapter 2089, Don't Taint My Nobility with Your Filthy Thoughts. For, yes, we want to join the Constellation Society. So, are you willing to accept us? Tong In smiled and nodded, saying, Why? Wang Tung frowned. Why? There's no need for so many whys. We think it's fun, so we want to join, Tong In said nonchalantly. Or is it you look down on our combat strength? That's not the case. Seniors, you have decent strength. I think you can probably withstand 5 punches from me, Wang Tung mused, stroking his chin. Tong In and the others were speechless. He thinks they could probably withstand 5 punches from him. Thank you for your acknowledgement. B0XL. Tong In and the others didn't know if they were being overestimated or belittled. After all, they were all heaven stage martial warriors, but in Wang Tung's eyes, they could only withstand 5 punches. Hearing such evaluation, they felt like crying. If you want to join the Constellation Society, you must follow the club's rules, Wang Tung continued, ignoring their thoughts. Having fun is one thing, but rules must not be disregarded. Of course, we're not idiots, Tong In rolled her eyes. Wang Tung looked at Yu Qiao, who thought for a moment before nodding. All right, welcome to the club. Wang Tung extended his hand and smiled. Haha, from now on, you're our president, so you have to take care of us. Tong In grinned, completely disregarding the usual demeanor of senior. President, we'll be following you from now on, Yuan Bai Yao, and the others also chimed in, smiling. No problem, no problem. Wang Tung was undaunted. He could take care of a few heaven stage martial warriors. The Constellation Society members behind him couldn't help but smile. With several heaven stage senior students joining, the society's strength had increased. More importantly, it seemed that these seniors had extraordinary backgrounds. They had even confronted the president of the Qingyan Society. This was a morale boost for the members of the Constellation Society. As expected, once their president returned, all problems would be resolved. Many people looked at Wang Tung with admiration. Upon the president's return, he stood up to the vice president of the Qingyan Society and took revenge for them. Furthermore, the Qingyan Society suffered a loss and had no choice but to leave in a dejected manner. Now, he even attracted several senior students to join them. These were things the vice president couldn't have achieved. Of course, the vice president and the others are formidable as well. Without them, the Constellation Society couldn't have defeated the Qingyan Society. These thoughts flashed through the minds of the Constellation Society members, dispelling their earlier gloomy mood. Now they were filled with motivation. All right, everyone, let's head back for now. We'll discuss some matters once we return. Wang Tung gazed around and spoke. Yes, let's go back. Yu Qiao nodded. Wang Tung led the way toward the Devil Slayer spaceship hovering in the sky, and Yu Qiao and the others quickly followed. Tong In and the others put away their spaceships and stepped into the Devil Slayer spaceship. They were all curious about Wang Tung's spaceship and wanted to explore it. After entering the spaceship, they gazed around with amazement in their eyes. This spaceship is no ordinary vessel. Tong In touched this and that, marveled. Even among universe-level spacecraft, this one is a top-tier spacecraft. Where did Wang Tung get it? Why don't you question him? Bai Yao said. Wang Tung, where did you get this spaceship? Tong In immediately caught up with Wang Tung and asked. This is the Ant-Man race's spacecraft. I found it accidentally, Wang Tung said. Ant-Man race's spacecraft. Tong In was stunned. She furrowed and pondered for a moment. Then, she suddenly said, Are you referring to the Ant-Man race known for their love of slaughter? Yes, Wang Tung nodded. No wonder I feel an extremely fierce aura on this spacecraft. Tong In suddenly realized, it's a ship from that race. President, you're really fortunate. Bai Yao marveled. Just good luck, Wang Tung smiled. This spacecraft might attract unnecessary trouble if flown in the universe, Wei Na said. No worries, since I took it out, I'm not afraid of others trying to snatch it. Wang Tung was confident and spoke nonchalantly. It seems like you've gained significant strength this time. Tong In spoke meaningfully. As they spoke, the group arrived at the control center of the spaceship, and two figures approached them. Sangju, little Qing. Tong In was surprised and elated when she saw the people. When Wang Tong was in a deep sleep, she had gotten closer to Tsang Yu and little Qing'er on the Scorpion King star. Hence, she was not only surprised but also delighted when she saw them. Tong In. Sang Yu nodded. Is it really you? But your appearances? Tong In gazed at the two with a puzzled expression. If it weren't for their unique auras and the fact that they were from the snake race, she might not have recognized them immediately. Just a few small changes, Sang Yu said. By the way, I'm now referred Sang Yu. You can call me by that name. Sang Yu. Tong In nodded. She didn't probe further and smiled. This name is not bad. Wang Tong, who are they? Yu Qiao curiously scrutinized the two snake women, her expression somewhat odd. This guy went out for a trip and brought back two beautiful snake women. Chapter 29. Don't taint my nobility with your filthy thoughts. 5. One mature and one naive. A perfect combination. What was he planning? In this situation, it was hard for her not to have some wild thoughts. Put away your dirty thoughts. They are natives from Scorpion King Star. Wang Ting noticed her expression and gave her an annoyed look before explaining briefly. Oh, Yu Qiao elongated her word and nodded, saying, I see, my mistake. My mistake. Don't taint my nobility with your filthy thoughts, Wang Tong said. Yu Qiao. B0XL. Calm this guy, just wouldn't stop. Give him an inch, he'll take a mile. She didn't bother with Wang Tong, push him away, and went to meet the snake women. She sympathized with Sang Yu and little Qing'er, but at the same time, she respected them. She felt that she should get to know them better. Without needing an introduction from Wang Tong, the women quickly got along, chatting and laughing, leaving Wang Tong completely on the sidelines. Wang Tong was speechless. At this moment, someone suddenly poked Wang Tong in the waist. Oh my God! Fatty! How did you end up like this? Wang Tong was taken aback when he saw Wade covered in blood. Boss, you're only noticing my miserable state now? All this blood is shed for our Constellation Society, Wade complained. Cough, cough. Wang Tong coughed awkwardly, then quickly took out a healing pill and said seriously, How is that possible? I spotted you in the crowd immediately. Here, take this pill first. I promise you'll recover in no time. Wade didn't hesitate. He took the pill and put it in his mouth. A warm current flowed from his abdomen to his limbs, and his injuries rapidly healed. Scabs formed, then fell off, and he felt so comfortable that he almost moaned. Boss, your pills are indeed amazing. Wade exclaimed. That's for sure. Wang Ting patted his shoulder and asked, So what happened to you? It's a long story. Wade took a deep breath, preparing to recount his heroic deeds. Let's keep it short. Wang Ting interrupted and said. Wade hesitated for a moment and said, During the previous arena battle, I was the second to go on. To win the match, I took a hit from the opponent with my body, and then I gave him a good swing with my axe. He couldn't get up after that. Wow, you're quite daring. Wang Tong's expression changed slightly, and he started to look at the fatty in a new light. Wade used to be quite timid, but now he dared to take a hit with his body to secure a victory. Wang Tong also felt touched by the dedication of his fellow members to the Constellation Society. Compared to their efforts, he felt that he, as the president, had not been fulfilling his responsibilities properly. Hee, I can't let you down, boss. Wade chuckled and felt elated to receive Wang Tong's approval. Wang Tong patted his shoulder again and asked, You took a hit and your body held up well. It seems like you've been conditioning your physique in your spare time. That's right. I've been practicing a physique scripture. Wade agreed without hesitation. You can use these for your cultivation, Wang Tong decided after some thought. He took several crimson crystals from his storage ring and handed them to Wade. What are these? Wade examined the crimson crystals in his hand and asked curiously. These are valuable items that can improve your physical strength. Use them for your cultivation, Wang Tong explained. These items were crystallized blood essence he had discovered at the bottom of the blood pool after draining it. They had similar properties to the blood pool. While they were of no use to him personally, Given his character, he couldn't just leave them behind, so he brought them back. To improve physical strength. Wade's eyes lit up, and he eagerly said, "Thank you, boss." Their conversation wasn't hidden from the other members of the Constellation Society, and many of them watched with envy. Wade had received a reward from the president. Moreover, those crimson crystals could improve physical strength, which was a highly sought-after benefit. President, Yu Qiao opened her mouth and hesitated. "I know what you want to say. Don't worry. I will craft some Grandmaster pills for enhancing cultivation. Anyone who contributes to the Constellation Society will receive appropriate rewards." He gestured generously and smiled at the crowd. The Constellation Society members in the room were all delighted. Those who wanted to leave had already done so, and those remaining were undoubtedly the ones who had made significant contributions to the society. Their waiting and dedication were about to be rewarded. Excitement filled the hearts of everyone present. "Long live the president!" Someone yelled, and others joined in. In an instant, the entire spaceship echoed with the cheers of the members. Seeing this scene, Yu Qiao smiled. She didn't want these people to end up with no prizes after their perseverance. Now that Wang Teng was planning to reward their efforts, she felt reassured. She had confidence that with Wang Teng's guidance, the Constellation Society's strength would undoubtedly experience a significant surge. She had great faith in Wang Teng. If it was someone else, she wouldn't be so confident. However, if it was Wang Teng, anything was possible. Chapter 2091, What Should I Do When a Violent Senior Laid Her Eyes on Me? 1. In Wang Teng's manner. The others had already left, leaving only Wang Teng, Yu Qiao, Wade, Yu Yunxian, Borit, and a few others. Of course, Tong Yin's team was present too. Then, there was Tsang Yu and Little Qing. Wang Teng sat on the sofa, listening to Yu Qiao recounting the events that had happened in the Constellation Society during this time. He returned in a hurry, and although he knew some things, he didn't know everything. As Yu Qiao spoke, a cold light gradually appeared in Wang Teng's eyes, and he said in a stern voice, "The Qingyan Society is becoming more and more shameless." B0XL. Feng Qingjian's character is not commendable. Tong Yin shook his head. Yu Qiao remained silent. During this time, they suffered a lot of exclusion and pressure, so it was impossible for them not to feel any anger towards Feng Qingyan. Their anger was burning. Wang Teng didn't make any strong statements, but instead asked, "How many points have the Constellation Society earned?" "Altogether, 550,000 points, Yu Qiao said, and a smile appeared on her pretty face. 550,000. That's quite a lot. Wang Teng exclaimed. "All the pills you gave me have been sold out, and we've also sold quite a few other items, like my Yuanyua Pearl, which is quite popular," Yu Qiao said, then added with a hint of helplessness, "But unfortunately, my cultivation level is still low, and my efficiency is not high. I also need to practice myself, so I don't have much time to make them, which is why the quantity is limited." "Not bad. Take it slow. You can't become rich in one go," Wang Teng reassured her and said, "Transfer the points to me. They'll buy some materials." "All right." Yu Qiao didn't think much of it and operated her wristband to transfer all 550,000 points to Wang Teng. She thought that with 550,000 points, they should be able to refine many Grandmaster pills. Wang Teng glanced at the transfer information on the wristband, maintaining his composure. He had most of the materials already, but he couldn't give them away for free, especially considering that he had personally refined those pills. 550,000. This is truly a highly profitable business. Alchemists make good money. Tong Yin, who was nearby, couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing their conversation. Wei Na, Bai Yao, and the others were both amazed and envious. Alchemists indeed made a lot of money. Unfortunately, becoming an alchemist required a high level of talent, and the initial investment in training was not insignificant. This would affect their martial arts cultivation. Otherwise, they would have loved to learn it. Wang Teng was so young, and not only did he have terrifying martial cultivation, but he had also reached the peak of the Grandmaster level in alchemy. They couldn't help but wonder how he had achieved all of this. Comparisons made people infuriated. It's all right. 550,000 isn't much. I work hard to earn this money by making pills. Wang Tung shook his head. I heard that you only spent a few days on alchemy and didn't invest much time. Tong Yin glanced at him and said. She was quite well informed about Wang Tung's alchemy endeavors. The commotion he caused when he was refining pills at the alchemy volcano was not small, and many people knew about it. To find out, all one had to do was spend a few points to easily get the information. In 3 days, Wang Tung had successfully refined dozens of Grandmaster-level pills. What kind of efficiency was that? It was like he was an alchemy machine. No, wait, machines couldn't achieve this kind of efficiency. Not even the alchemists in the mecha race could match this efficiency. There were alchemists in the mecha race too. Compared to normal alchemists, they had a huge advantage and were highly efficient. At this moment, they all wanted to open Wang Tung's skull to see what was inside. How was he able to achieve such a monstrous level of skill? Really, Wang Tung played dumb. My memory isn't good. I can't remember. Tisk. Tong Yin swirled her eyes and pursed her lips. Wang Tung looked at Song Yu and little Qing and said, Follow me. I will bring you to the academy for registration. He came back in a hurry and hadn't enrolled the two of them. You want them to join our 7th Stellar Academy? Tongan asked. Yes, when we returned, the Elder Guardian from the Poison Erosion World checked and stated there's no problem. Wang Ting nodded. The Elder Guardian from the Poison Erosion World. Tong In was slightly surprised and nodded. Since the Elder Guardian stated it's possible, there shouldn't be a problem. Let's go. Wang Tung walked out of the manor. Song Yu and little Qing tagged along him hurriedly. We'll go with you. Tong In and the others also followed. Later, Wang Tung and the others boarded a spacecraft and directly arrived at the administrative office of the academy. The administrative office was, in fact, a grand hall located deep within the 7th Stellar Academy's continent. Generally, very few students would come here, and it was mainly guarded by some instructors. Of course, the instructor would change every once in a while. It wasn't fixed. This place handled various special matters within the academy. When the Stellar Academies recruited students, powerful individuals would go to different locations to complete the recruitment process through events like the League of Talents or other special means. Only a few particularly exceptional geniuses would enter the academy through more unconventional methods, such as going through the back door. Song Yu and little Qing were in a situation somewhat similar to this. As Wang Tung and the others descended from the spacecraft and looked around, they headed towards a grand hall with a sign that read Administrative Hall. As they went into the main gate, they saw a woman sitting cross-legged on a cushion near the hall's entrance, her head bowed. It seemed she was a student of the Stellar Academies. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with no one else around, and a rhythmic snoring echoed in the air. Chapter 2092, What Should I Do When a Violent Senior Laid Her Eyes on Me? 2. Wang Tung and Tong In exchanged bewildered glances, as this situation was quite unexpected for them. Were they at the right place? Tong In motioned toward the woman, signaling Wang Tung to approach her. Then, she said using voice transmission, You go. Wang Tung hesitated and then gently pushed the woman, softly saying, Senior. Senior. The woman sitting on the cushion swayed and seemed about to fall to the ground. Wang Tung didn't know what to say. What kind of person was this? B0XL. Calm at the very least, she was a martial warrior. Why was she sleeping so soundly? Wang Tung hurriedly reached out to support her to prevent her from falling to the ground. However, at that moment, he raised his eyebrows and stopped himself. Just as the woman was about to touch the ground, her body suddenly froze in a highly peculiar manner, as if the surrounding space had been frozen. Tong In and the others were also surprised and looked over. The woman slowly opened her eyes, appearing dazed, as if she hadn't fully woken up yet. Her eyes moved around a few times before finally settling on Wang Tung in front of her. Oh my! With a cry, the woman quickly straightened her posture and looked at Wang Tung with a serious expression, saying, Junior, what can I do for you? Wang Tung looked at the woman's stern face. And if it weren't for the drool at the corner of her mouth that hadn't been wiped off yet, he might have been fooled. He then pointed to his lips. The woman was momentarily puzzled, and then suddenly realized. She reached out her hand, moving in extremely fast speed, almost leaving only a blur behind. "Cough, Junior. What can I do for you?" Her voice this time was softer than before and carried a hint of guilt. Tong In and the others. "Senior, I brought these two friends to complete their enrollment procedures," Wang Tung said with a faint smile, pointing at Song Yu and little Chinger behind him. "Enrollment procedures?" The woman was momentarily surprised and instinctively looked at Song Yu and little Ching. Her face then showed a hint of astonishment. "Snake men." Song Yu and little Chinger looked at her nervously. The lady frowned and said, "Junior, this isn't the time for the academy to admit talents. It won't be easy for them to enter the academy." "I understand, but they are geniuses," Wang Tung replied. "Geniuses?" The woman smiled faintly, and those two words had long lost their novelty within the academy. Who wasn't a genius in the academy? But out of respect for the reminder from Wang Tung, she patiently asked, "How much of a genius are they? Is there a specific standard for judging geniuses within the academy?" Wang Tung didn't answer directly and instead asked a question. The woman smiled and pointed at herself. "What do you mean?" Wang Tung hesitated before asking. "I'm a standard." The woman pointed to herself and smiled. "Senior sister Yu Yanan." At this moment, Tong In, who was behind him, suddenly exclaimed. She rushed in front of Wang Tung and stared at the lady in front of her with wide eyes. "Are you senior sister Yu Yanan?" "Oh, you know me?" Yu Yanan looked at Tong In surprise. "I've heard my sister mention you." "My sister is," Tong In giggled. "Wait a minute. Let me guess." Yu Yanan suddenly extended her hand to cover Tong In's face, then stroked her chin, examining her. "You appear familiar. Let me think. Suddenly, she clenched her fist and tapped her palm. "I remember now. Your sister is Bu Tianjin, right? You have the same cute face. It must be her." Yu Yanan had a confident expression, looking at Tong In seriously. Tong In, Wei Na, and the others. "Wang Tung, what do you mean by Bu Tianjin? The same cute face? Why don't you say they have the same two eyes and one nose?" Suddenly, Wang Tung found that this senior seemed a bit silly and cute. "Tong In, who is this senior?" Wang Tung couldn't help but communicate through voice transmission. "Yu Yanan, top 10 in the top 100 universe stage martial warriors ranking. She rarely appears in public, but has quite a reputation." Tong In communicated. "Top 10 in the top 100 universe stage martial warriors ranking." Wang Tung was slightly surprised. The top 100 universe stage martial warriors ranking was a ranking that he couldn't touch at the moment. The geniuses on that list were undoubtedly terrifying universe stage martial warriors. People of the lower stage could never defeat them. And she was among the top 10. Wang Tung's mind was in turmoil, and he couldn't react for a moment. This dazed and cute senior sister in front of him was in the top 10 of the universe stage martial warriors ranking. She didn't look like it at all. Tong In didn't pay attention to Wang Tung's astonishment and viewed at Yu Yanan in frustration, saying, "Senior, my sister is not Bu Tianjin." "Not Bu Tianjin?" Yu Yanan was taken aback and said, "That's not right. I guessed wrong. Wait, let me ponder again." Tong In rubbed her temples. Her head was hurting. Wang Tung had also regained his senses and looked at Yu Yanan. He wanted to persuade her. "Senior, there's no need to be so fixated. I got it. I must be right this time." Yu Yanan suddenly shouted. Tong In viewed at her with hope in her eyes. "Your sister must be Su Xiangling, right? It must be her." Yu Yanan uttered firmly. Wang Tung's expression turned strange. Wei Na, Bai Yao, and the others gazed at her with odd expressions. "What?" Tong In inquired softly. She really wanted to recognize what the reason was this time. "It couldn't be another girl with a cute face, could it? She's short like you, and she has baby fat on her face," Yu Yanan said. Chapter 2093, What Should I Do When a Violent Senior Laid Her Eyes on Me? 3. What's the difference between this and a cute face? Tong In said, feeling exasperated internally. "Well, it's similar. Yu Yanan looked at her with a bit of guilt and said, "Isn't it?" "It's not." Tong didn't give her another chance and quickly said, "My sister is Tongya." Tongya. Yu Yanan felt enlightenment. It was a pity she didn't guess right. She looked at Tong in confusion. "But wait, you don't look much alike. Tongya doesn't have a cute face." Tong was speechless. She felt as if someone slapped her. She said dejectedly, "We looked similar when we were young, but she grew up later, and I didn't." "My condolences." Yu Yanan looked at Tong and said with sympathy, "Tong in B0XL. Come, what do you mean by my condolences?" Tong and suddenly felt like hitting someone. These two words were more lethal than anything else. She and her sister were from the same parents, yet one was ranked among the goddesses, while she had a cute face. The disparity was truly frustrating. Hence, having not grown out of her childlike appearance was already a pain for her. Yet, her senior exposed this wound right in her face, and the feeling was beyond frustrating. It was just as her sister had described. Senior Yu Yanan sometimes acted like a silly person. Wang Ting found it somewhat amusing. Tong usually had a cheerful demeanor, and this was the first time she looked so dejected. "All right, back to business." Yu Yanan suddenly became serious. "Since you know who I am, you should understand that passing this standard won't be so easy. Senior, isn't it unfair for you to step in like this?" Wang Tung frowned. "I will restrain my strength. Well, fight on an equal footing, and if you can make me use only half of my power, you'll pass," Yu Yanan said. "Of course, the battle techniques and scripture ill-used will be what I possessed at that time, not what I currently have. Restraining your strength, and we only need to make you use half of your power?" Wang Ting looked very skeptical. Did this senior have too much confidence? Wang Tung, she's very powerful. Back then, with her Cosmo Stage strength, she killed many Heaven Stage martial warriors. After advancing to the Heaven Stage, she even defeated Universe Stage martial warriors. Tong immediately said through voice transmission. "Interesting." Wang Tung looked at Song Yu and Little Qing'er, relaying Tong In's words to them. Song Yu and Little Qing'er's expressions became serious, and they looked at the woman in front of them with awe. "So, have you thought it over?" Yu Yanan asked in a calm tone. "We accept." Song Yu stepped forward and looked at Yu Yanan. "Good, you have courage. It's not often I encounter two snake women like you, and am curious to see if your talents are truly exceptional." Yu Yanan nodded. Wang Tung felt a hint of curiosity. It's not often that she encounters two snake women. Has this senior met other snake men in different places? "Follow me." Yu Yanan got up and walked toward the back of the hall. Wang Tung and the others immediately followed. After crossing through a long corridor, Yu Yanan stopped in front of a door. She scanned her wristwatch near the door, and the door slowly opened. "Come in." She entered the room in a flash. Her voice lightly echoed. Wang Tung and the others exchanged glances and followed her inside. The scene inside surprised them slightly. Wang Tung glanced around with astonishment. This was a vast white space, resembling the combat spaces of the freshman leaderboard. Clearly, this room used some space manipulation, and the interior space seemed much larger than it appeared from the outside. Yu Yanan stood not far ahead, watching them. After they finished their observations, she spoke. "Who will go first?" "I'll go first." Song Yu stepped forward and said, "You are at the peak of the Heaven Stage. In that case, it'll suppress my ability to the peak of the Heaven Stage and fight with you. If you can force me to use half of my strength." "Never mind. I seemed a little abnormal at that time." "You can pass if you force me to use 30% of my strength," Yu Yanan said. Song Yu sensed slightly belittled. Were these stellar academies, martial warriors, all so powerful? She seemed unconvinced. Those warriors from the stellar academies who appeared on Scorpion King Planet were undoubtedly strong, but they didn't seem to be on this level. This senior is quite cocky. Wang Tung and Tong communicated through voice transmission. "She's a bit cocky, but she's genuinely strong. You'll see in a moment." Tong replied with a wry smile. "I understand." Wang Ting nodded. "I'm looking forward to it," Wang Ting nodded. "Let's begin." Yu Yanan extended her hand and made an inviting gesture towards Song Yu. "Don't hold back. Otherwise, You might not get another chance. Song Ye's face turned serious. She understood the opponent's strength. Since Yu Yanan requested that she not hold back, she decided to unleash her full power. Boom! In the next moment, a massive phantom of a primordial oceanic serpent emerged from her back, exuding an antique presence as it rolled toward Yu Yanan. Interesting, this is bloodline power. Yu Yanan's eyes showed surprise as she faced the pressure, but her expression remained calm. Fascinating. Song Yu wielded a sword, and the sword's radiance condensed as threads of sword conscious gushed out. This sword radiance carried the presence of constellation poison force, and also the aura of constellation ice and water force. Originally a poison element martial warrior, Song Yu had now awakened ice and water abilities, thanks to the bloodline power of the primordial oceanic serpent. Chapter 2094, What Should I Do When a Violent Senior Laid Her Eyes on Me? 4. As the three types of constellation forces converged, the sword radiance became even more intense, and within it, the power of three different domains also converged, making the sword radiance even more terrifying. Yu Yanan's eyes showed an even deeper sense of surprise. Wang Teng was astounded too. Three types of domain power. Song Yu hadn't been idle in the past 6 months. Her strength had grown significantly. Boom! In the next moment, Song Yu made her move. Her sword swung, and the intense, dark green sword radiance swept out, creating a cascading sound like waves, as if layer upon layer of ocean waves were crashing, accompanied by a chilling cold. Clearly, Song Yu had already begun the initial fusion of her domains. Facing this sword, Yu Yanan remained extremely calm. She didn't even use a weapon, but instead threw a punch into the sky. B0XL. Calm boom. A thunderous roar resounded as a fist imprint appeared, colliding fiercely with Song Ye's sword radiance. In an instant, the sword radiance shattered, and a terrifying force swept over from the opposite side. Song Ye's expression changed slightly. Her body was sent flying, and her primordial oceanic serpent illusion dissipated. Although she was not injured, she was sent flying for hundreds of meters before barely coming to a stop. The result was clear. Faced with that punch, even with Song Yu unleashing her full power, she was no match for Yu Yanan. Tong Yin and the others were in great shock. While they knew that Yu Yanan was strong, they hadn't expected her to be this powerful. Was this the strength of someone at the peak of the heaven stage? It was truly terrifying. Tong Yin and the others exchanged glances with one another. They couldn't calm down for a long time. They were extremely confident in their talents, but when they saw Yu Yanan's ability, they couldn't bring themselves to compare with her. There was simply no basis for comparison. Wang Teng's gaze flickered as he pondered whether he could match such power. Afterward, he shook his head, as that single punch did not reveal much about Yu Yanan's actual strength. He realized that the real assessment of her abilities would only come through an actual fight. Song Ye's face appeared somewhat pale, as she could sense the immense power of the woman before her. Even though both of them were at the peak of the heaven stage, the difference in their strength was immense. Was this what they call a genius of the Stellar Academies? For the first time, Song Yu felt the true strength of the Stellar Academies. Even an ordinary student was so formidable. She couldn't help but wonder what other students were like. It was truly unimaginable. Was that your strongest attack just now? Yu Yanan's voice slowly reached their ears. Song Ye's eyes revealed a hint of unwillingness, but eventually she sighed and nodded. Little Qing'er was extremely nervous. Could her master pass the other party's test? If even her master couldn't make it, she wouldn't stand a chance. While she possessed innate bloodline power, her lack of combat experience hindered her from using it effectively. Tong Yin and her friends also looked on with furrowed brows. They were worried because she had barely caught that punch, and it seemed she was quite far from Yu Yanan's level. Wang Teng remained calm. If needed, he could seek help from Instructor Seacombe. After all, that instructor still owed him a favor. With the right connections, there was no need to worry. Decent, I suppose. Yu Yanan furrowed her brow slightly. You barely make me use 30% of my strength, so you can pass the test. Wang Ting glanced at the senior student, feeling somewhat surprised. He could tell that she wasn't entirely satisfied with Song Ye's abilities, but in the end, she allowed her to pass the test. It appeared that this senior student was not as rigid as he had initially thought. Song Ye's eyes lit up, and she let out a relieved sigh. Her core was filled with joy. She had passed. Initially, she had only been interested in joining the Stellar Academies as a way to boost her strength. But now, she had a completely different perspective. After witnessing the formidable power of the woman before her, she had gained a clear understanding of the Academy's potential. She needed to stay here to become as powerful as this senior student. As for this little sister, there's no need for a duel. I can tell that their bloodlines are the same, and their talents meet the Stellar Academy's admission standards. With proper nurturing, they can become strong individuals in the future, Yu Yanan said, looking at little Qing'er. Little Qing'er was elated. There was no need to combat anymore. Great. She didn't want to combat with this unbelievably strong lady. Wang Teng and the others were slightly surprised by this. The senior sister had been stern earlier, but now she seemed quite approachable, exhibiting a classic case of being stern with words but kind-hearted. She was soft-hearted. Well, thank you very much, senior sister. Wang Teng extended a fist in gratitude to Yu Yanan and smiled. Don't be in a rush to appreciate me. You combat with me. Yu Yanan looked at Wang Teng and suddenly grinned. Wang Teng's mouth twitched. What does that have to do with me? Why are you challenging me to a combat all of a sudden? What should I do when a violent senior lays her gaze on me? This is very urgent. I need an answer immediately. Chapter 2095, Taking a Giant Leap Forward. 1. At this moment, Wang Teng found himself standing in front of Yu Yanan. Yu Yanan was rubbing her hands in excitement, eagerly preparing for the fight. He had no idea how he ended up in this situation. He was just standing there, not doing anything. Why was this senior sister suddenly challenging him to a fight? He felt rather puzzled. From a distance, Tong Yin and the others saw the look of frustration on Wang Teng's face and couldn't help but chuckle. But, after laughing, there was only astonishment left in their hearts. B0XL. They hadn't expected Yu Yanan to initiate a challenge against Wang Teng. They had only heard about Yu Yanan's strength before, but they had all witnessed it firsthand when she defeated Song Yu with a single punch. Could Wang Teng defeat her? Most likely not. After all, Wang Teng was only at the Cosmos stage. The crowd was getting a bit excited. Wang Teng had remarkable talent, and if he managed to defeat Yu Yanan after she suppressed her strength to the same stage, it would be nothing short of incredible. He'll suppress my power to the Cosmos stage and fight you, Yu Yanan told Wang Teng, her eyes filled with determination. By the way, at what level of the Cosmos stage are you currently? She asked again. 5th level Cosmos stage, Wang Teng replied casually. He had actually reached the 9th level in his Constellation Poison Force, and the 6th level in his Constellation Fire and Metal Forces, but he chose not to reveal that at the moment. It was already quite fast to advance to the 5th level of the Cosmos stage within half a year. As expected, when Tong In and the others heard that Wang Teng had reached the 5th level of the Cosmos stage, they were stunned. However, they were not too shocked. After all, Wang Teng's physical body was formidable enough to rival Heaven Stage martial warriors. If Yu Yanan suppressed her strength to the Cosmos stage, it might result in a big surprise. In that case, I will suppress my stage to the 5th level Cosmos stage. Yu Yanan said, why don't you raise your ability to the peak of the Cosmos stage? Wang Teng suggested uncertainly. Peak of the Cosmos stage. Yu Yanan raised his eyebrows in surprise. It looks like you're very confident in yourself. It's all right. Come on. If it doesn't work out, it'll naturally increase my strength to the peak of the Cosmos stage. That works. Wang Teng nodded and said no more. Yu Yanan was undoubtedly very powerful, and while he had confidence in his own abilities, it was wise not to underestimate someone without knowing their exact strength. Wang Teng couldn't use his real eye to see one's battle power. He could only see the general stage. The battle power of geniuses within the Stellar Academies couldn't be solely judged by one stage. The atmosphere between the two grew tense, and the surroundings fell silent. Tong Yin and the others stopped smiling and watched Wang Tong and Yu Yanin closely. Yu Yanin's eyes became extremely sharp as she focused on her junior brother. He gave off a different feeling, and his physical strength was like a dormant beast, truly formidable. If she was a martial warrior at the same level, she wouldn't be able to feel anything. However, she was at the peak of the universe stage, so sensed something unique about this junior brother. That was why she was eager to spar with him. It had been a long time since she encountered such a monstrous talent. In their batch, if she had to say who gave her a similar feeling, it was probably only those few individuals. "Senior sister, be careful," Wang Tong shouted. He suddenly attacked and dashed towards Yu Yanin. Fast! Yu Yanin's gaze subtly intensified, and instead of evading, she simply leaned slightly to one side. Boom! Wang Tong's fist carried a fierce gust of force as it passed before her eyes, causing a force explosion. Yu Yanin kept her focus on Wang Tong's fist, and the gust of force stung her eyes. However, she didn't blink and thrust her hand out with iron-like precision, clamping down on Wang Tong's wrist. In that moment, her expression changed slightly. A powerful force surged from Wang Tong's wrist, accompanied by a searing sensation spreading towards her. Honestly, if her physical strength weren't so formidable, the temperature would be enough to cause injury. Despite the supposed suppression of her strength, her flesh remained at the peak level of the universe stage. It couldn't be suppressed, and it wasn't just a normal peak level. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. Even so, she felt the scorching sensation, as if her skin was about to ignite. Her gaze intensified, and she saw tendrils of blue flames enveloping Wang Tong, coalescing into scale-like structures on his arm. Inside Wang Tong's body, a fiery presence seemed to be on the verge of erupting. Without much consideration, she withdrew, retreating rapidly. Boom! In the next moment, a fierce emerald fire erupted from Wang Tong's body. "This is a divine flame." Yu Yanin was astounded. Wang Tong's ability exceeded her expectation. In the first round of their confrontation, Yu Yanin hadn't even had the opportunity to strike. Far away, people like Tong were too deeply shocked. Wang Tong was honestly impressive. Even in a battle against senior Yu Yanin, he seemed to be slightly superior. At this moment, Wang Tong stepped out of the fire and looked at Yu Yanin. "Senior sister, you should use your peak cosmos stage ability." "All right." Yu Yanin's face became serious, and Yu Yanin didn't refuse. Her aura rose again, ultimately reaching the peak of the cosmos stage. Boom! This time, even before Wang Tong able attack, she took the initiative and charged towards him, delivering a powerful punch. Wang Tong smiled slightly, showing no fear, and met her head-on. Boom! 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 The two clashed with their fists. It was undeniable that Yu Yanin's force was formidable. Even when Yu Yanin compressed her power to the peak of the Cosmos stage, she far exceeded the average Cosmos stage martial warrior. It was no wonder there were rumors that when she was at the Cosmos stage, she able to defeat Heaven stage martial warriors. Chapter 2096, taking a giant leap forward. 2. However, the more they fought, the more amazed she became. Wang Tong's strength was much greater than hers, and she could feel that he hadn't even used his full power. Was this fellow really a Cosmos stage martial warrior? This thought appeared in Yu Yanin's mind uncontrollably, leaving her unable to remain calm. "Senior sister, why are you daydreaming?" Suddenly, Wang Tong's voice rang out. The air burst with a sonic boom as a fist imprint erupted from his fist. Five-element fist. The power of the flames converged into a fist imprint, emanating a scorching intent. B0XO. Calm Yu Yanin's ability had exceeded his expectations. Her strength could match 3/5 of his. It was about 3/5, no more. Yu Yanin didn't know what Wang Tong was thinking. If she knew that he was evaluating her strength in this way, she wouldn't know what expression to make. Facing the fist imprint unleashed by Wang Tong, her expression changed slightly. The battle techniques she used when she reached the pinnacle of the cosmos stage flashed through her mind. A glint appeared in her eyes, and she threw a punch. Solid Mountain Fist. Boom! An earth-yellow fist imprint condensed and fiercely collided with Wang Tung's fiery fist imprint. Intense fluctuations of force swept through the vast white space as the two fist imprints successively collapsed. Soon after, a figure was sent flying backward. It was Yu Yinan. Tong Yin and the others were greatly surprised, almost unable to believe their eyes. Senior Yu Yinan was forced back. Was Wang Tung so strong? This was one of the top 10 in the top 100 universe stage martial warriors ranking. Even when she was at the cosmic level, she was a formidable presence. But now, Wang Tung seemed to have the upper hand. Moreover, Senior Yu Yinan was using a different level strength. She wielded the stronger peak of cosmos stage power compared to Wang Tung. This was simply unimaginable. Song Yu and Little Qing'er were also extremely shocked, especially Tsang Yu, who had fought Yu Yinan directly and knew her strength. And now, Wang Tung was unexpectedly gaining the upper hand. She suddenly realized that she had underestimated Wang Tung all along. He constantly surprised her, whether in terms of talent or status. Even in this stellar academy, he seemed quite exceptional. Again, at this moment, Wang Tung let out a light shout, his figure bursting forward. He landed in midair and punched his fist at Yu Yinan furiously. Encountering an opponent of equal strength wasn't easy, and now he was a bit interested, wanted to see just how powerful someone in the top 10 of the top 100 universe stage martial warriors list was. Boom, boom, boom. The five-element fist exploded, and the blazing domain congregated within it, emitting a terrifying fluctuation. This brat, Yu Yinan, was surprised, and the fighting spirit in her eyes became even more intense. Grinning, she raised her fist to meet him. Both shot into the sky, the power of their domains erupting. In midair, they collided fiercely, every punch distorting space as if invisible ripples spread in all directions. Such formidable attacks, if unleashed in the universe, would be enough to shatter a planet. However, within this confined space, everything was restricted, causing only a distortion in space. Senior sister, why don't you use your heaven stage ability? Otherwise, it's not exciting enough. Wang Tung shouted. Yu Yinan was speechless. He was looking down on her. Boom! The next moment, she no longer held back, and a tremendously powerful wave burst from within her. Wang Tung looked at Yu Yinan with some surprise. That sensation was similar to his own, as if she had activated some kind of innate talent. Wang Tung, underestimating your senior is not going to end well for you. Yu Yinan's voice was heard. Boom! In an instant, she had vanished from her original position, leaving only a lingering afterimage slowly dissipating. The velocity has increased. Wang Tung's pupils contracted. This velocity was much faster than before. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of her figure. Unexpectedly, this senior also possessed some kind of innate physical talent. However, it wasn't surprising considering the velocity and power she exhibited. It was beyond what ordinary martial warriors could possess. A gleam of light flashed in Wang Tung's eyes as he directly activated the ancient god's body. Previously, he had only used the true dragon battle physique, pseudo, not exerting his full strength. However, now that Yu Yinan had demonstrated her strength, he deemed it worthy of unleashing his entire physical power. Swoosh! Wang Tung's heart unexpectedly began to beat violently, and a faint golden-colored blood flowed within him like mercury. Terrifying power spread throughout his limbs and bones. A complex and mysterious golden pattern appeared on his forehead. The next moment, Wang Tung's figure also disappeared from its original position, and a terrifying power burst forth. Boom! The two collided once again in the sky like two enormous orbs, constantly clashing, separating, and clashing again. Tong In and the others retreated to a distance, watching the battle, somewhat astonished. Song Yu and Little Chinger swallowed their saliva uncontrollably. This was terrifying. These two must be monsters disguised as humans. After fighting for a while, Wang Tung's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Unexpectedly, relying solely on physical strength, he couldn't shake this senior. In that case, five-element fist. He no longer hesitated, and all 5 types of constellation forces erupted within him, transforming into 5 fist imprints of different colors. The power of domain merged into them. Crimson, yellow, green, blue, gold. The 5 different fist imprints merged into one, as if turning into a mountain of the 5 elements, crashing towards Yu Yinan. Boom! Finally, shock appeared in Yu Yinan's eyes. 5 different forces, 5 domains. Moreover, each type of force and each domain were quite balanced, with no significant differences. Chapter 2097, taking a giant leap forward. 3. More importantly, in her perception, these 5 domains were extremely powerful, at least reaching the level of the 6th tier. How did this guy cultivate? In the Cosmos stage, comprehending the domains of all 5 forces to the 6th tier, even those geniuses back then couldn't achieve that. At this moment, she didn't hold back anymore, nor could she. She released all the constellation force in her body. She wasn't a single-element martial warrior. She possessed 3 types of forces. Now, they all burst forth, transforming into fist imprints and exploding. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks collided, fist imprints clashed, and waves of energy rolled, sweeping out a terrifying force. B0XL. Calm crack. A crisp sound of shattering echoed. Suddenly, Yu Yinan's fist imprint collapsed with a thunderous roar, and a terrifying primal force surged, sending her flying backward. The 5-element fist glows shot toward Yu Yinan like a hot knife cutting through butter. Yu Yinan gave a bitter smile. A terrifying power erupted from his body. She reached out, and with a thunderous sound, she directly crushed the 5-element fist imprint. At that moment, the space in front of her fluctuated, and Wang Tung appeared abruptly, throwing a punch. Bang! Yu Yinan was flabbergasted. She immediately felt excruciating pain in her left eye. It went black for a moment, and her head was thrown backward from the impact. Her face turned dark, and she reached out to Wang Tung. The space constriction took effect. This guy had some nerve, actually daring to hit her. "Senior sister, you're breaking the rules." Wang Tung shouted, and the power of space erupted, breaking the opponent's constraint, disappearing from the spot. Yu Yinan grabbed the air. She stared at her empty hands in astonishment. Looking up, Wang Tung's figure slowly emerged in the distance, watching her warily. Feeling her left eye socket, Yu Yinan took out a mirror and checked. She now had panda eyes. She gritted her teeth, looking at Wang Tung in the distance. Her gaze became somewhat dangerous. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly fell into silence. Tong Yin and the others were all dumbfounded. Did they see it correctly? Wang Tung actually hit Senior Yu Yinan. Impressive. Kid, you've got some nerve. Yu Yinan put away the mirror and looked at Wang Tung. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I didn't expect you to suddenly stop fighting. Wang Tung chuckled. I've already used a strength beyond the peak of the Cosmos stage. What's the point of fighting? Yu Yinan felt his head hurting. She was puzzled. This fellow did it on purpose. It must be on purpose. However, she was genuinely surprised. That was a space technique, right? This fellow possessed space skills. It seemed that physical strength wasn't his only skill. He was hiding quite a lot. Thinking back to the domain power Wang Tung had unleashed moments ago, she felt even more speechless. Actually, she had cheated just now. The domain power she used wasn't something she comprehended at the peak of the Cosmos stage. She only understood it after reaching the Heaven stage. So, compared to this junior in front of her, her previous self was far inferior. It's not intentional. I just didn't react in time. Senior, you're at least at the peak of the Cosmos stage. How could I have expected to actually hit you? Wang Tung protested. Yu Yinan collected her thoughts, her expression turning dark. As a universe stage martial warrior, she had been hit by a cosmos stage martial warrior, and with so many people watching, she felt embarrassed. She glanced around, and Tong In and the others immediately adopted the attitude of "I didn't see anything," avoiding eye contact with her. So fake. However, she couldn't do anything. After all, she was the one who used strength over the peak of the cosmos stage, and that put her in a hard position. Everyone wanted to laugh when they saw Yu Yanin's frustrated expression. However, they didn't dare to. If they laughed, their senior sister would hit them. Cough, cough. Wang Tong cleared his throat, nervously saying, "Senior, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." Leave? Without completing the enrollment procedures? Yu Yanan snorted, not in a good mood. Of course. Wang Tong hurriedly looked at Song Yu and Little Qing. Hurry up and go with her to complete the procedures. You, come too, Yu Yanan said, landing on the ground, sporting black eye circles and heading outside. Wang Tong heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like this matter was over. That was dangerous. If this senior hadn't let it go, he would have been no match for her in a fight, and he would have had to run away. Tong In and the others all gave Wang Tong a thumbs up, their faces filled with admiration. Wang Tong, from now on, I will only be convinced by you, Tong In stated via voice transmission. Wang Tong rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to care about her. Hurry up. Yu Yanin's displeased voice came from outside the door. Coming, coming. Wang Tong and the others hurriedly followed. Of course, before leaving, Wang Tong didn't forget to collect all the attribute bubbles around him. Cosmos Realm Spirit *60 500 Universe Realm Enlightenment *25500 Earth Constellation Force *70 200 Water Constellation Force *8000 Metal Constellation Force *7800 Earth Domain 7th rank *1300 Water Domain 7th rank *1500 Metal Domain 7th rank *1200 Divine Level Physique Talent *18500. Wow. Wang Tong was surprised. There were many attribute bubbles, as expected of the top 100 universe stage martial warriors. She only used his peak Cosmo stage ability, but she dropped so many attribute bubbles. Chapter 2098, taking a giant leap forward. 4. First, there were the spirit and enlightenment attributes. There were many of them, allowing Wang Tong's spirit and enlightenment to rise greatly. Spirit 75100/200000 Cosmos Realm Enlightenment 230500/300000 Universe Realm. This senior sister's spirit and enlightenment are not weak. Wang Tong muttered to himself as he looked at the changes on the attributes board. It was understandable. After all, the other party was at the peak of the universe stage. Even if she only dropped a small portion of his spirit and enlightenment attributes, it was still a huge gain for him. Wang Tong didn't dwell on it and continued to look further. There were 3 types of force attributes. B0XO. Kami Yanan released 3 forces at the last moment and dropped many attributes. If Yu Yanan had used only one type of force for that final punch, Wang Tong's attack would have been unstoppable. There was a cause for every effect. If Wang Tong hadn't used all his 5 basic forces, Yun wouldn't have been forced to release her 3 types of forces. Getting attribute bubbles wasn't easy. He had to work hard. Wang Tong couldn't help but feel emotional. He then glanced at the attributes board, quite satisfied with the gains from this encounter. Constellation Earth Force 22200/50,000 Cosmos Stage 5th level Constellation Water Force 22600/50,000 Cosmos Stage 5th level Constellation Metal Force 21300/60,000 Cosmos Stage 6th level. Then there were the 3 domains. All of them are at the 7th rank. This senior sister managed to grasp 3 7th-rank domains at the peak of the Cosmos stage. Impressive, Wang Tong exclaimed in his heart. If he didn't have the system, even at the peak of the Cosmos stage, he might not have been able to comprehend 7th-rank domain power. On the other hand, Yuyin completely relied on her understanding to comprehend 3 7th-rank domain powers, which was the true mark of a genius. He didn't know that Yu Yinan was cheating. When she was at the peak of the Cosmos stage, she only had a 6th-rank domain. She didn't have a 7th-rank domain. Metal domain, 3500/7000, 7th rank. Earth domain, 2900/7000, 7th rank. Water domain, 2800/7000, 7th rank. Wang Teng immediately looked at the last attribute bubble. The attribute bubble directly merged into Wang Teng's body, transforming into a peculiar force that swept through his entire body, causing some mysterious changes. Divine-level physique talent. Wang Teng was astounded. He guessed that Yu Yinan possessed some kind of physical talent, but he didn't expect it to be of this level. He received this divine-level physique talent from Gallup when he was refining his physique in the Lightning Valley. Wang Teng was able to absorb a large amount of essence blood power in the blood pool this time, not only because he practiced various powerful body refinement techniques, but also because of this divine-level physique talent. Generally speaking, the higher the physical talent, the stronger the Bodhi's ability to withstand various enhancements to physical strength. Hence, Wang Teng was quite fond of this divine-level physique talent. At this moment, Yu Yinan had dropped 18,500 points of divine-level physique talent attributes. To Wang Teng, this was enough to raise his divine-level physique talent by a huge level. Divine-level physique talent. 19850/50,000 senior sister Yu Yinan's talent must be more advanced than Gallup's. I'm lucky this time. I wonder when I'll have the chance to spar with her again. Wang Teng thought to himself as he felt the changes in his physical talent. As Wang Teng was taking stock of his gains, he followed the others outside. After some time, they returned to the hall. Yu Yinan stood at the entrance of the great hall and seemed to be waiting for something. Senior sister? Wang Teng asked in confusion. Wait, Yu Yinan said calmly. Oh, Wang Teng sighed, realizing that she wasn't in the mood to talk. To avoid getting scolded, he obediently stayed quiet on the side. Song Yu and Little Qing'er found it amusing that this guy could also be timid. After waiting for some time, space fluctuations appeared, and suddenly, an illusory figure materialized in front of the hall. The person's figure was blurry, making it impossible to see her face. Some details suggested that the person might be a woman. Wang Teng was surprised. If the person hadn't appeared directly in front of them, he wouldn't have even sensed her presence. He couldn't help but open the real eye to look, only to be dazzled by a bright light, forcing him to close his eyes. The figure glanced at Wang Teng with surprise, smiled slightly, and said, "Young one, don't casually probe unfamiliar strong beings. I was reckless. Please forgive me." Wang Teng opened his eyes and looked at the person, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yu Yinan looked at Wang Teng in surprise. Then, he could not help but feel a bit pleased. "Serve him right. It's all right." The figure shook his head and replied calmly. "Master." At this moment, Yu Yinan came forward and greeted her respectfully. "Master?" Wang Teng was shocked. This person was Yu Yinan's master. How powerful was she to be the master of a universe-stage martial warrior? Wang Teng didn't dare to imagine. When he probed earlier, he didn't see everything, and the person in front of them seemed to be a projection, not the real body. A projection with such overwhelming power. How terrifying would the actual person be? It was unimaginable. Tong In and the others stood at the side obediently. They were equally astounded. The person before them was actually Yu Yinan's master. They felt fortunate to encounter such a prominent figure today. Encountering such a big shot was indeed rare, and today they were fortunate to meet a real one. "Are these the two snake women genius you mentioned?" The figure nodded and glanced at Song Yu and Little Qing. "Yes, they were brought by Junior Wang Teng. I've tested them, and their talents and strength are good. That's why I troubled Master to come and take a look," Yu Yinan explained. "It's rare to encounter two snake women geniuses." The figure sized up Song Yu and Little Qing, then spoke gently, "Come forward." Song Yu and Little Qing'er looked at Wang Teng. Wang Teng nodded naturally. Faced with such a powerful figure, they would do whatever was told. If the person had any malicious intent, they wouldn't be able to resist anyway, so it was better to lie low and comply. Of course, it wasn't likely. After all, this was an instructor from the Stellar Academies. How could he be a bad person? The figure had a deep and profound gaze. Seeing this scene, there was no trace of impatience. Song Yu and little Qing'er immediately walked over when they saw Wang Tung nodding. Relax. The figure stretched out his hand and placed it on Song Yu and little Qing'er's wrist, seemingly sensing something. She nodded slightly and said, "Very good talent. Elder, can they enter our academy now?" Wang Tung asked with a flattering smile. "Where did you find them?" The figure smiled slightly and inquired. "Poison Erosion World, Scorpion King Star," Wang Tung replied. "So that's where." The figure nodded, then glanced at Song Yu and little Qing'er, suddenly saying, "I have a few Naga legacy here. Are you willing to be my disciples?" A look of surprise appeared on Wang Tung's face. The figure wanted to take them as disciples. He initially thought it was already great that Song Yu and little Qing'er could enter the academy. He never expected their luck to be so good, being noticed by such a powerful figure who wanted to take them as disciples. Yu Yinen's master must be an extraordinary figure. This was definitely a large shot. How could such a good thing not involve him a bit? On the other side, Tong In and the others were too shocked with wide-open mouths. Senior sister Yu Yinen's master wanted to take Song Yu and little Qing'er as her disciples. Oh my God, this was like ascending to the heavens in one step. Chapter 2099 time is tight. Wang Tung's trump card. "One, master." Her words left everyone stunned for a moment. Everyone was in a daze. Yu Yanan reacted first, desperately gesturing for them to agree. Hurry up and agree. No one knew her master's ability better than her. They were extremely lucky to be able to get her master to take them in personally. Hurry, agree. Wang Ting also realized the significance and quickly spoke to them using voice transmission. Song Yu and little Qing'er heard Wang Tung's words and knew that this person must be extraordinary. They bowed without any hesitation. B0XL. "Calm, master." "Good." The figure smiled faintly, then turned to Wang Tung, teasingly saying, "You'll be taking them with me. Any objections?" "No objections. No objections at all. How could I have any objections? It's their good fortune to have you as their master," Wang Tung hurriedly replied. "Smooth talker." The figure chuckled. The space rippled, and she looked at Song Yu and little Qing. "Let's go." The voice echoed faintly, and then she turned and stepped into the fluctuating space. Song Yu glanced at Wang Tung. "Go ahead." Wang Tung nodded slightly. Without further words, Song Yu held little Qing'er's wrist and stepped into the fluctuating space. Song Yu and little Qing'er left. Outside the hall, only Wang Tung and his companions remained, sighing in amazement. "I never expected the teacher to accept them as disciples directly," Yu Yanan laughed. "Looks like I've gained 2 more junior sisters." "Senior sister, what stage is your master at?" Tong In asked curiously. "Guess," Yu Yanan said. Tong In was speechless. "Senior sister, you're being mischievous. I'm not sure about master's ability, but she must be very strong." Yu Yanan chuckled. "I envy them so much. Song Yu and little Qing'er have such good luck, being taken as disciples by a powerful master right after entering the Stellar Academies. Our experience of finding a master was so much more difficult." Tong In sighed, expressing both admiration and envy. There was something she didn't say out loud. The master they painstakingly found was probably not as formidable as Song Yu and little Qing'er's. She couldn't say it out loud. If their master heard it, they might get beaten up. This kind of luck was truly enviable. A few days ago, Song Yu and little Qing'er were just natives of Small World. Now, their backgrounds were even more impressive than hers. They had to accept this reality. "Senior sister, we should leave." Wang Tung took out his spacecraft and stooped at Yu Yanan. "Come find me for a spar when you have the time," Yu Yanan said. Wang Tung felt guilty. The gaze of that senior sister gazed, terrifying, as if she wanted to devour him. But everything was for the sake of attribute bubbles. "All right, no problem." Wang Tung reluctantly agreed, waved his hand, and then turned towards the sky entering the spaceship. Senior sister, we're taking our leave too. Tong Yin and the others suppressed their laughter, also bowing to you, Yanan, before flying toward the sky. As everyone stepped into the spaceship, the Devil Slayer morphed into a streak of light, speeding away into the distance. Inside the spaceship, Tong In and the others couldn't hold back their laughter any longer. They burst into laughter. Wang Tung, you're too timid, Tong In said with contempt. I'm timid? She wanted to beat me up, Wang Tung retorted. Because you turned her into a black-eyed panda. You make her embarrassed, Tong In sighed. I didn't expect it. Can't blame me, Wang Tung defended himself. I think you did it on purpose, Tong In said. Anyway, Sangyu and Little Qing'er have a master now. Will Little Qing'er call Sangyu master or senior sister in the future? Wang Tung shrugged and changed the topic with a smile. Definitely senior sister. Addressing her as master wouldn't be appropriate with that elder around. But it's fine. In the cultivation world, strength is what matters most. Sangyu being Little Qing'er's master before was acceptable, but now it's not suitable. I believe she understands this principle. Moreover, being senior and junior doesn't affect their relationship. They can still be close. That's true. Wang Ting nodded. He wasn't bothered by these things. He just found it amusing. In the vast universe, sometimes the difference between senior and master is not that significant. Some masters go into seclusion for hundreds of years, barely paying attention to their disciples, only occasionally coming out to impart some knowledge. The rest of the time, it's the seniors who take care of things, Tong In added. Are those masters so irresponsible? Wang Tung was speechless. After reaching the heaven stage, especially after reaching the universe stage, time loses its significance for cultivators. They spend more time on cultivation, Tong In said. Wang Ting nodded. It wasn't surprising. Heaven stage martial warriors had a lifespan of 10 million years. As long as they didn't get beaten to death, they had ample time. At the universe stage, their lifespan increased to 100 million years. Cultivating in seclusion for a few hundred years was nothing. However, Wang Tung still felt a bit surreal. He had killed several heaven stage martial warriors and almost killed a universe stage martial warrior. What's more, it was a universe stage dark apparition. If he wasn't saved at the last moment, Wang Tung might have added a universe stage dark apparition wraith to his record. Thinking about it, having a long lifespan alone wasn't enough. He needed to be powerful enough. Otherwise, they were just long-lived turtles. Suddenly, Round Ball's voice appeared in Wang Tung's mind. Chapter 2100 time is tight. Wang Tung's trump card. 2. Wang Tung, I have bad news for you. What bad news? Wang Tung frowned and asked. He was stunned. 5 days later, the freshman leaderboard will close and the grand disciple acceptance ceremony will commence, Round Ball said concisely. 5 days later. That's fast. Wang Tung furrowed his brows even more. You came back too late. If not, we wouldn't be in such a hurry, Round Ball said helplessly. It looks like we can't wait any longer. Wang Tung shook his head and turned serious. He said to Tong In, I'm going to the alchemy volcano to make some pills. You can go back. Make pills. Tong In and the others' eyes lit up. They exchanged glances, all showing interest. They quickly smiled and said, We'll accompany you. B0XO. Come, don't be silly. I'm not going to play, Wang Tung replied. I'm not being silly. Tong In was speechless. Did he think of her as a child? She smiled and said, I've always been curious about your alchemy efficiency. I want to see if it's that extraordinary. That's right, President. Please satisfy our curiosity. Bai Yao smiled too. He changed the way he addressed Wang Tung, no longer calling him Junior, but starting to refer to him as President. Fine, do as you please. Anyway, when I'm refining pills, you can only wait outside. Wang Tung shook his head nonchalantly. Don't be so stingy. Can't you let us in take a look? Tong In's eyes rolled around. She grabbed his arm, swaying like a little girl, shaking him, and coquettishly said, Just let me have a peek, okay? Senior sister, how old are you? Wang Ting looked at her strangely. I'll always be 18. Tong In glared at him and replied angrily. Senior sister is really young. Wang Tong said, but you can't. Don't you know that you can't watch alchemists when they're making pills? I don't know, Tong In replied. Now you do, Wang Tong replied. Fisk, I'm not looking. You stingy fellow. Tong In rolled her eyes at him. I'm not talking to you anymore. Wang Tong shook his head in amusement. This senior's sister was indeed childlike, behaving like a kid who hadn't grown up. He asked Roundball to control the spacecraft and head to the alchemy volcano. After some time, volcanoes could be seen in the distance. The spacecraft slowly landed on one of the volcanoes. Volcano number 6. This was the place for Grandmaster's 7th level and above alchemists to make pills. Wang Tong used to make pills here. Wang Tong kept the spacecraft and came to the middle of the mountain. He walked towards the Great Hall. Many figures were walking around the hall. Many people recognized Wang Tong and looked over in surprise when they saw him. Why did he come to the alchemy volcano? One of the ladies wearing the academy uniform immediately came forward. Her eyes lit up. Grandmaster Wang Tong. A voice was heard. It's you. Wang Tong smiled and nodded when he saw the person. This lady was the beautiful senior sister who served him the previous time. It looked like it was her again. Nevertheless, she was still a beautiful woman, and having a beauty provide service was quite pleasing to the eyes. Grandmaster Wang Tong, do you need to rent an alchemist room? Lin Xian swayed her graceful body and walked over with a mesmerizing smile. Many other staff members, witnessing this scene, realized they had no chance and couldn't help but glare at Lin Xian's departing figure. They cursed her for being a seductive fox. Not bad, Wang Tong. Tong In joked Wang Tong using voice transmission when she saw this scene. The 3 males, Bai Yao, Yuan Bai, and Qin Quan were envious when they saw Lin Xian's appearance. They grumbled in their hearts. So what if you're a grandmaster alchemist? Why was this beautiful lady being so proactive? As men, they expressed their strong condemnation. Cough, I'm not close to her. Wang Tong cleared his throat awkwardly and elucidated using voice transmission. Grandmaster Wang Tong. Lin Xian called him again when she saw that he didn't reply to her. All right, please help me rent a secluded vacant alchemy room. I need to use it, Wang Tong replied seriously. Sure, wait a moment. Lin Xian grinned and operated the machine. Soon, she found an alchemy room that met Wang Tong's requirements and asked, how about this alchemy room? It's located in the right corner of volcano number 6. Due to the terrain, there are fewer alchemy rooms around. She knew that Wang Tong's alchemist activities could cause a huge commotion, so she chose an alchemy room in the most remote area. Not bad. This one will do, Wang Tong affirmed approvingly. Okay. Lin Xian, seeing Wang Tong's satisfaction, was also pleased. She immediately helped him secure the room and then said, I'll take you there. Subsequently, the group, led by Lin Xian, flew towards the alchemy room. These are, Lin Xian inquired curiously when she noticed Tong In and the others standing behind Wang Tong. They're my friends. You don't have to care about them, Wang Tong said. Lin Xian nodded. She glanced at Tong In and Wei Na's faces and felt a little discouraged. As expected, Grandmaster Wang Tong never lacked beauties around him. This time he brought 2 more. She couldn't find any gaps to exploit. Soon, they arrived at the alchemy room Wang Tong had rented. After leading Wang Tong there, Lin Xian was about to take her leave, but after some hesitation, she said, Grandmaster Wang Tong, can we exchange contact information? Next time you come, you can notify me in advance, and I help you find and reserve an alchemy room first. Chapter 2101 time is tight. Wang Tong's trump 2101 time is tight. Wang Tong's trump card. 3, all right. Wang Tong glanced at the other party and nodded in the end. A hint of surprise flashed past Lin Xian's eyes. Although she knew that Wang Tong might not have any other intention, at least she had his contact number. After exchanging contact information, Lin Xian bid farewell and left. Watching her figure depart, Tong In approached with a smile. Wang Tong, you're quite fortunate. Beautiful women seem to follow you everywhere. Do you count? Wang Tong glanced at her, asking in return. Well, Tong In choked. Was she being flirted with? Ignoring her, Wang Tong walked straight into the alchemy room and said to the others, "Wait for me outside. Time waits for no one. I must make the pills quickly." Tong In and the others, seeing his serious expression, didn't dare to joke further. They nodded and watched him enter the alchemy room. Inside the alchemy room, Wang Tong sighed in relief, sat cross-legged, and said to Round Ball, "Round Ball, help me to contact the Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance. When in doubt, find the Grandmasters of the Secondary Career Alliance. To quickly enhance the cultivation of Constellation Society members, special pills tailored to their needs were necessary." In this regard, he was sure that those Grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance knew additional than he did. Moreover, two heads were better than one. If the Grandmasters discussed together, they would definitely be able to find a pill that met the requirements. Soon, the communication with the Grandmasters was established. "Ha ha, Grandmaster Wang Tong. It's been a long time since we last communicated." Grandmaster Hua Yuan's image appeared on the screen, laughing heartily. "Grandmaster Hua Yuan." Wang Tong smiled at him and explained, "I've been cultivating recently and haven't had the time to contact everyone. I apologize." "No problem. No problem. You're a martial arts genius, and you surely need to spend additional time on martial arts cultivation." Grandmaster Hua Yuan was quite understanding. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. Grandmaster Wang Tong's talent in alchemy was not weak either, and he was also a triple field grandmaster. If he devoted all his energy to the secondary profession, he could undoubtedly become a rare triple field alchemy saint in the world. He might even be able to reach a higher level. "Grandmaster Wang Tong, how have you been recently? I heard that the competition in the Stellar Academies is very fierce." Grandmaster Harold appeared on the screen at the side as she asked with a gentle smile. For these grandmasters, Wang Tong was still quite young, so besides the usual peer interactions, they also took care of him like a junior. "It's good, made quite a few friends." Wang Tong laughed. He chatted casually with the grandmasters for a while before getting to the main topic. "Do any of you know of any pills that can quickly enhance the strength of Cosmos Stage warriors?" Wang Tong asked. "Enhance the strength of Cosmos Stage martial warriors?" Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others were momentarily surprised. He asked, "Is it for your use?" "No, it's for someone else." Wang Tong shook his head. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others didn't inquire further. After some thought, they said, "At the Cosmos Stage, if we talk about the best pill, it has to be the Heavenly Essence Gathering Pill. This pill can gather the forces of heaven and earth to rapidly enhance strength. Since everyone's force attributes are different, the gathered essence will also vary, making it suitable for warriors of any attribute. Of course, the effect is best for the 5-element attributes. For other attributes, it's better to find a place densely packed with the corresponding attribute, and then take the pill. Based on experience, this kind of pill can at least raise a level, and in some cases, it can even raise 3 or 4 small levels. Oh, it can vary from person to person. In that case, this pill does seem to be the most suitable," Wang Tong said thoughtfully. "And being able to enhance by 1 to 3 levels is sufficient." The Grandmasters of the Secondary Career Alliance were indeed knowledgeable and profound. They could casually provide information about such pills. However, this pill is a 7th level pill, and it's not easy to refine, Grandmaster Harold reminded. "Rest assured, I know my limits," Wang Tong smiled. The others knew that Wang Tong's alchemy skills were exceptional, and he had probably made significant progress during this period. If he had reached the 6th level Grandmaster level, he might even be able to refine 7th level pills. Little did they know that Wang Tong had already reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level and successfully refined an exceptional Grandmaster level pill. What's more, he wasn't creating 1 or 2 Heavenly Essence Gathering pills now. He was preparing to mass-produce them. Such a crazy approach was beyond the imagination of outsiders. Solving the force aspect is easy, but battle strength involves additional than just the cultivation of force. Wang Tong furrowed his brow again. "Grandmaster Wang Tong, if you have any questions, feel free to speak up." We can discuss and brainstorm together. Grandmaster Hua Yuan seemed to sense that Wang Teng had something on his mind and spoke with a smile. I wonder if there are any pills that can enhance one's understanding or enlightenment. Wang Teng asked. Ha ha. Grandmaster Hua Yuan couldn't help but laugh and said, I was wondering what it was. Of course there are pills like that. If martial warriors can think of creating pills to enhance original force, naturally, they can think of pills to enhance enlightenment. I'd like to hear additional about it. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow, showing a hint of bewilderment on his face. He didn't expect that such pills existed. For enlightenment, there are pills that you might have heard of, similar to pills that can enhance the spirit. Grandmaster Hua Yuan smiled. Spiritual pills. Wang Teng was enlightened. He was already at the peak of the Grandmaster level. After Grandmaster Hua Yuan's reminder, he immediately understood. Chapter 21:02 Time is tight. Wang Teng's trump card. For pills that enhance enlightenment naturally involve the mental aspect, so they could be considered a type of spiritual pill. The difference between pills that enhance enlightenment and ordinary pills lies in an additional step, which is integrating the enlightenment into the pill, explained Grandmaster Hua Yuan. After listening, Wang Teng understood. He nodded and said, I wonder what kinds of pills fall into this category. There's the realm-nurturing pill that assists in understanding domains, and the source cultivation pill that assists in understanding the origin. These are all recorded in the alchemy formulas of our secondary career alliance. If you search according to your requirements, you should be able to find them, Grandmaster Hua Yuan said. Realm-nurturing pill, source cultivation pill. Wang Teng nodded and expressed gratitude to Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others, saying, I understand. Thank you for your guidance. You're welcome. You're welcome. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others smiled. This was a trivial matter for them, but helping Wang Teng made them extremely happy. However, these enlightenment-enhancing pills are quite special. Their grade is related to the level of enlightenment integrated. Take the realm-nurturing pill, for example. If you integrate a first-rank domain, it becomes a first-rank Grandmaster-level pill. If you integrate a second-rank domain, it becomes a second-rank Grandmaster-level pill. Even at the same grade, the difficulty of refining these pills is much higher than that of ordinary pills, Grandmaster Harold explained. B0XL. Calm, I see. Wang Teng nodded thoughtfully. With your attainments, refining these kinds of pills shouldn't be too difficult. At most, there might be a few failures, but success is inevitable, Grandmaster Hua Yuan said, pausing for a moment before adding, by the way, these pills have some drawbacks. Generally, they can only be taken 3 times. After 3 times, some immunity develops, and it becomes impossible to gain insights through the pills. All right, I understand. Wang Teng nodded. With limited time, he didn't chat further with Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others. After a brief conversation, he ended the communication. These Grandmasters are like walking repositories of alchemical formulas. Ask them about anything, and you'll get an answer. Round Ball couldn't help but laugh. That's the advantage of having strong foundations, Wang Teng smiled. He then logged into the Secondary Career Alliance through the virtual network and found the alchemical formulas he needed. Heavenly Essence Gathering Pill. Realm Nurturing Pill. These were the 2 pills he planned to refine. One for enhancing force, and the other for enhancing domains. Most of the talented martial warriors in the Stellar Academies had comprehended domains. Now, Wang Teng aimed to help his Constellation Society members improve in the domain aspect. He didn't care about the rest. Enhancing force and domains should be sufficient. If it still wasn't enough, then they were just too untalented, and it had nothing to do with him. However, when he saw the contribution required to exchange for the formulas of these 2 pills, Wang Teng fell into a moment of silence. Heavenly Essence Gathering Pill. 100,000 contribution points. Realm Nurturing Pill. 200,000 contribution points. 300,000 contribution points is a little expensive. Wang Teng was speechless. The so-called contribution refers to the contributions that secondary professionals make to the Secondary Career Alliance. The Secondary Career Alliance wouldn't simply give out alchemical formulas for free. There must be a give-and-take relationship. This was one of the natural laws of the universe. In the past, when he became a triple-field grandmaster, the Secondary Career Alliance rewarded him with some contribution points. Later, he also completed several tasks from the Secondary Career Alliance, earning quite a few contribution points as well. However, he used up all the points when he exchanged for the 1,000 grass elixir and the other herbs. Now, the formulas for these 2 pills would cost him 300,000 contribution points, which could be considered quite expensive. 300,000 contribution points were no small amount. Even for Grandmaster level tasks, one would need to complete several of them to accumulate 300,000 contribution points. However, thinking about the preciousness of these 2 formulas, Wang Tung felt somewhat resigned. In the outside world, these 2 formulas would undoubtedly be extremely rare, and some alchemists might not even have access to them. In this sense, the Secondary Career Alliance was already offering favorable terms to secondary professionals. After checking his contribution points, Wang Tung ultimately chose to IOU. Yes, that's right. In the Secondary Career Alliance, you could write an IOU. It didn't matter. He could always pay it back with the next set of tasks. The Secondary Career Alliance was indeed very human-centric. After all, it wasn't afraid of individuals trying to avoid their responsibilities. The only one at a disadvantage would be the person attempting to evade their commitments. No one would jeopardize their relationship with the Secondary Career Alliance over a small amount of contribution points. It simply wasn't worth it. Being able to enjoy various benefits within the Secondary Career Alliance, running away over a few 100,000 contribution points would be short-sighted. After exchanging for the 2 alchemical formulas, Wang Tung took a glance and gained an understanding of the botanicals required. Some herbs he already possessed, so there was no need to exchange them. However, there were quite a few esoteric herbs that he had to spend points to acquire from the academy. Everything requires an equivalent exchange. Wang Tung shook his head helplessly, then informed Lin Qian to bring the required spiritual herbs. During the time he waited for the botanicals to arrive, Wang Tung carefully studied the formulas for the 2 pills. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in contemplation, thoroughly digesting the information. Having never refined these 2 elixirs before, he knew that he had to be cautious during the refining process. After all, spiritual botanicals were not cheap, and saving wherever possible was essential to avoid unnecessary waste. Soon, the needed spiritual botanicals were delivered, personally brought by Lin Qian. Anyone could see her attentiveness. After seeing Lin Qian off, Tong, In, and the others, wearing peculiar expressions, carried the box containing the spiritual botanicals and approached the door of the alchemy room. Tong, In rapped on the door. Chapter 2103 Time is tight. Wang Tung's trump card. 5. Wang Tung, that beauty brought you the spiritual herbs again, Tong, In said. I know. Wang Tung, immersed in his contemplation of the alchemical formulas, responded casually. He took the box, closed the door with a bang, and continued his focus. Tong, In looked frustrated, wanting to say something but not getting the chance. He's preparing for alchemy. Don't disturb him, Wei Na said. She looked at Tong In's disgruntled expression and couldn't help but laugh. Okay. Tong In sighed. I didn't expect him to take alchemy so seriously. What did you think? He's a pinnacle Grandmaster level alchemist. It's said that these Grandmasters are exceptionally focused in their work, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Today I got to witness it myself, Bai Yao remarked. I wonder what pill he will refine. It's intriguing. Tong In, not dwelling on the previous incident, quickly shifted her focus, becoming curious again. B0XO. Calm Wei Na and the others were caught between laughter and tears. They ignored her and looked at the alchemy room in anticipation. However, they knew that alchemy would take some time. Fortunately, there was a spacious lounge and practice room here, more than enough for them to use. While Wang Tung was immersed in alchemy in the headquarters of the Qingyan Society. In a room, continuous crashing sounds could be heard, causing people passing by to step away quickly. The vice president is smashing things again. That's right. Since coming back, who knows how many things she has smashed already. The vice president is really infuriated by Wang Tung this time. It seems like there's no end to it. He went too far this time. Our vice president is such a beautiful woman, but her face is swollen. But is he really at the Cosmos stage? The vice president couldn't retaliate at all. Yeah, it's only been half a year, and that Wang Tung's strength has become so formidable. The discussions within the Qingyan society were incessant, and many were expressing their shock and concern about Wang Tung's strength. His return had indeed left a profound impact on many. Feng Qingyan walked over with a stern face, and the members of the Qingyan society around immediately fell silent, not daring to say more. Feng Qingyan arrived at the door of Ruan Banlian's room and knocked. Ooh! The sounds from inside disappeared instantly, followed by Ruan Banlian's icy voice. It's me. Feng Qingyan's voice calmly came through, and without waiting for a response, he pushed the door open and entered. Don't come in. Ruan Banlian's words were cut short as she turned quickly, not letting Feng Qingyan see her current state. I've already seen it. There's no need to hide. Feng Qingyan gazed around at the messy chamber and frowned. It's just a loss. There's no need to mess up the room like this. It's inappropriate. It's easy for you to say. As a woman, being beaten like this in public, do I still have the face to meet people? Ruan Banlian's tone carried deep resentment as she sneered. Feng Qingyan did not seem to care. He found a seat and casually sat down, saying, Wang Tung's strength did exceed my expectations. We were all caught off guard. Our President Feng also has his moments of miscalculation, Ruan Banlian mocked. No need for such sarcasm. This young man indeed possesses formidable talent, and we all underestimated him, Feng Qingyan said. Perhaps not just me, but those few as well. Feng Qingyan's calm words seemed to calm Ruan Banlian down somewhat. She didn't say anything more and fell into silence for a moment before asking, is this star-ranking genius so extraordinary? Thinking about the strength Wang Tung had displayed earlier, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. From what I know, even those from the previous generation might not be much better, Feng Qingyan said. What should we do then? Ruan Banlian's expression changed slightly, and she asked urgently, we've already developed quite a bit of enmity with him. Are we going to watch him grow to that level? What about our foothold? Don't be anxious. He hasn't fully grown yet, and we still have a chance, Feng Qingyan stated with a cold smile. Moreover, that person probably doesn't want to see him grow so easily. While Wang Tung is undoubtedly a genius, he doesn't realize how to restrain himself. He's revealed his edge too early, making enemies. It won't be a good thing for him in the future. Besides, the growth of such a genius is destined to be a bloody path. Even if he wants to hide, he won't be able to. Ruan Banlian was not foolish. She had been momentarily clouded by anger earlier, but now, gradually regaining her composure, she nodded. Through gritted teeth, she added, are we just going to stand by and watch? I can't swallow this anger. Don't worry. If I don't do anything, wouldn't it make people gaze down on me? Feng Qingyan's eyes glinted with a cold light. And in 5 days, the grand disciple acceptance ceremony shall commence. The freshman leaderboard will close, and most likely, many members of the Constellation Society will fail to make the cut. It will be the perfect time to strike against the Constellation Society. 5 days. He came back too late, Ruan Banlian sneered. Even if he's an expert alchemist at the peak of the Grandmaster level, he can't simultaneously elevate the strength of a whole group of people. Rest well. They'll settle this score for you. The Constellation Society is destined to disappear, and this is just the beginning. Feng Qingyan extended his hand, holding a jade bottle with a medicinal ointment inside. Using his force, he directed it toward Ruan Banlian, saying, this is an ointment prepared by a Grandmaster alchemist. Apply it on your face, and you'll recover quickly. Well, I knew you wouldn't just stand by while I'm being bullied. Ruan Banlian reached out, and the jade bottle landed in her palm. Her tone softened. Feng Qingyan smiled faintly and turned to leave. If Wang Tung were to witness this scene, he would probably curse. These scheming people. Chapter 2104. Is this young friend really an alchemist? 1. The Constellation Society. The remaining members of the Constellation Society were all gathered in a manner. There were around 300 people left. It was undeniable that the suppression from the Constellation Society and the encroachment of other forces had dealt a severe blow to the Constellation Society. Initially boasting over 2,000 members, the society had now dwindled to just a little over 300. Fortunately, most of those who departed were peripheral members. Individuals like Yu Qiqiao were not foolish. Many who joined recently were enticed by the reputation and benefits associated with Wang Tong, only seeking personal gain and never considering contributing to the Constellation Society. These recent additions were essentially in an observational phase. Now that they had left, it indicated that they couldn't withstand the scrutiny, and their departure wasn't regrettable. B0XL. Com, on the other hand, the remaining 300 members, many of whom had been with the Constellation Society from the beginning, held a different sentiment toward the organization. Even in the current dire circumstances, none of them were willing to give up. At this moment, Yu Qiqiao stood before the assembly, surveying the group. She could discern the anxiousness in everyone's eyes as the news of the grand disciple acceptance ceremony circulated. 5 days. There were only 5 days. It was too short. Would they still have a chance? Many individuals couldn't help but feel a slight wavering in their hearts. They had initially believed that Wang Tong's return would lead them to a resurgence. However, reality proved to be far from easy. Everyone sighed. They were uncertain about their future. Upon arriving at the stellar academies, these individuals were full of enthusiasm, thinking that they could carve out a new path. Yet, reality dealt them a harsh blow. The competition within the stellar academies was even more terrifying than in the outside world. They were undoubtedly talented, but greater geniuses were resembling formidable mountains standing in their way. Moreover, they faced oppression from senior students. If they didn't resist, their only choice would be submission. Vice President, how about we go for the freshman leaderboard now? Someone broke the silence, suggesting a proactive approach. Yes, Vice President, let's compete for the freshman leaderboard now. There's still time. Our strength may be a bit lacking, but doing something is better than doing nothing. If we fall short, so be it. At most, we'll face some challenges when seeking an apprenticeship, but we still have a chance to catch up later. Someone took the lead, and others echoed the sentiment. After all, they were all geniuses, and they had considerable confidence in themselves. Being behind now didn't mean they would always lag behind others in the future. Yu Yunxian and Borit were present. They looked at everyone and frowned. As time drew closer, the emotions of the group became somewhat restless. Silence. A cold voice came out of Yu Qiqiao's mouth. The surroundings immediately fell silent. Don't you believe the president? Yu Qiqiao looked at everyone and asked calmly. Vice President, it's not that we don't trust in the president. It's just a matter of time. Someone began to speak, but their words were cut off. Don't we still have 5 days? Even if it's 3 days, what's the issue? Don't you understand the president's capabilities? Yu Qiqiao spoke in an extremely indifferent tone. The last time, the president made more than 10 furnaces of Grandmaster-level pills in 3 days. Do you think time is insufficient? You don't understand, boss. He's best at creating miracles. Wade stood up and smiled. The expressions of the crowd changed as they looked at Wade. In the previous showdown with the Qingyan Society, Wade's ruthless and decisive execution left a deep impression on all the members of the Constellation Society. If they had thought Wade was somewhat timid before, only relying on flattering Wang Tong and his computer skills to join the Constellation Society, their understanding had completely changed now. He might seem timid, but he was, in fact, a ruthless person. To martial warriors, reputation was built through battles. Wade's previous combat record had already proven everything. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. At this moment, his words naturally carried considerable weight. Moreover, his various performances declared that, while he might flatter Wang Tong, he genuinely believed in him. In contrast, Many of them, despite not flattering Wang Ting openly, lacked a certain level of trust compared to Wade. For a moment, many felt ashamed of themselves. Just a while ago, the president informed me that he has gone to the alchemy volcano, Yu Qiao continued. The president went to the alchemy volcano. Many people's eyes lit up. Everyone trusted Wang Teng's alchemy mastery. Now that he had gone to the alchemy volcano, within 3 days there should be results. Since the president is willing to fight for us, why should we not trust him? Yu Qiao continued. In 3 days, or even less, the president will come out of the alchemy volcano. I trust that each of us will gain something. This is what everyone deserves. Since you have chosen to trust in the Constellation Society, we will not disappoint you. Everything will be revealed in 3 days. After Yu Qiao finished speaking, everyone's gaze turned firm. All right, let's anticipate for 3 more days. Yes, waiting for 3 more days won't hurt. We trust in the president. The president will lead us to the top. The members of the Constellation Society were all shouting enthusiastically as if they had taken some kind of stimulant. Yu Qiao heaved a sigh of relief. She managed to convince them. Leading a faction was truly exhausting. Chapter 2105, Is This Young Friend Really an Alchemist? 2. Wang Teng just left everything to her. After this incident passed, if Wang Teng didn't compensate her in some way, Yu Qiao decided she would quit. This was too much. Even if he treated her like a donkey, he should still give her some benefits. Wade and Boric glanced at her in admiration. The vice president was getting more and more powerful. Her skills at hoodwinking people were now comparable to the president's. Yu Yinxian looked at her in surprise too. Dealing with such matters was tricky even for him, but she handled it effortlessly. She was truly not simple. Volcano number 6, B0XO. Calm in the alchemy room Wang Teng was in. 9 furnaces lined up in a row, placed above the common fire vent, with raging flames burning beneath. These flames displayed various colors. There was a cyan hue, a fiery red, and even a pure and sacred white. Wang Teng used the emerald glazed flame, the soul of thousand beast flame, and the holy flame at the same time. Time was pressing, leaving him with no other choice but to do this. The efficiency would be faster if he used all 3 flames at once. Fortunately, Wang Teng could multitask effortlessly, and his spiritual power was robust enough to control all 3 at once. Inside the alchemy chamber, intense heat swept through, filling the entire room. If it weren't for the fact that this alchemy chamber was constructed from special insulating materials and Wang Teng's intentional control, preventing the unbridled spread of the divine flame's temperature, this room would likely have collapsed already. Even so, the surrounding walls were continually warming up. Outside, Tong In and the others felt something amiss too. They exchanged glances with one another. Do you feel the temperature rising? Bai Yao hesitated before asking. Indeed, Yuan Bai nodded. As a fire element martial warrior, he was naturally highly sensitive to temperature changes. When the temperature inside the room altered, he felt it immediately. Everyone looked towards the tightly closed door of the alchemy chamber. What kind of temperature can actually spread out from the alchemy chamber? Qin Quan exclaimed. They knew a thing or two about alchemy. The alchemy chamber could isolate temperatures, making it challenging to perceive what was happening inside. Yet, they clearly sensed the temperature changes, which was truly unimaginable. I remember that he has a divine flame. Tongan said, Is a divine flame so scary? Yuan Bai turned serious. To fire element martial warriors like us, a divine flame is a great weapon. Unfortunately, divine flames are not easy to subdue. Many martial warriors have died in the process of trying to tame them, so much so that most martial warriors are discouraged from attempting it. Tong In shook her head. In the end, we don't have that kind of luck, Yuan Bai shook his head. The impression the president gives me is that of a child of fortune. He can tame a divine flame. With such luck, he's beyond ordinary people. Little did he know that Wang Teng had subdued not just one divine flame. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, Most of the day had gone by. Inside the alchemy chamber, the fragrance of pills wafted from the 9 furnaces, filling the entire room. Almost done. Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of excitement flashing within. A subtle curve formed at the corners of his mouth. To succeed in one attempt, and simultaneously refined 9 furnaces of pills. Even Alchemy's Saint Tao Yuan wouldn't believe it if he knew about this. No one could have anticipated that Wang Teng would be so audacious, simultaneously refining 9 furnaces of Grandmaster 7th level Heavenly Essence gathering pills. This was no ordinary pill. Even an alchemist at the peak of the Grandmaster level wouldn't dare to say that he could make 9 furnaces of Grandmaster 7th level pills at once. However, Wang Teng dared not relax at this moment. This was the final crucial juncture. The slightest mistake could lead to the failure of all 9 furnaces. His expression became extremely serious as he divided his spiritual power into 9 strands, simultaneously controlling the 9 furnaces and gradually lowering the temperature. Each step of the alchemical process corresponded to a specific temperature. When approaching the final stage of pill formation, excessively high temperatures must be avoided, and the temperature needs to be gradually stabilized. These seemingly simple details were, in fact, extremely delicate, and the slightest deviation could result in failure. Inside the alchemy chamber, the fragrance of the pills became increasingly intense, permeating the surroundings. However, it was entirely confined within the alchemy chamber, preventing it from wafting outside. Suddenly, the pills being condensed in the furnaces became unstable. Oh no! Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He immediately made a sweeping motion with his large hand, releasing his constellation wind force. A gentle breeze emanated, sweeping away the dense scent around the pill furnaces. Simultaneously, he promptly opened the roof of the alchemy chamber, allowing the fragrance to dissipate into the air. Normally, if it were just a typical fragrance, even if it were slightly intense, it wouldn't have a significant impact. However, the fragrance of the Dan was too strong. It was formed from 9 ovens of pills and had already affected the last moment of the Dan condensation. This was not a good thing. During the crucial phase of pill condensation, if this overflowing scent infiltrated, it would only destabilize the medicinal properties of the pills and cause them to break. Fortunately, Wang Teng possessed powerful spiritual strength and discovered the issue in time, intervening to disperse the fragrance. If not, he might be the first Grandmaster alchemist to flop because of the thick fragrance. That would be a huge blunder. If the other Grandmasters knew about this, they would laugh one's head off. As the roof opened, the scent immediately wafted out, drawing the attention of many. Simultaneously, dark clouds gathered in the sky, hovering above Wang Teng's alchemy chamber. The surroundings instantly darkened. Chapter 2106, Is This Young Friend Really an Alchemist? 3. The approaching dark clouds were ferocious and dense, or rather, viscous, resembling a mass of ink that sprawled menacingly across the sky. This scene left onlookers astonished, prompting them to lift their gazes in unison. Even many alchemists who were taking a break were stirred. They stepped out onto the balconies outside their respective alchemy chambers, gazing up at the sky. What a dense calamity cloud! Which Grandmaster is concocting pills? This pill must be at the 9th level Grandmaster level, right? No, it must be a supreme rank pill. A 9th level pill wouldn't be able to gather such a terrifying calamity cloud. Supreme rank pill. Which Grandmaster level peak alchemist is concocting it? B0XL. Come, I think that ever since Grandmaster Wang Teng made a supreme rank pill half a year ago, no other Grandmasters have made a supreme rank pill, right? It's not easy to make a supreme rank pill. It might only appear once every few years. The murmurs of discussion continued to echo. This commotion attracted an increasing number of onlookers. Alchemists were an inherently gossip-prone group, especially when it came to news related to alchemy. Such matters would undoubtedly capture their intense attention. Over at the administrative hall, many individuals also ascended into the sky, gazing towards the location of the calamity clouds. Lin Qian had been closely monitoring the alchemical progress on Wang Teng's side. Aware of Wang Teng's alchemical efficiency, she immediately guessed that he must have successfully concocted pills. What's more, it must be a supreme-grade pill. Is that Grandmaster Wang Teng? Yang Ming discreetly approached Lin Qian and inquired through voice transmission. Yes. Lin Qian nodded. This person seems quite formidable. Yang Ming's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. Lin Qian smiled faintly, conveying her thoughts through a voice transmission. I've never seen such a formidable alchemist like him. Is this perhaps innate talent? Inside the alchemy chamber leased by Wang Teng, Tong In and others were also alerted. They all looked towards the sky, and then quickly shifted their gaze to the entrance of the alchemy room. Is this commotion caused by Wang Teng's alchemy? Tong In widened his eyes, expressing a sense of incredulity. It seems so, Yuan Bai said as he swallowed his saliva. Why does it feel like the disturbance caused by his alchemy is much greater than others? Wei Na looked at the sky and said, that sensation, even I feel oppressed, especially within the enveloping range of the calamity clouds. I feel as if I can get attacked at any moment. The fright caused by the concoction of these pills surpasses the excitement. Tong In chuckled bitterly. She had initially been highly anticipating the pill concocted by Wang Teng, but now, at this moment, she was somewhat alarmed. Boom! A deep thunderous roar echoed from within the calamity clouds, and silvery white lightning streaked through the pitch-black calamity clouds like gigantic pythons. Inside the alchemy chamber, Wang Teng's eyes lit up with increasing joy as he focused his gaze on the 9 furnaces. Boom! 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 The next moment, a series of thunderous roars resounded, and 9 immensely robust pillars of light simultaneously soared into the sky, each carrying impeccably round pills slowly rising within. The people outside were dumbfounded. What was going on? 9 pillars of light. Many even questioned their own eyes, wondering if they were seeing things or experiencing an illusion. How could there be 9 pillars of light? Was it some kind of hallucinogenic pill? This was not entirely impossible, as some pills had hallucinogenic effects, manifesting various bizarre illusions right after being concocted. Perhaps this batch of pills was one of them. Otherwise, who in the world would produce 9 pillars of light from a single batch of pills? This defied all principles of alchemy. Inside the alchemy chamber's resting room, Tong In rubbed her eyes, took several more glances, and only then confirmed that there were indeed 9 pillars of light. She had almost thought she was mistaken. 9 pillars of light. What in the world was this person concocting? Wei Na and the others exchanged glances with one another. They were confused. At this moment, more chemists were alarmed and came out. Even some alchemists who were in the midst of concocting pills had their efforts ruined by this tremendous commotion. They emerged from their alchemy chambers with disheveled looks, cursing and grumbling. Normally, alchemy chambers were sufficient to block out any external disturbances. However, the commotion caused by Wang Teng was so significant that many couldn't simply turn a blind eye. The inevitable outcome was that curiosity led to explosions. Curiosity killed the cat. The chemists could only swallow their grievances. They had bitter feelings, but no way to express them. However, as they stepped out of the alchemy chambers and witnessed the scene, their resentment turned into sheer astonishment. Watching through a video feed within the alchemy room and directly witnessing it from the outside were 2 entirely different experiences. The impact of the calamity clouds was overwhelming and intense, leaving them in a state of profound shock. Boom! Within the calamity clouds, the lightning reached its pinnacle. Suddenly, 9 thunderbolts simultaneously descended, crashing toward the pillars of light. 9 thunderbolts, celestial wrath like a prison. In an instant, the entire world was illuminated, and an eerie silence enveloped everything. All things came to a standstill, as if only those 9 bolts of lightning existed. Each of the 9 bolts of lightning corresponded to one of the pillars of light, striking down independently. The inexhaustible power of lightning erupted, sweeping through. Overhead, the space above Wang Tung's alchemy room was instantly filled with lightning, resembling a forbidden zone of lightning that repelled any attempts at approach. Boom! The second wave of thunder descended, even more frightening this time. There were now 18 thunderbolts in total, with each pillar of light facing a dual onslaught of thunder. The power of lightning in the surroundings grew increasingly fearsome, pervading the sky. Lightning foxes darted around incessantly, sealing off the area around the alchemy chamber. This is no illusion. At this moment, someone finally realized and exclaimed. Others also snapped out of their daze, gazing at the scene with shock. Their worldviews were completely overturned. Chapter 2107, Is This Young Friend Really an Alchemist? For this was real. It was an illusion. Their minds were struggling to process this, utterly bewildered by what was happening. Why were there 9 pillars of light? Boom! Before the crowd could ponder further, more lightning descended from the celestial calamity clouds. This time, it was a barrage of 27 lightning tribulations, with each pillar of light facing 3 lightning tribulations. A total of 27 thunder tribulations simultaneously descended. B0XL, calm everyone present, including the Grandmaster alchemists, had never witnessed such a phenomenon. They stared at the calamity lightning in a daze, completely immersed in the unparalleled celestial might, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Among the 3 Grandmasters acquainted with Wang Tung, 2 were present today. They were Grandmaster Pu Yongyan and Grandmaster Cecilia. They stared at the sky, their expressions filled with astonishment. Even alchemy Saint Tao Yuan appeared. He stood in the air with his hands behind his back and looked at this scene with a strange expression. Beside him, there was another figure. The figure was that of a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. Compared to alchemy Saint Tao Yuan, he undeniably appeared much younger, but an air of profound experience surrounded him. He exuded an elegant temperament and was exceptionally handsome. It seems like he simultaneously concocted 9 batches of pills. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a strange light as he spoke. Yes, simultaneously concocted 9 batches of pills, forming 9 pillars of light. Alchemy Saint Tao Yuan seemed to recall something and shook his head with a smile. What's the matter? Do you know who's concocting the pills? The middle-aged man, a person of considerable stature, noticed the peculiar expression on alchemy Saint Tao Yuan's face and curiously asked. It feels very familiar. If I'm not mistaken, I should know who it is, alchemy Saint Tao Yuan replied. Oh, tell me about it, the middle-aged man said. Remember that young man I mentioned to you before? It should be him, alchemy Saint Tao Yuan replied. The young Grandmaster alchemist who made the Yin-Yang Dragon Essence pill. The middle-aged man was surprised. Yes, alchemy Saint Tao Yuan nodded. Last time, when you spoke of him, you seemed to have high hopes for him. Seeing him today has only intensified my curiosity, the middle-aged man smiled. Simultaneously concocting 9 batches of pills, and at the Grandmaster's 7th level, this young friend dares to think and act. He's far beyond the average alchemist. He wouldn't be able to achieve this without profound expertise in alchemy. Alchemy Saint Tao Yuan praised. With this kind of progress, this young friend is likely to ascend to the saint level, standing alongside us. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. Many Grandmaster-level alchemists had also discerned the situation, speculating that this alchemist had indeed simultaneously concocted 9 batches of pills. But this speculation was even more shocking. Making 9 furnaces of Grandmaster-level pills at once was crazy. Many alchemists had attempted to simultaneously concoct multiple pills, but most could manage at most 3, and even then, the success rate was extremely low. Yet here was someone simultaneously concocting 9 furnaces of pills and succeeding at that. It was truly unimaginable. As the 3rd wave of lightning passed, signs of instability appeared in the 9 pillars of light, and the pills inside began to stir. Oh no, the pillar of light can't withstand the lightning calamity anymore. Many grandmasters, witnessing this scene, had a subtle change in their expressions. Their concerns grew. They all wished to witness the successful birth of these 9 furnaces of pills. This was a significant event for the entire alchemical lineage. However, it was only the 3rd wave of calamity lightning, and the pillars of light were already showing signs of collapse. What came next was even more uncertain. Undoubtedly, other means would be needed to fend off the calamity lightning. If it were just a single furnace, blocking the remaining calamity thunderbolt wouldn't be too difficult, and they believed the Grandmaster alchemist concocting the pills would have a solution. However, now it was 9 furnaces of pills. Even with just this 3rd wave of calamity lightning, there were already 27 tribulations in total, far surpassing the usual number of calamity thunderbolt for a 9th grade pill. In the next 4th and 5th waves, the number of bolts of calamity lightning would undoubtedly be even higher. How could they possibly withstand this? If it were them, they would probably have abandoned the pills long ago and fled to avoid being struck to death by the calamity lightning. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the 4th wave of calamity lightning swiftly followed, and the pitch-black calamity clouds churned violently. Countless flashes of lightning gathered, coalescing into 36 thunderbolts that descended with a resounding crash. Below, Tong In and the others were on the verge of panic, their hearts pounding, and their scalps felt as if they were about to explode. They had only come for a spectacle, but it appeared as if they had unwittingly become involved in a serious matter. Now, deep within the heart of the thunder tribulations, they felt their lives were in imminent danger, ready to be forfeited at any moment. "Oh my goodness, I want to go home," Tong In wailed loudly. "He'll never watch Wang Tong's alchemy again. It's too dangerous." Wei Na, Bai Yao, and the others felt the same way. Their lips trembled as they looked at the lightning calamity in the sky. "Look at how timid you are." A voice echoed from the alchemy chamber, and Wang Tong's figure appeared. "Wang Tong." Tong In shouted, "You finally decided to show up. Hurry up and divert these bolts of lightning. It's too terrifying. I haven't had enough of my life yet." Ignoring her, Wang Tong seemed directly in the sky, brandishing the lightning slap which hovered above his head. Purple light shimmered on the lightning slap, revealing the power of calamity lightning. Suddenly, all 36 bolts of thunderbolt were attracted toward it. They even made a turn and thundered towards the lightning slap. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening roar ensued as the lightning slap was instantly engulfed. 36 bolts of thunderbolt were simply too terrifying. Even a lightning slap couldn't withstand them all. Wang Ting wasn't expecting the lightning slap to block all 36 calamity lightning. Immediately, he took control of the lightning slap, redirecting the power of the thunderbolt tribulations onto himself. Chapter 2108, Is This Young Friend Really an Alchemist? 5 Boom. The terrifying force of the calamity lightning completely engulfed Wang Tung's body, accompanied by intense stabbing sensations. Gasp! Wang Tung immediately drew in a sharp breath. Damn, this time he had gone a bit too far. Even with the lightning slap blocking a few, there were still around 32 bolts of lightning left, all crashing onto his body. It was a truly formidable challenge. He didn't have the time to think. He immediately activated all his physiques. True Dragon Battle Physique. Ancient God's Body. B0XO. A green flame swept out, coalescing into dragon scales of flames on Wang Tung's body. Simultaneously, a rushing sound emanated from within him as a mysterious golden pattern appeared on his forehead. Then, Divine Level Physique Talent. After activating this talent, the cells within him immediately became incredibly active. The overwhelmingly terrifying force of the calamity lightning instantly transformed into a special power, refining his physique. With the divine level physique talent in operation, it continuously tempered his flesh and blood. That's Grandmaster Wang Tung. Many people were surprised to see Wang Tung appear. Ever since Wang Tung made the Yin-Yang Dragon Essence pill, many people at the volcano recognized him. Now, seeing him again, Everyone knew that this grandmaster who crazily concocted 9 batches of pills was the extremely young Master Wang Tong. Grandmasters Pu Yongyin and Cecilia couldn't help exchanging glances, followed by a bitter smile. They were speculating which grandmaster it might be, never expecting it to be the grandmaster Wang Tong they knew. At the same time, their astonishment deepened. Grandmaster Wang Tong's alchemical skills were becoming increasingly unfathomable. Concocting supreme-grade pills and simultaneously concocting 9 furnaces of Grandmaster-level pills were not feats within the reach of an ordinary Grandmaster. Some distance away, Alchemy Saint Tao Yuan and the middle-aged man were also looking at this scene in astonishment. Is he using the thunder tribulations to temper his body? The middle-aged man's gaze was keen, expressing surprise. I forgot about that. This young friend also has strong martial talent. He's a genius on the star rankings. Alchemy Saint Tao Yuan remarked thoughtfully. After all, he was recruited by the Stellar Academies based on his martial talent. This is good. The higher his martial cultivation, the greater the help for his future alchemical achievements, the middle-aged man commented. Boom! The 5th wave of lightning brewed within the calamitous clouds, an endless convergence of thunderous power, even more terrifying than before. Everyone gazed at the sky with solemn expressions, silently perspiring on behalf of Wang Tong. This lightning calamity was terrifying. No one had ever successfully concocted 9 furnaces of Grandmaster-level pills, so no one knew how fearsome the lightning would be. Now, everyone knew, and the sensation was incredibly clear, as if they were just one step away from experiencing it themselves. As they watched Wang Tong's figure amidst the thunderous glow, they marveled silently and felt a profound admiration. Grandmaster Wang Tong's physical body was remarkably robust. He was able to withstand the relentless onslaught of so many thunder tribulations. For some reason, they suddenly felt a twinge of envy. After all, being able to withstand thunder tribulations seemed quite enjoyable for alchemists. It was like a group of frail scholars suddenly having a physically strong man who excelled in both academics and physical prowess join them, surpassing them in every way. The feeling was one of envy and admiration. Of course, there's also concern. The lightning calamity was too terrifying. If, by any chance, Wang Tong were accidentally struck down, the alchemical world would lose an unparalleled genius. It would be a regrettable loss. Before long, the 5th wave of calamity lightning reached its zenith, and 45 thunderbolts descended. Wang Tong sat cross-legged in the sky, his eyes closed. Amidst the thunderous onslaught, he remained unmoved as if transformed into an unyielding and unbreakable stone statue. Many were deeply moved by this sight. Boom! Soon after came the 6th wave of calamity lightning, dense and numerous. A total of 54 thunderbolts fell like gigantic serpents, connecting the heavens and continuously bombarding Wang Tong. Everyone felt their facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, and even a layer of goosebumps appeared on their skin. It seemed as if their bodies couldn't help but tremble under the relentless assault. 54 bolts of lightning. The pressure was truly overwhelming. Yet it was not over. The calamitous clouds continued to churn violently, leaving the onlookers numb. What kind of Grandmaster-level pills was Grandmaster Wang Tong concocting? Boom! Amidst the intense roar, many people's eyes narrowed, and exclamations filled the air. What's that? They witnessed the calamitous clouds slowly rotating, transforming into a dark and in-depth vortex. All the thunderous energy converged towards the center of the vortex. A sudden change occurred. Countless bolts of lightning gathered at the center, this time seeming not to emphasize quantity. Something's wrong. The middle-aged man in the distance spoke with unusual seriousness. Because of this young friend's intervention, the thunderbolts are gathering into a mass rather than remaining separate. He's in danger, great danger. This last wave was originally supposed to be 63 bolts of lightning. If they gather together, oh my! Even Alchemy Saint Tao Yuan sucked in a cold breath, feeling that Wang Tong was a bit reckless. He insisted on simultaneously concocting 9 furnaces of pills, and now it seemed like things had escalated. Are there any powerful physique martial warriors here? If you don't help this young friend, I'm afraid he might die, the middle-aged man said with a bitter smile. Where can we find powerful physique martial warriors now? Alchemy St. Tao Yuan shook his head. Tong In and the others turned pale. They felt that their time had come. It's over. It's over. We're done for. Tong In's eyes trembled as she circled the room, visibly frightened. What do we do? Yuan Bai swallowed hard and asked. What can we do? Who can withstand such a powerful lightning calamity? Tong In complained. We are going to get killed by Wang Tong. If things get really bad, we'll use all our life-saving methods together to withstand this wave, Wei Na suggested. That's all we can do. Tong In gritted his teeth and said resentfully, if we don't die this time, we'll make Wang Tong compensate us for our losses. As they discussed how to resist the calamity lightning to save their lives, Wang Tong also sensed the abnormality of the last wave of tribulations. He looked up, revealing a trace of shock in his eyes. Damn, these thunder tribulations were cheating. It was supposed to be 63 thunder tribulations, but they unexpectedly gathered together. This wasn't fair. He didn't understand why this sudden change occurred. He hadn't done anything special. He was just resisting the lightning as usual. It wasn't the first or second time. Why was the reaction so intense this time? Could it be that these calamity lightning were feeling petty? Did they think he was handling them too easily? So they decided to throw a bigger challenge at him? Wang Tong was a bit frustrated and helpless. The last wave of tribulations was brewing to the extreme, ready to burst forth. He could only brace himself. However, he immediately thought of the last time he faced the tribulations in the chaotic Uncharted. Using the power of chaos seemed to aid in the transformation of his physical body. Wang Tong's eyes flashed with determination as he immediately triggered the Chaos Constellation scripture, converting all the force within him into chaotic energy. Boom! At this moment, the calamity lightning at the center of the cloud finally descended with a mighty force, transforming into an immensely thick lightning pillar that struck Wang Tong. Terrifying power swept towards Wang Tong's body, seemingly intending to completely destroy his flesh and obliterate him within the thunderstorm. Gritting his teeth, Wang Tong endured the intense pain and circulated the chaotic energy he had just converted throughout his limbs, repairing the damage to his body. His divine-level physique talent was also in frenzied operation, constantly undergoing refinement and absorbing chaotic energy to repair the damages caused by the destruction. Time passed slowly. This last lightning calamity lasted a full 10 minutes before slowly dissipating. The dark clouds in the sky also dispersed, returning to their original brightness. The suffocating pressure that had enveloped everything finally disappeared. All around, there was complete silence. Everyone held their breath, looking towards the dissipating point of the last calamity lightning. A figure slowly emerged. He was not wearing armor, and his clothes were torn apart. He wore black pants on his lower body, and his upper body was bare, revealing a perfect set of muscles. The residual lightning danced on his muscles, presenting a shocking sight. Even more incredible was that besides the torn clothes, the figure's flesh showed no signs of damage. It was as if the lightning had not harmed him in the slightest. Above those perfect and harmonious muscles, a faint glow emanated, as if carved from precious jade. Below, Tong In and the others, holding onto their life-saving items, stared blankly at Wang Tong in the sky, dumbfounded. Is this young man really an alchemist? The middle-aged man from afar couldn't help but inhale sharply, turning to ask Alchemy St. Tao Yuan. I don't know either. Alchemy St. Tao Yuan suddenly doubted himself. Chapter 2109. Grandmaster Wang Tong, please hold on. 1. This is so painful. In the sky, Wang Tong slowly opened his eyes and couldn't help but grimace. It was so painful. Even though the calamity lightning had dissipated, he still felt intense pain throughout his body. It seemed like every cell was enduring an inhuman agony, as if being bitten by 1,000 ants. Despite Wang Tang's current physique, enhanced by the blood pool, this sensation made him feel like dying. This lightning calamity is even more terrifying than the one I met in the chaotic Uncharted. Wang Tang shook his head speechlessly. He felt that he was at loggerheads with a lightning calamity. Every once in a while, he would get struck by lightning. And with each encounter, the tribulations became more and more terrifying. He didn't do anything wrong, right? Why was the heavens treating him this way? Fortunately, he promptly thought of using chaotic energy. The combination of chaotic energy and his divine-level physique talent quickly repaired his body, or else he would be in trouble. Even someone like him would have struggled to recover in just a few days. But now the most crucial thing for him was time. If he couldn't refine the pills due to the calamity lightning, it would be a problem. The little ones below were eagerly waiting to be fed. This was the advantage of the divine-level physique talent. Without it, he couldn't heal his body quickly even if he had the chaos energy. He must thank senior sister Yinan. His divine-level physique talent rose tremendously because of his senior sister. Of course, the chaos energy was an indispensable part, and without this unique power, the divine-level physique talent wouldn't exert such a significant effect. Suddenly, Wang Tang realized that the two were simply a perfect match. Wang Tang's eyes lit up. He felt that he had discovered something amazing. At this moment, a gust of wind blew by. Why does it feel a bit chilly? Wang Tang suddenly paused, realizing that the sensation wasn't genuinely cold. With his current physique, such a mild breeze wouldn't make him feel cold at all. However, he sensed a kind of emptiness, so he lowered his head to take a look. At some point, his clothes were torn. Due to the terrifying calamity lightning, he hadn't put on his battle armor. He hadn't expected his clothes to get torn. Glancing at the people around him, Wang Tang's expression suddenly turned awkward, especially when he noticed that many female warriors were staring at his upper body with scorching eyes, looking as if they wanted to devour him in one bite. Perverts! Wang Tang was speechless. He moved his body and disappeared on the spot. To maintain his purity, he decided to make a quick exit. Being stared at by so many people was a loss he didn't want to endure. Meanwhile, the 9 pillars of light were gradually dissipating, revealing the hidden pills within. Under the lingering influence of the calamity lightning, these pills remained still, but as the lightning faded, they started to grow restless, attempting to escape. Wang Tang wouldn't allow the fruits of his labor to vanish so easily. He swiftly employed his spiritual power to retrieve them. 9 pillars of light, each containing 15 heavenly essence-gathering pills, adding up to a total of 135 pills. The jade bottles alone were filled with over a dozen pills each. The sheer quantity of pills that Wang Tang had concocted was indeed formidable. If this were known to outsiders, it might drive them to madness. All the pills were collected by Wang Tang, leaving many onlookers feeling disappointed. Inside the alchemy room, as Wang Tang landed, Tong In and the others immediately surrounded him, scrutinizing him as if he were a peculiar creature. Gulp! Suddenly, the sound of someone swallowing saliva echoed. They wanted to say something, but they were suddenly stunned. They looked in the direction of the sound and felt speechless. Weina, can you be more reserved? Bai Yao was speechless. Cough, cough. Wang Tang blushed slightly, casting another glance at Wang Tang's upper body before reluctantly shifting her gaze away. Wang Tang, hee, I didn't expect you to have such a nice body. Your physique is indeed much stronger than other martial warriors. Tong In playfully extended her finger and poked Wang Tang's chest. Pervert! Wang Tang swatted away her hand and promptly took out some clothes to put on. Bai Yao, Yuan Bai, Qin Quan, and the others looked at their bodies and felt a little frustrated. They weren't bad either. Why couldn't they attract beautiful female martial warriors? Returning to the main topic, how exactly did this guy cultivate his physique to such an extent? Having cultivated his physique to such an extraordinary level, Wang Tang's body was surprisingly pristine. lacking even the slightest trace of wounds. His muscles were perfectly sculpted, without appearing bulky as one might expect from someone with a robust physique. Typically, individuals with formidable physical strength would exhibit a visibly robust and muscular build. Wang Tung, however, was an exception. When he wore clothes, who could discern the amazing physique concealed beneath his attire? If every physique cultivator could achieve this, surely many would choose physique cultivation. After all, the allure of attracting female warriors was enough to overcome any difficulties. After Wang Tung put on his clothes, Wang Tung and Tong In also composed themselves, albeit with a hint of regret. Wang Tung, how many pills did you refine this time? Tong In curiously asked. 135. Wang Tung didn't hide and replied directly. Gasp! The group gasped in astonishment. Free! Tong In couldn't help but exclaim. No choice. Time is of the essence. Otherwise, why would I make things so difficult for myself? Wang Tung shook his head and sighed. The others were left speechless. So, it turned out that his potential was forced out. If it weren't for the urgent time constraints, others might never have known that this guy could refine 9 sets of pills at once. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I still need to continue with alchemy. Wang Tung said. You're continuing? Tong In and the others didn't know what to say. Wang Tung walked toward the alchemy room. Aren't you going to take a break? Tong In shouted from behind. Chapter 21:10. Grandmaster Wang Tung, please hold on. No time to lose. Wang Tung waved his hand. By the way, deliver these pills back to Yu Qiqiao. She will know how to arrange them. These pills are called Heavenly Essence Gathering Pill, and they're Grandmaster 7th level pills. They can gather various elemental forces, enhance your force stage, and can be used by any elemental warrior. However, it's best to consume it in the area with the corresponding attributes so that the effects can be maximized. As he spoke, over a dozen jade bottles flew out of his hands, hovering in front of Tong In and the others. Bang! The door to the alchemy room closed, and Wang Tung's figure had already disappeared from their sight. Tong In and the others exchanged glances with one another. This fellow is really hard-working. Tong In said, Our president is not bad. Wei Na smiled and said. Yuan Bai and the others blinked and nodded. At first, they joined the Constellation Society because of Wang Tung's strength and potential. Now, witnessing his actions, they felt a sense of approval. Let's quickly take these pills back. Time is indeed running out, Tong In said, looking at the pills in her hand. Send someone over. Didn't Wang Tung say that Yu Qiqiao knows what to do? Wei Na asked. That makes sense. We only need one person for the delivery. I still want to stay here and see what kind of pills Wang Tung will make next. Suddenly, I find it a bit exciting. Tong In said, somewhat excited, who was screaming and saying they didn't want to watch Wang Tung's alchemy just now. Qin Quan teased. Little Quan, you want to have friends like this? Tong In rolled her eyes at him with a black face. No, I want, Qin Quan said. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever loses goes to make the delivery, Tong In suggested, ignoring him. He'll go. It's just delivering some pills. He'll be back soon, Yuan Bai said. Little Bai, you're so boring. You won't be able to find a female ape in the future, Tong In said angrily. Yuan Bai, what do you mean by I can't find a female ape? He felt offended. Ha ha, Tong In, your mouth is too sharp. Wei Na laughed, covering her mouth. Bai Yao and Qin Quan couldn't help but chuckle. They looked at Yuan Bai with a strange expression, thinking if he would find a female ape in the future. Come on, brother, tell us about the aesthetic preferences of your ape people. We'll help you find a match in the future, Bai Yao and Qin Quan approached and teased him. Go away. Veins popped out on Yuan Bai's forehead as he shouted angrily. He couldn't do anything to Tong In, but had no patience for these two teasing friends. Then, he took the jade bottle containing the Heavenly Essence Gathering Pills and left. He didn't give Tong In a chance to play rock, paper, scissors, leaving her sulking for a while. But her temperament was like this, so no one really cared. Soon, Yuan Bai found Yu Qiqiao and passed the pills to her. He also conveyed Wang Tung's words. In fact, Wang Tung had already communicated with Yu Qiqiao through the communication device. She knew what kind of pill it was and understood the function of the heavenly essence gathering pill. After sending Yuan Bai off, Yu Qiqiao took the pills excitedly and gathered the members of the Constellation Society. Everyone gathered, eagerly watching Yu Qiqiao. Everyone, this is the pill the president made for us. It's the 7th level Grandmaster level heavenly essence gathering pill. Yu Qiqiao took out the pill and smiled. Grandmaster 7th level. The crowd below erupted in excitement. They hadn't expected the president to make a Grandmaster 7th level pill. It was truly a pleasant surprise. Even for these talented warriors who had high statuses outside the stellar academies, they didn't have the chance to see a Grandmaster 7th level pill in their ordinary lives, let alone use one. Without a certain foundation, they couldn't afford to use such pills. This was also why so many talents wanted to join the stellar academies. Here, they could access more resources. The effects of the heavenly essence gathering pill varies from person to person and can enhance your strength by 1 to 4 small realms. Yu Qiqiao smiled as she looked at the excited crowd. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted into excitement once again. Increased by 1 to 4 small realms. The effect of this pill was unexpectedly powerful. Vice President, are you speaking the truth? Someone couldn't help but ask. Why will I lie to you? Yu Qiqiao smiled. The president made the pill personally. You should believe him. Of course. The people below were overjoyed. This pill could enhance their strength by 1 to 4 small realms. They must believe it. These are the pills the president refined in half a day. There are a total of 135 pills. Yu Qiqiao took out all the pills and placed them on the table. He made it in half a day. Many people were astounded. 135 pills. It sounded a little unreal. You can check the intranet. There are many people at the alchemy volcano, and the president is still refining pills. These are just the first batch, and there are more to come, so you don't have to worry about not having enough, Yu Qiqiao said. Having just finished refining the pills, Wang Tung had them delivered by people like Yuan Bai. As a result, the members of the Constellation Society were still unaware of the situation at the alchemy volcano. Now, hearing Yu Qiqiao's words, they became extremely curious. Many people? How many people were there? To refine 135 pills in half a day. How did the president manage to do that? Chapter 2111. Grandmaster Wang Tung, please hold on. 3. Now, we will draw lots to decide who will receive these 135 pills, Yu Qiqiao continued. No one had any objections. 135 pills was quite a substantial number. At least more than a third of the people would have the chance to take the pills this time. As for the remaining people, based on the president's alchemy efficiency, they would be able to receive it within a day. At that moment, hope reignited in the hearts of the people. It seemed that there was still a chance for them to compete for a spot on the freshman leaderboard. Just as the members of the Constellation Society were fervently enhancing themselves through the power of the pills, the commotion caused by Wang Tung in the alchemy volcano also spread. The commotion was huge. It was hard not to know about it. The reputation of Wang Tung, a Grandmaster alchemist, once again spread like wildfire. To simultaneously refine 9 furnaces of Grandmaster-level pills in one go was an incredibly audacious feat. Most importantly, he succeeded. The 9 pillars of light soared, calamity, lightning struck, and the celestial might descended like a prison. These scenes, captured on video by some individuals, rapidly circulated throughout the 7th Stellar Academy. More and more people got to know about it. The members of the Qingyan Society saw it too. Feng Qingyan and Ruan Banlian's expressions turned somewhat unsightly. Wang Tung's madness exceeded their expectations, and they could not fathom that he would be so reckless. For a normal alchemist, this amount of time would be utterly insufficient. But Wang Tung was anything but ordinary, choosing to refine 9 furnaces of pills simultaneously. Was such a thing even humanly possible? It was downright insane. Could he be trying to enhance the strength of the Constellation Society members forcibly through this method? Yuan Banlian hesitated. Feng Qingjian's face darkened. Wang Tung's madness completely disrupted his plans. Damn it, that bastard is breaking the rules. He's not playing by the book. Who would make 9 furnaces of Grandmaster-level pills at once? Do you think this is an assembly line? Seeing his demeanor, Yuan Banlian knew that the situation had completely deviated from their expectations, and her expression also became grim. Don't worry. Simultaneously refining 9 furnaces of pills also consumes a significant amount of spiritual power. Moreover, he personally resisted the calamity lightning. Although it seemed from a video that he didn't suffer any injuries, I refuse to believe that he's completely unaffected. Have someone keep an eye on him. He can't possibly sustain the continuous refinement of 9 furnaces of pills in one go, Feng Qingyan said. All right, they'll send someone immediately. Yuan Banlian nodded. Just as Feng Qingyan said, she also didn't believe that Wang Tung could maintain the continuous refinement of 9 furnaces of Grandmaster-level pills. Being able to refine them once was impressive enough. No one could do it consecutively. Someone from the Qingyan Society immediately headed to the alchemy volcano to closely monitor Wang Tung's alchemy room. Not only them, but people from many factions also arrived. They included the Feiyun Alliance, the Witch Tower Alliance. These individuals were extremely curious about Wang Tung's alchemy efficiency, eager to see if he could sustain it. If he could, it would be truly terrifying. Many were preparing to reassess Wang Tung's value. A Grandmaster alchemist capable of refining 9 furnaces of pills in one go, and not just once. The value he was creating was beyond imagination. So, many wanted to see if Wang Tung could continue this insane feat. Grandmaster Pu Yongnian, Grandmaster Cecilia, and others all remained. Even Alchemy Saint Tao Yuan and the middle-aged man were present. 2 to 3 days meant little to them. Instead, Wang Tung's alchemical results were what truly concerned them. In this situation, time slowly passed, and half a day went by. Outside Wang Tung's alchemy room, dark clouds gathered once again, and the thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and earth. The onlookers waiting outside were immediately energized, all turning their gazes. The oppressive feeling emanating from within the dark clouds gave many a premonition of something significant. Their expressions changed in unison. Could it be? The instant these thoughts appeared in everyone's mind, an explosion came from Wang Tung's alchemy room. In the next moment, 9 pillars of light shot up into the sky, captivating the onlookers. 9 pillars of light. Once again, 9 pillars of light. The crowd knew that Wang Tung had succeeded once more. He had once again, in a single attempt, refined 9 batches of pills. Shocked, astonishment, a sense of awe filled the hearts of many. Even though quite a few had already speculated about the outcome, witnessing it in reality still left them profoundly shaken. 2 times. 2 consecutive instances of refining 9 furnaces of pills. All of this was sufficient proof of Wang Tung's abnormality and his worth. Alchemy Saint Tao Yuan and the middle-aged man exchanged glances. There was astonishment in their eyes. I didn't expect him to succeed again. It seems he has indeed mastered the technique of simultaneously refining 9 furnaces of pills. At the very least, he can multitask. Alchemy Saint Tao Yuan marveled. Multitasking. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Many with strong spiritual power can multitask, but to refine 9 batches of pills, mere multitasking is not enough. One must possess an exceptionally solid foundation in alchemy." Alchemy Saint Tao Yuan nodded and agreed with the middle-aged man. They were both saint-level alchemists, so they knew how difficult it was to make 9 furnaces of Grandmaster-level pills. After the pillars of light endured 3 waves of calamity lightning, Wang Tung appeared in the sky, once again confronting the calamity lightning with his physical body, just as he did in the previous attempt. The corners of the middle-aged man's eyes twitched slightly. As he gazed at Wang Tung in the sky, he couldn't help but shake his head, feeling an infinite sense of emotion. Alchemy Saint Tao Yuan shook his head too. He didn't know what expression to make. Grandmaster Wang Tung was truly a unique existence in a world of alchemy. Which alchemist could withstand calamity lightning like this?